Hey everybody, who is up for some live stream? Could it be? It's Thursday night. It is live from Nicaragua. We had a little holding screen there because I was scrambling to get ready. Tonight we are brought to you by Rio. Yes, that is Rio, the flavor of somewhere in China. And this is, well, heaven only knows. I think it's rose-flavored seltzer, perhaps. Oh, rose lychee brandy with actual brandy in it. We're getting off to a start this week. Can everybody hear me? Everybody see me? We looking good? I've got the lights down low, so I've got that completely different light. We've got a little bit of a red light on Mr. Orange behind me. We've got only 3 people on. What's going on with that? James is here. Saw the 5 pictures of the baseball game. Was that a band on the field? It was a band on the field. Yes, it was. Picture 5 was it sold out. It was sold out. Final score was rain. 5th inning rain. Too much rain. They had to call it. Oh my. That is tasty. Very nice. Okay. Kudos to Rio for a very interesting drink. It's a little bit like a seltzer, but a lot thicker. It's got brandy and rose lychee, like for real. Pretty cool. James is here from the Bay of Fundy. So named because it is so fun on the Bay of Fundy. Cool Car Mods is here. Hey, ¿qué tal? What is up, people? Let's go, he says. Christine is here. Hello from Canada. So nice to see you, Scott. So nice to see you too, Christine. Thank you so much. It's most everyone from Canada. The live stream is very popular in Canada. I can only imagine because it's super cold, and people are bundled around by the fireplace and can't go out because, you know, snow and ice and freezing temperatures. We were making fun of one of the Canadians who's moving down today and said, you know, they're really looking to live on the beach. They want to be able to swim all the time. And I'm like, well, of course, they've never seen liquid water before. It's always solid up there. Cool Carmod says, I like lychee. Nice. Yeah, lychee is good, and there's lots of it here. We get fresh lychee, but this is lychee from China. So, Christine, I'm in Milton, Canada, leaving to Nicaragua in December. Wait, we are 100% Canadians right now on the... I'm not Canadian, but I grew up in the Toronto Metro, but on the U.S. side of the border. But in the Metro, like, I marched the Santa Claus Parade for 10 years in Toronto, so I get a certain amount of Maple Leaf creds. Still warm here. It was 26 today. 26 Celsius? Or are you being silly and it was 26 Fahrenheit? Which is more what I would expect. 26 is quite pleasant if it's Celsius. Christine says, cool, I'm in Winnipeg, where y'all... Shouldn't really say y'all. That was my Texas coming out. This is good. So this is brought to you by the China Mall, which my wife has been going to. It was the first time I was able to make it and actually check out the China Mall in Managua. And I got to say, I'm really impressed with the China Mall. Good selection of stuff. Prices are... I mean, some of, importing food from China is not going to be cheap. I don't think the prices are bad considering what that stuff is. For other things, the prices were good, right? Like on normal things that you would typically buy there instead of buying somewhere else in the country. But for things you can only get that there, I got to say, it's pretty cool having the China Mall with this massive selection of Chinese products and things like this. Like the food aisle is a good size aisle, like way bigger than I was expecting. And it had lots of drinks and lots of snacks and then some prepared food. Not that much prepared food, like, let's be realistic, but the amount of like just things to try from China is really big and broad. So I got like 4 or 5 alcoholic beverages to try out on the show. So this is the first one, the rose lychee brandy. But my kids really like trying their teas. Sometimes they're amazing and sometimes they're just bizarre. But I've been having fun with that, and we often get snacks. We had some cheese biscuits and chocolate milk biscuits, like some weird things. But it's been good. Dale's here. Hey, Dale, how's it going? You'll notice that the members get a special icon and you're green. I don't know if that's all that shows up. Like, that's pretty obvious that you're one of the cool club members. So very nice. That I've been wondering, like, how does it show up? And by the way, for Dale and any of the other members who are listening, hoping in the next couple days to have the secret special handshake group set up on Nika Abla now that we have 10 members. which I was never expecting. So that's pretty cool. Hans is here. Hey Scott, hope all is well. All is well, thank you. Yeah, it's been kind of a busy week because we ran out to Managua for a couple days. Just got away. I didn't film really. Just ran out. Some of the photos you guys have seen, but I didn't film an episode. Ran out there with my wife and kids and just kind of hung out there. And my wife is not on the show tonight. She had meetings all day and is feeling very exhausted. But I don't think she really realized that during the live stream tonight, in 3 hours and 26 minutes, it will become midnight on the East Coast, United States, which means it will be our 21st wedding anniversary. So we will see. I have remembered. I'll be able to go back and play the live stream and be like, see, 3.5 hours before it was our anniversary, I mentioned it on the live stream. And that way there can be no he forgot. But hopefully you guys can help me remember when it hits 10 o'clock here, midnight East Coast, that I can do a shout out to her or something. Cool Car says, I enjoyed your last Managua video. Think that will be our place to live. Which one? I'm wondering because which one was the last Managua video? Was it the Via Fontana Sur video? That feels like the last one I did in Managua, but I'm not sure. The Make Friends in Socioeconomic Distress. Oh. Make friends. What did I show in Managua in that video? I mean, I just posted it. I just made it. I feel like that posted while I was in Managua, but I think I recorded it here, didn't I? I don't always remember. I seriously lose track. James says it's 18 in Fundy, going down to 11 tonight. Patricia says, happy anniversary. Thank you. 21 years. That's pretty crazy. You know, if our marriage was an American, it would now be able to drink. There's something. It's the, which anniversary is it? It's the alcohol anniversary. I didn't show much, but talked about it. Oh, yes. I talked about the things we did in Managua. Yeah, you know, I just consistently, you're right, Cool Car, I really enjoy being in Managua so much. I'm a city guy. My kids are city kids, so that really does it. My wife is kind of like, on the whole thing. Hey, Tusk is here. Hey, how's it going? So my wife is kind of like, yeah, we can go to Managua. That's cool. She enjoys it. She likes the shopping. Like, she doesn't not like it, but she grew up in a small village and has a different relationship with cities than me. I grew up on a farm, but spent a lot of time in big cities. She never went to big cities as a kid, ever, because she grew up in a village just outside a really small city. So she was used to village life and then big village life. That was kind of it. And I grew up on a farm in the middle of nowhere in one of the least populated portions of the Northeast U.S. But because we lived there, we would make an effort to go to relatively large cities like Rochester and Buffalo, New York, which are 1.1 million each, roughly the size of Managua. And then on a very regular basis, we would go to Toronto, which is now pushing 7 million, right? And it's a huge city. And so I have big cities were just part, or reasonably big cities, were just part of my life always growing up, and for her, they just weren't. And so it's I don't know, she just didn't develop, and maybe it's just a personality thing, maybe that has nothing to do with it, but we have a very different take on cities. So I like country life, like where we live, but I really like going into the big city on a regular basis. And so we're just different that way. My kids, having grown up in and around their own, around Dallas and New York City, right, as the two cities that they grew up in, they're used to really big cities all the time. Dallas pushing 7.5 million in the metro, and New York being New York, right? They just have a completely different, and then their cousins live in Houston. So even when we're visiting family, they're in another city that's nearly as big as Dallas. So it's been, and we did a ton of travel. They've been to Rome and Madrid and London and Bucharest and Kiev, and spent lots of time in those large cities. Some of them they lived in, and some they just spent a bit of time in. And so they just they like big cities. They like doing big city things, and they think nothing of it. They don't have any oh, it's a big city. So they miss the food and all the things. And Managua is the closest thing we get here. It really is a nice city. It really isn't that big, but the food, it really does have a nice culture for sure. Weird, you're going to have a culture shock in Managua that you don't have other places. That much is super real. It is so odd. There's no way around it. It is an odd city. But once you... Oh, thank you so much for the Tonya. Once you get to understand Managua, it becomes a different place. And suddenly it's like, it's so easy to get around. You said Bucharest. I'm from Romania. Wait, we've talked about that before, right? What town are you from? I didn't live in Bucharest. I actually just visited Bucharest a bit. I lived in Baița, which I know there's 3 Baițas in Romania. I lived in the one in central Transylvania, just northwest of Regan, which is in the general metro area of Târgu Mureș. So Baița Mureș is the name, but most people in Romania think of it as part of the Târgu Mureș general area. You're from Timișoara. Oh, what a beautiful town. I love Timișoara. It's a really cool place. I'm getting extra boost for that. Timișoara, I only got to visit only one time because we were this one weekend. So I worked. Hold on, make sure I'm not missing anything. Patricia, I linked the thing you were looking for. I think I've covered everything. I don't think I'm missing anybody. So when we lived in Baița, which we absolutely loved, and that's where I did some of my first travel filming. And one of my best friends is my neighbor from there. And one day, because we've always been travelers, like we've always been like just go and wild and crazy. And this is the farthest east we've ever lived, and it was such a wild thing. We're like, we don't know enough about Romania. We got to move to Romania and check this out. And so we just moved to Romania, right? like sight unseen. And it was like, oh, we knew we wanted to be in Transylvania. We knew we wanted to be rural. We had a bunch of things we knew, but we didn't know much about it. So we found this house in this tiny little village. We're like, good enough, let's do it. And absolutely loved our village, absolutely loved our neighbors, loved where we were, loved Târgu Mureș as well. And Cluj-Napoca, very cool. But if I was going to live there, I think Târgu Mureș is more my style. And so this one day, and I typically at that time was working like one day a week. I would work other days, but one day I had meetings, and the other days I was a writer, right? So I would produce material and then have a meeting to go over it once a week. And it wasn't like that simple, but I kind of had a flexible schedule for 6 days and then one day inflexible. And this one day I'm working, or maybe it was like 2 days. Anyway, and my work got shifted. It was really early in the morning instead of normal. It's like all day. And I was there doing something, and my wife walked by. My office was just a computer in the hallway of the house. My wife was walking behind me, and I was looking at a map, and she kind of stopped and looked over my shoulder. And she's like, and I'm like, well, I'm just looking. If you start from basically the Serbian border, or from Timișoara, it's like, if we go from there, it's a one-day drive to Sarajevo. And then it's a one-day drive to... Was it Sarajevo? So, yeah, it must be Sarajevo. And then to Croatia. And then it's to Dubrovnik. And then it's a one-day drive to, Montenegro. I don't know where in Montenegro, somewhere. Petrovas is where I ended up picking. And then it's a one-day drive to Golem, Albania. And then one day to Kosovo. And I'm like, this would be like the ultimate, like each amazing new place is one day away. So it's like this really comfortable bounce road trip in a big circle that then comes back up through Serbia and re-enters Romania. And I'm like, that would be such an easy drive. And we had a car. And I'm just looking at it, and she goes, it takes me 3 hours to pack. And I'm like, my work's about to wrap up. And we looked at each other, we're like, go. And we just went. I finished up work. She threw everything in the car. We recorded a video about packing a small Ford manual car, got the kids ready, jumped in the car, drove to Timișoara, spent the night, woke up in the morning, crossed the border into Serbia as the sun was rising over the rape fields, which is just brilliant yellow. And you're like, wow. And we drove across Serbia, which is the most boring thing ever. It is European Kansas. But then you get to Bosnia, and that was so amazing. And we did this huge loop through the Balkans, but we didn't go to Greece because, one, our visa into the Schengen was expired, and we had lived in Greece previously, so we were like, that's cool, we don't need to cross into it to say we did it. So we did everything in the Balkans except for Greece and Bulgaria, because we were doing another trip to Bulgaria soon thereafter. So we did this huge loop and just hit everything in one drive. It was like 2 weeks, and it was just, it's like our all-time ultimate road trip. And really, I would say, if someone's visiting, do a month, include Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania, and do that as the loop. But living in Romania, it was so easy to do that. Wow, was that amazing. It was so awesome. It was something. So that was one of my that was my one time, well, 2 times, passing through Timișoara. The one time I got to stay, and the other time I just passed through. And for those who don't know, Timișoara is, or at one time when I lived there at least, its claim to fame was the fastest internet in the world. Patricia says, so weird that the girls like big cities but don't like going out in Leon. What is Leon lacking for them? The things that they like in big cities, really. They like going places where they have, big buildings and huge selection of restaurants and public transportation everywhere, not having to drive. When we go, so in Managua we do drive, but when we go to big cities, we don't. They like taking trains and trams and, all that kind of stuff. They like modern apartment buildings and like fancy urban living, right? Coffee shops and people watching. Leon doesn't have that stuff. I mean, you can get coffee, and we do all the time. They love coffee shops, even when they can't do the other things. And we have 2 that we really like here, Sakura and Dr. Coffee. And, we do that all the time. But if we were in like Buenos Aires, they would be losing their minds every day. They're like, we're going to the cafe, let's go. Right? It was it's a different thing. Leon is so small, so much of a village. The colonial structure means it never feels like a city, even though it's big. And that's one of my negatives for it, because I like that city feel as well. They get that from me. We love looking on Airbnb and looking at urban apartments in like San Pedro Sula or San Salvador or Guatemala City, Guate. We'll look, or San Jose. Look at these amazing, high-rise, 8th floor, big windows, view onto twinkling city lights. Those are things that I love. That's what I want in my apartment. I want to just walk in. That's something I give up because my wife likes living closer to the beach. And I realize that's just one of my compromises, but that is something that I really, really enjoy. I like hanging out on my balcony at night and looking at life in the distance. And when I lived in Spain, even though I lived in an incredibly small village, Cañar, for anyone who's wanting to look it up, one of the things that Rachel, my best friend, and I would do at night is just sit on the balcony, basically, and overlook Orvieto and, Orgiva in the valley. You could just make out, you couldn't quite see the twinkling lights, but you could see Africa on the horizon, and you could see the Mediterranean at the beach at Malaga. But Orgiva, you could see the twinkling lights through the valley, and it was just, and Lanjaron to the other direction, and just so beautiful. These little movement of cars and the twinkle of humanity and little restaurants lighting up as people go out and sit out there with our glasses of wine and plate of cheese and just soak in the human experience, in that case from a distance. And that's what I like. And when I'm here, I love, you guys see my garden. I love my garden. It's so beautiful. But I can't go out and see anything, right? Like there's no life for me to watch. And that's something that I really miss. I really like in other places. And those big cities, when we were in Sarajevo, it reminded me of my life when I was younger in Ithaca, New York, where it's a very hilly place. So even though the city's not that big, I mean, Sarajevo is big, Ithaca is not. Anywhere in the city, you have some things above you and some things below you. Obviously, there's somewhere that there's not something above you. Someone's on top, you can always see living people doing things. And when I lived in Italy, like even though it was a small city, Noto, it was on a hillside, and you could just always see the people walking down the streets and sidewalks, and all these different things. So those are things that I really love. My kids do, and they like. I'm very extroverted. They're not, and so that is kind of their social interaction is very often this observation of humanity. I like it as my break from being extroverted. They like it as a replacement for it. But it's that's a big piece for us. Cool Car says, how did you like the food in Romania? That's what I miss most about it. It was not bad. We really liked how much vegetarian there was. Like soy steaks were excellent. In general, because remember, we lived in Baița, so we had to cook almost everything on our own. There was no restaurant in the village where we lived. We would go out to restaurants pretty often, but it was much like being here in Nicaragua. Obviously, the food is a bit different, but surprisingly closer than you would think, that so much of it was this very basic and repetitive cooking because it was just the one restaurant in town, so they had to serve pretty standard Romanian food. And so it's good. The quality was excellent. But for us, not eating meat and living in such a rural place, and that made it a little bit difficult. TJ, I owe you an information. What is it you want to? I know that I saw the message from you that I needed to send you something, and now I can't remember what it is. Send me a thing right now on Element and tell me what it is. I'll try to forward whatever it is to you right now. Food. James says, Romania, must be a Romanian friend, was doing install of digitized telecom infrastructure back in the day. Very interesting stories of nightlife. Oh yeah, Romanian nightlife is off the hook. It's a combination of unlit streets and horse-drawn carriages and the wildest clubs all in the same place. As they used to tell me in Romania, Romanians are in the shower to get ready to go out when Americans are having last call at the bar. Like, it is so dramatic how late they go out and how much. It is really cool. Cool Car says, I'm thinking of buying a scooter or motorcycle in Nicaragua besides the car. Thoughts? I love bikes. Jorge says, hey there, Scott. Hey there, Jorge. Good to have you here. Lots of friends have scooters and motorcycles here. Alan has a scooter. He swears by it. He's like, you know what? Other than the times that it's like raining, I'm really glad I have a scooter. It's just so easy to get around. It's so cheap. Motorcycles obviously a little bit easier than scooters, and definitely easier if you're going to go out on the open road. But scooters can be nice for just parking and sticking in the corner or whatever. You do need to be careful. It is a very dangerous country. So not from people intentionally being dangerous, just accidents, right? Things in the road, people can't see you. Lighting is bad. Cars don't have good maintenance. Like our car, I can't see you at night. If you don't have good lights on your bike, I understand you will have lights on your bike. But if you don't have good lights on your bike, people will get run over because the car can't find you as they run you over. They'll be like, there was a thud, but I never saw a thing. Right, and they're only driving 50 kilometers an hour, and they're still running you over because there's no visibility. So just be aware that, if you're like, I'm only going to ride during the day, and I'm not going to ride in the rain, and I'm not going to ride in heavy traffic, and I'm not going to be stupid, I'm going to carefully ride a bike in places that make sense, sensibly, I think you'll find Nicaragua to be a pretty good place for bikes. Lots of people do it, completely normal, but be aware that I would say that the dangers of riding a bike here must be significantly higher than in the US. But if you grew up in Romania, imagine, and I specifically remember that the most dangerous night I ever drove in Romania was the night that I left home basically in the dark towards the north and drove all the way to Timișoara in the dark. The entire drive was unlit, unmarked things in the road all night long with no streetlights. So you'd be driving along and there's just a thing in the road. Cow, horse-drawn cart, person on a bicycle, whatever. You'd be like, ah! Right? That's what Nicaragua's like. Very much so today. So think about that. But I think having a bike can be perfectly viable, and lots of expats do that and have good experiences with it and are glad that is the direction that they've gone. So yeah, if it's something you want to do, just be a little bit cautious and aware of what the risks are, and you'll be fine. James says, got to be resident to buy a vehicle. I want one also. So that's true in the official sense. So it's super, super semantic. You have to be a resident to register a vehicle, not to actually buy it. Anyone can buy one and just keep it in your lawn, right? Obviously, that's not what you mean. You want to register it and actually drive it, but you are allowed to buy it. The registration thing is complicated. However, what people often do is, if you are not yet resident, they generally form a company that does nothing but hold their vehicle. And that allows them to drive around the country and have a vehicle in their own name without doing anything weird, not having a Nicaraguan speaking for them or anything of that nature. And that's really common. We know lots of people who do that, including this guy. That's how we had our car. There are ways, I found out, that we did by accident, to have vehicles in your own name. Much more complicated. I don't know how all it works, but there is some way to do it. So I don't know any details, but I know it happened. So sometimes you just get lucky, I guess. I think there's just a lot more paperwork. So it's one of those things. There's a lot of things in Nicaragua you can't just do that. If you have a good lawyer, you can do that because there's this not well-known process for filing something or a special request you have to do or whatever. And so a lot of times it's you can't do that. But yeah, there's a waiver that no one wants to tell you about. I also did find out, I'm going to try to put this into a video, and everyone help me remember to do this in the next, say, 2 weeks. I know you're all going to forget too, but this way I can say that I asked you. But if someone's watching this in 2 weeks and hears this, they can be like, I didn't see this. He needs to do that. So I found out really good information because people have been asking, how do you find a good lawyer? And one of the things you need to do is when you're talking to a lawyer, this doesn't help with finding a good lawyer, but this is with finding a real one. Ask them for their licensure card. It looks like a driver's license, and it will have their national ID. It's not their ID. It's a separate national ID as a lawyer and or notary. There may be a few other things. But a lot of lawyers are notaries, so there'll be 2 different licenses on the same card, but it'll have their law license number. Every true lawyer in Nicaragua is granted the title of lawyer, of abogado, by the Supreme Court, not by a board, I guess that is a board, but not by some third-party board, not by a bar, not by a local magistrate. The Supreme Court appoints every single lawyer in the country. And so there should be a Supreme Court issued license for them to practice as a lawyer. Make sure you see that. If you don't, any lawyer that's a real lawyer will be happy to produce it. They have to have it all the time. Anytime they're walking into a courtroom or dealing with the police, they have to present that. Not their cedula. They probably have to have that too. That's the one that identifies that they're the person who holds that license. But that in license is super important. So make sure you look for that. Foursquare King says, is there LT? Is there light? Is there... What's the question, Foursquare King? I'm not following that one. Patricia says, that does sound really nice, except that high-rise apartments don't have dog yards. I have been in high-rise apartments that do have dog yards. They're not the norm. They definitely exist. Not so much in Nicaragua, but other places, yeah, I've definitely seen that. James says, drive a 1000 V-Strom in Canada. Oh, nice. There's TJ. I already responded to him. Mark, hey, how's it going? Everybody, I ran into Mark. This is Mark McKnight that I ran into in Limoncello in Managua, which if you're in Managua and looking for a coffee, I really like Limoncello. It's not necessarily like the hottest coffee shop you could possibly go to, but it's super cute, just really well done, has a decent menu, and the spot is just quaint and out of place and this little solace in the city. It's really interesting. Gotta check it out. And it's not expensive, right? It's a little coffee shop with sandwiches, but you can get a salmon, grilled salmon dinner for $16. I know is high for Leon, but that's not unreasonable. And I think my daughter got pasta dinner for $12. It was very reasonable. Mark says, it was a pleasure meeting you and your family. Glad to see you enjoy the food at Levito. Levito? I'm just doing my best. Even they didn't pronounce it when I was there. Yeah, it was thanks, Mark. That was a really cool spot. I love that area. So we had mentioned my old videos, several weeks ago. I'd gone to Villa Fontana Sur, and in one of them I walked really far and went to pass Villa Fontana Sur into Aurora. right at the border of Villa Fontana Sur and Aurora. I think on the Aurora side is a little plaza on the west side of whatever road that is. It's the upper portion of what used to be La Avenida Principal de los Robles, but it changes its name up the hill. Managua changes all. So in the United States, roads change their names when they cross state borders and once in a while when they cross county borders. In Nicaragua, they just change their names. And that drives me crazy. So the Pista Suburbana, we all call the Pista Suburbana, but technically, once it goes past Unan and it approaches Central America, which these are barrios, its name is technically the Pista Jerusalem. And the Avenida Los Robles is only that until it crosses Jean-Paul Genis, and then it technically has a new name, but I don't know what it is. Why? I don't know. It's very confusing and unnecessary, but it gives them twice as many road names in one city. Makes it feel much larger. But you go up this road, up this beautiful, beautiful area in the hills, and then there's this plaza, and there's a cool little coffee shop, which I did not make it to, Mark. I'm hoping sometime soon to make it. But then this little pizza and pasta place that's very high-end. The pizza was really the thing, I think. We tried a number of things. The pizza really was excellent, and just such a cute little place in a cute little plaza in a neat neighborhood. It's one of those things that, like, if you went there first, I think in Managua, you'd be like, oh, okay. But if you go to Managua and get to know Managua a little bit, you're like, okay, there's things I like about Managua, things I don't like about Managua. And then areas like Aurora are like this next level discovery. Okay, you know Managua, but do you know Managua? And then you go to like Aurora and you're like, what? How? And my wife, who doesn't go hiking with me, was like, what's up past the Doubletree? And we drive up the hill, and I'm like, there's this place I want to go to, and this is where this is, and this is, I'm pointing out different sites because I've walked it a bit. And so I'm like, this is the Chinese embassy. This is the Argentinian embassy. Right up there's the German embassy. This plaza has this and this, and this has, and we were going up there, she's just like, what is this? How does this exist in Managua? And I'm like, there's all kinds of areas like this in Managua, but you have to know where to look for them because you don't stumble on them because the main roads don't go by them. And so this is all this amazing stuff. And so Managua is one of those places that I feel you really pull back the layers because things are just kind of hidden. And I know every city is like that. Obviously, you go to Dallas. I lived there for a long time, and we would discover new neighborhoods that were like just off the main road. And you'd be like, what? This is so interesting. How did I not know this was here? But it's a much bigger city. Here, I think you get a feeling like there isn't that much. And you kind of get used to Managua just being like this certain areas. And then you realize, wait, if I take this road or do this thing, there's this hidden lake. There's this other view. There's this other area completely different than somewhere else. And there's this road that I didn't think was here that takes me into a whole different part of the city. It does have this peeling back the secrets kind of vibe to it that I think if you live there for a long time, you start to be like, it's such a neat experience to constantly dig into Managua. Leon doesn't have that, right? Yeah, we're excited. We found Twins Restaurant in Sutiava. That was a pretty baffling find, even though I'd been there previously and some of the owner's family watches the live stream, but we didn't realize they had rebuilt it and it was so fancy now. It's one of the fanciest restaurants in Leon. And it's one of those things that even most people who live in Leon have absolutely no idea that something like this exists in the city, let alone that it's in Sutiava and just off the square. Like, they're like, what did we just find? But it's really unique that one thing exists in Leon, but you go into Managua, I think there's a lot of that, and it's really cool. E. Garcia, Romania Mici sausage is great. I'm sure it is. A lot of good meats in Romania, but vegetarian, so I didn't get to try it. TJ says, what is the high-pitched sound? Oh, yeah, that is an insect outside. That is not an electrical hum. That is one of the insects outside. It's probably a katydid or something like it. It's something in the cricket katydid kind of family. And, yeah, they drive me crazy. I know it sounds like a light that's like got a hum. I've investigated it. Even when the power's out, it's still going. Garcia Michi are amazing. Oh, Phoenix to Managua. Oh. Foursquare King non-stop flight. Phoenix to Managua. There is definitely no... I see what you're asking. Is there a non-stop flight from Phoenix to Managua? No, there's no... Managua has two connections to routes into the United States that are approved by the FAA currently, and a third that can be but is currently disabled. The two existing ones are Miami and Houston. Dallas and Los Angeles cannot fly to Managua right now. They're eligible for it, but they cannot right now. No other cities have ever, to the best of my knowledge, ever applied for a route, and so those are the only ones. And both are currently operating, but that is it. All flights coming to Managua will go through one of those. What most people do, if you're coming from like Phoenix is not too bad. Fly to Houston and then down, or depending on who you want to fly with, you do have reasonable options of flying through Mexico City on Aeromexico or flying through El Salvador on Avianca. Obviously, neither is direct. Both are through really nice airports. Mexico City's is absolutely enormous, and it's kind of like going through a beautiful mall. I like Mexico City Airport quite a bit, but I think I prefer El Salvador's. San Salvador Airport is small and quaint, but so nice. Really good food, good bars, decent prices. Just hang out in the airport and enjoy it. It's nice. And then the flight from there to here is just, I don't know, like 75 minutes or something. It's very, very short. And it's kind of nice because you fly right over Leon. So if you're looking out the windows on the left-hand side on the way down, you can look out and be like, well, that looks like Chinandega. I can see the port of Corinto. That must be Leon right after it. Scott's down there. Right? That's what you do. I mean, that's what everybody does, right? Canadian doing install telecom. Romania installed a system on top of line. Cool mods. My mom is opening a car wash alignment detailing place with a nice Nika family. It's almost opened in Hinotepe. Can we make a deal for advertising? Your mom is actually opening a car wash alignment detailing place in Hinotepe? Hinotepe. Like the middle of the country. Hinotepe. We got to go check out the car wash. E. Garcia says, my Romanian coworker let me try Misi once. Foursquare King, does anyone know if they have direct flights from Phoenix? No. Yeah, definitely no direct flights. Mac and Beebs love flying to Nika with Avianca through San Salvador. It's such an opportunity. Do you, Mac and Beebs, welcome, by the way. I don't think you guys have been on the live stream before, or maybe just not commented before. Do you guys go to Cadejo for beer? This is my pick. Cadejo for beer and tacos in San Salvador Airport. You will enjoy the layover. What is the DG SIP status for a lawyer? DG SIP? DG. What is DG SIP? Is that like code I don't know? Direction General. Oh. DG SIP status. I don't know how exactly DG SIP works, but that would be the licensure. I've never actually looked at. They have a webpage with a bunch of information. The Poder Judicial República de Nicaragua. Dirección General Centralizadora de la Información y Prevención. Por un ejercicio profesional con compromiso. There's probably a way to look up a potential lawyer on there. You could probably do an interview with her. Yeah, probably. That would be cool. I can probably do an interview with her. Your mom's going to be like, no, I won't talk to him. I know you're on his live stream and you asked him to come down, but I'm not going to speak to him. No. Or wash his car. Just found your channel. Oh, well, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, we try to do the live stream every Thursday, and mostly we do, and it's a fun place. And we are tonight drinking Rio from somewhere in China. I really should look at this can and figure out where it's from before, because I keep just saying China like it's from Asia. Nope. There's nothing I can read on here. It's rose lychee brandy. Only 3% alcohol though. So like this is, even though it's got brandy in it, it's just a touch. Mac and Beats on the channel. First timers here. We have not tried that place. Next time for sure. Coming back down in November. Thanks for the recommendation. Oh, well, awesome. James says, what's the scope on Spirit? Bankruptcy. Not aware of anything with Spirit and bankruptcy. Is there something going on? I don't have the inside track on these things. Like, explores filing bankruptcy 30 minutes ago. Spirit is talking about possible bankruptcy. Well, that sucks. But they're only talking about possible bankruptcy. So who knows? Well, that's depressing. Here we go. Spirit Airlines shares slide after report of possible bankruptcy filing. Spirit Airlines is in talks with bondholders over the terms of a potential bankruptcy filing in the wake of its failed merger with JetBlue. The Wall Street Journal reported on Thursday, sending its shares down 30% in extended trading. The airline has also been exploring restructuring its balance sheet through an out-of-court transaction. The recent talks have been more focused on reaching a deal with bondholders and other creditors to support a Chapter 11 filing, citing people familiar with the matter. The timing of such a filing, should it happen, would not be imminent, according to the report. In response to the Wall Street Journal report, Spirit pointed to the company's second quarter earnings call, where CEO Ted Christie said the company was in talks with the advisors of its bondholders to address the upcoming debt maturities due in 25 and 26. Because those conversations are ongoing, we are not going into detail or take any questions on this topic or speculate on potential outcomes, he said. It was a priority for the company, was focusing on the securing the best outcome for the business as quickly as possible. The news came of the potential bankruptcy came months after Christie said the airline was not considering Chapter 11 bankruptcy and is encouraged by the plan it had in place after the deal with JetBlue fell through. JetBlue and Spirit scrapped their $3.8 billion merger in March after a U.S. judge blocked the deal in January on anti-competition concerns. Seriously, they blocked that on anti-competition, and now we're going to lose our best airlines? That's how we end up with these high prices. Here's the Tonya Garcia. Thank you so much. If the deal had gone through, it would have created only the 5th largest carrier in the United States and given Spirit a chance to survive at the time when it burns through cash while being saddled with debt. Yeah, I don't like that. We were going to create the 5th player. The 4 that are bigger don't want any additional competition, and so they cause normal business. Because remember, antitrust, when it's this kind of thing, is supposed to be interrupting normal business when the needs of the public outweigh the needs of open business, which is okay. But to step in and shut down a merger that would create the 5th largest player when the 4 bigger are okay, that's not what that's for at all, and clearly shows the bigger players have way too much of their hands in the pot. And now it looks like the public may be losing the most important carrier out of the country into the nearby region, not the most important long haul, due to it. Well, that's super, super depressing. Now I have one fly in this room that's driving me crazy. That does not make me happy. I've got to share this with my wife. She's not going to be happy to learn about this. Well, you heard about it here first, folks, just 30 minutes ago. That sucks, because there are a big player here. That's going to leave Avianca as like the only halfway decent carrier in and out of the region. So for us, the thing that hurts is it makes going to the United States much harder. It is not a big deal if you're going south, because Spirit doesn't go that way. Most of the time we fly south, so it's not the end of the world, and we still have Avianca. But, wow. TJ, I sent you a link. Oh, thank you. I don't have that app open. Hold on. When will Hollywood call me for a movie part? They must have seen your stadium video. Right, Larry? Like, they told me it was coming soon when I talked to Hollywood. She's a Romanian Canadian. Chose to move to Nicaragua and retire. You can probably ask her what was her reasons and how she planned her retirement, bought a house, and opened up a business. Would be a cool video. Cool. How long has she been here? Cool car is she would totally do it. She's really chill. That's awesome. Oh, Garcia, yes. No, I'm skipping Tonya tonight because we're sponsored. No, just kidding. We should be sponsored by the China Mall. But I went shopping at the China Mall this week and got a bunch of Chinese liquor, so that's what I'm drinking. We're trying to get Tonya to sponsor, but they haven't talked to us. The stadium is putting in a gym in the front space. Yeah, we saw that. together. Do you know anything about it, Larry? Is it going to be open? I assume it's going to be open to the public, given the way that it's advertised, but I can't tell. It could just be for players, and that's just where the players work out. But I assume it's for the public. That it's a neat spot. But yeah, cool card. That's really cool. But yeah, how long has she been here? Like, what's her story? Did she just get here? She's been here for a while. What made her pick Nicaragua? That would be cool. Let's go down and do an interview. That'd be neat. Chris says, hello from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Hey, Chris, good to have you back. E. Garcia, I love that gesture. Cool, Carbots. She's been in Nicaragua for a year. Ah, very cool. So relatively recent, but as some of us say, the newcomers, I've been here 3 years. But car wash, huh? That's an interesting... You know what? I recently saw a new car wash in Hinotepe. Maybe that was it. Is it on the main drag, on the Pan American? Cool Car says, Garcia. Hi, Alan from Vince. Hey, Vince, how's it going? Oh, yeah, I was opening this up so that TJ could send me a thing. There's TJ, there's the thing. And there is a lookup system. Yes. Okay, cool. There is a way to look up. So a carnet is the license card. It really is the word that we use for card, but they use carnet. And but that's not how you normally translate that in most of Spanish. And there is a way you can put in the information about the lawyer's ID and then bring them up. That's super handy. Naomi the Mama. I love Romanian people. Woot, woot. Larry says, I didn't see anyone in there or I would stop. I did ask the owner of my gym. You met Kevin. He said it's not him. Yeah, oh, there. The insect stopped for the moment. Yeah, it's probably one of the big businesses out of Managua. Everything in there is so ridiculously expensive. I can't imagine anyone in Leon wanting to go there. And honestly, is that going to be a popular gym? I mean, I can see some people going there, but it's next to the college. The college has a gym, I assume. I mean, that's the big uni right there. And like who's going to go exercise looking at the gas station? Like, I don't know. Larry says, where in Leon can I get a passport photo for sure? On first... Shoot. I'm going to try to look up the place. There's a place that I like. These days, I normally use Managua because it's so easy when I'm at the mall to just, and if you're going to go to like Inter or something, if you're going to be going to Interpol or something like that, it's really handy to be in Managua. But there is a place that does passports photos that I like, and I think they're on First Southeast. What is their name? They might be on Second. I'm trying to picture which ways the cars go. It is very hard to look up a business when you're just going down the street trying to figure out if you're on the right road. We gonna get a tour of the big China Mall Managua soon. So Rob Stonator, first of all, welcome back. It's gonna be tough. I took some pictures and showed them. I assume you saw, but you're not allowed to film in any of the Chinese stores. I mean, not very many stores in general, but the Chinese stores tend to be because they're owned by investors, and so they have a tendency towards being like no filming, which I think is a huge disservice to themselves. I mean, it doesn't hurt anyone else, but I think that they give up a big opportunity to get people excited. Like, if I showed you videos of the China Mall, I feel like you'd be like, well, nice, I'll go shopping there. And you'd feel much more comfortable about shopping there. If I just say, I like the China Mall, you're going to be like, okay, you drive past it and you go, is that the China Mall Scott was mentioning? Maybe. And then you're going to be like, did he like it? He said it was okay. But we all know that you just don't go in places as much when you don't know what's there. Right? But if I showed you what it's like walking in and seeing the China Mall, and you're like, oh, that's the parking, that's the entrance, That's what they have. Oh, I did need to shop for 8 of these things I see. Those look like decent prices. Oh, that food looks interesting. Oh, I could see us wandering around there for an hour. Let's take the kids. Right? Like you get a completely different vibe, and then you can show it to someone. So I don't want to go to the China Mall. Well, look, and you go, oh, no, that's cool. Okay, let's go. Right? It's because my wife is like, we should go. And I'm like, yeah, we should go, but I wasn't like super concerned about it. But then we went, and I'm like, that was fun. Like all of it was better than I was expecting. So by not showing it to anybody, I'm an example of who was less likely to go. I went, but I might have gone sooner had I known what I had. So I will try. I've got to sneak in there with a Go 3 and be super discreet and kind of walk around and do the best. Chris says, has the laundry detergent been stolen lately or just the one episode? I mean, it was stolen a few times prior to that episode, but it's not been stolen since. We've taken some measures to make it quite a bit more difficult, including motion sensors and bright lights and sound. Tim says, hola from San Roque, 10 kilometers west of Esteli. Tim, great to have you here. Welcome back. Well, I'm super bummed about the whole Spirit thing. Maybe they'll pull out of it. Maybe they'll do better. Wow, we're having a rough day on subscribers. We got a lot of subscribers today, and now throughout the day we're losing subscribers. What's going on? Someone get out there and subscribe a little more. What was I looking up? It's weird. I find the subscriber thing so weird. I try not to watch it, really, right? But it's like it'll go way up and then you'll lose some. And then it goes way up and then you lose some. And you're like, what exactly is the pattern going on? I mean, I get that some people are just like, oh, I subscribe to that and I never watch, or I subscribed for a reason and now I don't need it anymore. Whatever. Like there's a bit of that kind of stuff. But I wish there was more information. What drove people to be like, oh, no, not this time. Like I was worth it at some point. Something drew them in enough to subscribe, and then they're like, no. And I'm always curious about that. Like obviously there's some amount. Like I'm unsubscribing from people's stuff all the time. Like that's just normal because I'll be like, oh, this looks interesting. Subscribe, check it out for a while, and then be like, oh, that's in my way, and then give up on it. I get it, but I don't know. I think overall we had a lot of new subscribers today, so it's a pretty major win. It's just, I don't know. It's a stressful life being a YouTuber because every little thing like hits you personally. Like, oh my gosh, I lost 1 subscriber. What have I done? I've screwed up, and people are unhappy with me. And half the time it's like a bot, or half the time I swear it's just YouTube, like losing track of how many people it has at any given moment, and then it comes back. I think it's not someone new resubscribing. I think it's the same person being added back in. And I know sometimes I accidentally unsubscribe and resubscribe to things just because I click badly. So who knows? Who knows? It's a stressful life. Chris says, no, that's the laundry. Desmond says, took a trip from Ciudad to Laguna de Apoyo. Wow. Oh, Laguna de Apoyo is amazing. Did you stay there, Desmond? Did you stay at one of the hotels on the lake and spend the night, or did you just go for the day and check it out? Are you still in the area? Have you been to Paseo del Tren? Robsonator, your China Mall espionage would be much appreciated. All right, I'll see what I can do. There's a number of places like that people want me to sneak in and secretly film. I need multiple people with cameras and distracting people and stuff so that we're not obvious. Of course, if the retail filming police people are watching this live stream, they're going to be like, look for that guy. He's going to have a Go 3. Keep an eye on him. What I need to do is take someone with me who actually has the camera, and I'll be acting like I'm filming, so they'll be paying attention to me, and then I won't have a camera, and they'll be like, that was fishy. What was going on? And then there'll be footage of me, but not from me, and they'll be like, no, people will know to shop here. We'll have to check out more people. I really don't understand what their issue is. Where is China Mall? I'm going for a passport renewal next week. Which area? Managua. Larry, it is on the Pista Suburbana. It is not far from, is it, it's not Kaiser. What's the university out there? Hold on, I'm trying to find you a passport place. Are you going to Managua for passport? Just go to the mall and go to the photo shop in the mall. They do photos there. It's super nice, really easy. Just hard to beat that. China Mall, I opened the map straight to the China Mall completely by coincidence. It is next to Kaiser University. That is where it is, in the Pista Suburbana, just east of San Judas. Technically, it is in the Lomas de San Angel, which is next to Colinas del Memorial Sandino. My little dog has just arrived and appears to be being delivered. Oh, do I get a little puppy?
Here.
Oh, why is he doing this? Oh, hi. You were sleeping. What's going on? Nope, now he wants down. He did not like that. Not what he wanted.
Oh, well. He wants out.
Bye-bye. So that's where it is, Larry. It's in that area across from the, when you're driving down the Pista Suburbana on the right, well, the south, there's that really big hill, and there's like a church back there, but you can't see it. It's just like over the hill, but it has like a big driveway going up to it. It is across the street from that. Dale says, I've got 2 subs. Yes, but how many did you have before? Is that up from 1 or down from 5? That's where the depression comes from. Foursquare King, how much does it cost to have an air-conditioned van pick me up at the airport and bring me to Central Leon? Everything is going to be air-conditioned. Like, the taxis are basically all air-conditioned. Maybe not if they're just running around Leon, but anybody who's going to come get you somewhere generally is. The vans especially. It's been a while since I've rented a van. I feel like probably around $125 to $135. I know when I did it years ago, I did it for $95. They've all gone up in price. But it's not outrageous. But, vans cost more. Pretty much everyone goes out and rents one to go get you. And they've got to go... my brain is. They have to go 2 hours out to get you. They often have to wait quite a while they're getting you, and then they got to bring you 2 hours back. So that's why it costs as much as it does. And some of you are like, 135, that sounds crazy. And others of you are like, 135? Is that the same as free? Like, what's going on? So yeah, it's all over the place and how you perceive it. But that's about how much it should be. How's the new bus station, James asks. I have not been up there yet. I saw your question on the regular notes. I need to make a trip up there and take a look at it. It's about time. It's been a few weeks. So hopefully there's a bit going on. I'm ready to see some results up there. Might have been the residency as voting vid. I could see that annoying some nationalistic types. I love that video and posted it on Facebook. Oh, thank you. Residency as voting vid. Yeah. I don't feel like... Actually, I can go look. If there's a vid that has lost people, it will tell me, as long as I know what to look for. So let's go look. I feel like that one actually gained someone. And the answer is... You're right. That is a -1 vid. I lost a subscriber. Overall, that means I may have gained one. I may have lost some. No. It shows me at... I lost 2. I was at 0 and I lost 1, then I got 1, and then I lost 1. So I lost 2 and gained 1 on that video. Overall, since it came out, it is still being watched to some degree because it's not that old. So, yeah, not... You're right. That was a bad one. Let's go look at the North Palermo one is what was seemingly doing well. We'll see how depressed I get when I look at the analytics. That one has brought in 81 subscribers. Okay, that's up significantly from the 44 last time I looked. That one is doing quite well. Holy cow. Yeah, it brought in 70 subscribers today. That's... Well, there we go. I don't know what's going on with that, but fantastic, very fantastic. All right, where did I lose everybody? It's YouTube. It is YouTube. Like you got to take these things with a grain of salt. It's all over the place. The algorithm. X Liquid Dreamer. Ot1X. Hey Scott, our vacation is in 7 days. Are you available for coffee or a fun time? Or And we have a 6-year-old coming with. Even more fun. Awesome. Also, how much cash do you think we should take? We have a travel card as well, just in case. I assume travel credit card. So yeah, in a week, yeah, I should be available for coffee or something. Just let me know. I'll be in Leon. I don't have plans next week to go anywhere. I say now, who knows? But yeah, I should be around. Just hit me up. And cash, I don't know. I'm always bad with this. If you're just on vacation, it's nice to have a little bit of real cash just in case. But it's Nicaragua. It's really easy to hit the ATM, assuming you're from the U.S. or Canada, that your cards will just work. For me, typically, I travel down with $50. If I'm switching between the U.S. and Nicaragua, because there's just no need for anything else. But I have really good things in place on either side. Probably I would look at bringing several hundred, nothing crazy, but something in the minimum of 200, definitely not more than 1,000. Maybe the $600 to $800 range is really nice, where you might be able to operate with that the whole time. Don't bring money to exchange. Just bring money that you're going to use in dollars. Pull Cordoba out of the ATM for what you're going to spend here. Maybe go your first day and gauge a little bit of what you think you're going to be spending. I always get hotels and gas and rentals, and when I can, restaurants. I just do those on credit, not in cash, because you're going to get money back. You don't normally pay extra here. It's much like the United States. So you get a little bit extra protections. You don't have to carry around as much cash, blah, blah, blah. So generally I minimize the cash quite a bit, because that's how I'm going to spend, right? But like in Argentina, I was there for 2 weeks, and we really should have converted about 1,000 to 1,200. Which really shows you how little money we were spending in Argentina. I know there's a million places in Managua for photos. However, I'd prefer to support Leon business first. It's somewhere around first. It's going to be hard for me to find. I'll try to track it down. Kevin is here. Hey, everyone. Excellent Liquid Dream Auto 1X. Our flight was only $1,300 for 2 adults, 1 child, 1 stop. Great price. Very nice. So $1,300 divided by 3, or a little bit over 400 each. We're from Indiana. Not sure if you remember our planned trip and Guinness conversation. I remember all the conversations, but putting all of them together and keeping track of them, it's pretty hard. So I always know the bits. Like, none of it's a surprise, but like exactly how it all goes together is always a little bit challenging. This is some good lychee brandy stuff. I'm pleasantly surprised. It's a nice change of pace, because it's so rare to get variety. I'm sure this was not cheap. I didn't look at the price. That would have been depressing. But you know what? I feel like this light is wrong. Hold on. This light got moved for purposes other than good light. Is that better? Is that more YouTube? as they say. Well, now you guys are quiet. My wife was in meetings all day and decided she could not handle socializing on the live stream tonight, that it would just be too much. Oh no. My WhatsApp has been not working all evening. It just keeps locking up. Let's see, you don't need this. Rob Stonator says, would also love to see more of the local alcoholic coolers. Seen the beer, but not much else. I mean, there isn't a lot else, right? So there's beer, there's rum, and then this is not, right? But this is a seltzer-ish thing. We have 2 seltzer brands in country, Spark and Flor de Caña, both of which I drink on the show, but not a ton. I'm not a huge seltzer person. My wife drinks seltzers all the time. She likes it because it's lighter than beer. She's not a huge beer drinker unless it's really heavy, like a Guinness or a more Potente. Then she loves it. But when it's just just going out, wanting something light, she normally wants a seltzer, so she does that all the time. So the seltzers here are quite good, but again, the overall selection of things is lean. There's just only so much. Your wife was there, and we talked about Guinness beer and alcohol. Oh, yes. Jim's here. Hey, Jim. Thanks for all the great videos and content. Well, you're welcome. Larry says, the gentleman who asked about how much cash should donate any extra to buy Scott a coffee. That's right. Just buy any leftover. So bring like 8,000. Don't hit your 10,000 limit, but bring like 8,000. Spend whatever, and then buy me 1,000 coffees or so as you leave. All good. It's so funny. We have a friend in Nicaragua that is willing to drive. Oh, that's nice. We have on YouTube. We have on YouTube, Larry, but it wasn't 1,000. I would have remembered that. That's awesome that you have a Nicaraguan friend that's going to drive. Then you're in great shape, and it should be really cheap, right? Obviously, buy his gas. Use a credit card for that. I always do. You can use cash, of course, but why? I use cashback cards with no international fee, and that works really, really well. That's been consistently just something I'm very happy that I do that way. It works really, really well, and just makes everything easy and safe. Where are you planning on visiting? Obviously Leon, so we can hang out. But other than that, what's the itinerary? I keep forgetting to look at the camera. I'm like kind of distracted, looking all over. It's all this rose lychee. Dale says, as a single person, how would I secure a typical Nicaraguan house for electronics and other easily carried things? Would K-locks be enough in addition to the walls and wires and locking doors when not at home? So if you're just not at home, like for the evening, then those things are generally going to be just fine. It's not like people are, waiting for you to leave the house and then suddenly assaulting it with bulldozers or anything. So in many cases, that's not a problem. And as a single person, it depends where you want to live. But I think very commonly when you're single, you're going to gravitate towards probably living in a gated community just because when you're alone, that's nice, right? For a lot of reasons. If you need, emergency, you fall and you get hurt and you just need someone to call an ambulance, it's nice having someone there and not being by yourself. So lots of good reasons to be in like a gated community because they all have security, right? Even in like Ciudad Sandino and very inexpensive places, they have like full-time security guards who are hanging out there. They're not doing a ton. They don't need to, right? But they're there, and if you need anything, they're there for what you need. It's kind of like a customer service thing in a way. So, and that's how we use ours, right? And this has happened a number of times recently. I'm not here, and no one wants to deal with getting food delivery. So I'll just go out and find out how much we owe if it's from a small place. If it's Pedidos Ya, I just pay for it online. But if it's a small place, like sometimes I order empanadas from Russell, the empanada girl, right, who we're going to try to get on the show. She just does this custom delivery. It's just a guy on a motorcycle, right? He doesn't have a way to take a credit card. She doesn't have a way to take a credit card. So I just find out from her how much it's going to be. I give that cash to the security guard and just tell her, hey, the security card's going to get it for me. And so he just picks it up. And then whenever I come home or when someone gets hungry, they just go, or the security guard will come and drop it off in the house if someone's here and they just didn't want to go out. And it's super convenient, and it's like this great customer service thing, but it's also nice, like, oh my gosh, I fell and I hurt myself, or I need to empty my car and it's so full of stuff and I can't carry all these things. He runs down and helps unload the car, right? Not everybody's going to do that, right? There are limits, but that kind of stuff is really helpful, and it's nice to have someone there. So I know some people just want to live out in the country, be on their own, do their own thing, and that's fine. But for a lot of single people, being in a semi-protected space where you're not completely alone is often a really good answer. And so, for example, here in Leon, the Casa Leon community is not gated, but it feels gated. Like it has one entrance. It's hard to come into the village-ish thing from a different direction. And it has security, but they're very loose, right? It's like one or two guys. This kind of patrol a really large community, but because it's a community, everybody sees each other, and because it's middle class, everybody is at home, everyone has a job, everyone has a decent house, people are taking care of their yards. Yeah, it's super entry level middle class, right? The cheapest houses are like $145 a month. The most expensive standard ones are like $260, maybe $280. And then there's a few custom ones that would push like, over $300-400 a month if you were paying that way. But they're like just a couple. And with that, you have all these neighbors that watch your house. No one's really going to break into your house because there's neighbors looking right at them. So that does a lot, right? And doesn't require a gated community. Dale says, oh, not really interested in gated communities. I'm looking more for a cheaper place, not concerned about being the only gringo in the hood. Yeah, if you're getting into the barrio and you're really looking for a cheaper place, it depends. So my apartment, which is very much in the barrio, but a nice barrio, is gated as an apartment. Like its driveway is gated. So it's not like a security gate. It's just there's a gate on the apartment. But it creates a gated effect that your main doors, you would have to go over the fences to get at your main doors. And we really wouldn't worry there. Like, I don't want to say exactly where it is and say we don't have security on it, but there, we don't have security on it. Like that's a completely normal thing, and we would never worry about someone trying to break in there. That would take a lot of work, and there's people nearby, right? So one of the advantages to being in the barrio, if you have a colonial, you're tough, right? Those situations are hard because you're wide open. So you have to treat your courtyard as the outside world, which you can, but that means barriers at night and stuff. I hate that. I love the open, but you've got to have barriers. But if you get a non-colonial, so that rules out downtown Leon and Granada, but outside of those, even in the barrios of those, you can get a more modern house that is not open in the middle, that really can be secured. And even like this one, I know it looks like it's more open, but if we close the doors and lock them, which we do at night, the house would be extremely difficult to breach. If you wanted to throw a tear gas canister into the house, that'd be easy because the windows are just bars. But if you want to actually put a person into the house and do something, that would be really hard because you're coming through extremely tough wooden doors or coming through barred windows, and the roof is not open. The roof is all enclosed metal where it's open air, and so there's no window that you could break and come through. You'd have to come through metal bars. There's no door you could just easily kick down. They're very heavy doors. And even one of the outside doors, this one, is barred outside the door. Like, so even if you took the door off the hinges, you're not coming in. So if you have something like that, I think you're in really good shape. And you can always add some amount of security, have motion sensors and lights, make some sound. If you're in the barrio next to people, it keeps you pretty safe. Jim says the security people are great, especially at the stores. 20 quarts every now and then gets you VIP treatment, especially if you ride a motorcycle like I do. Yeah, and one of the things I was just noticing this, or just commenting on it, I should say. Obviously, I've known it for a long time. One of the things I love about Nicaragua is when I park, and it doesn't matter where I am pretty much. Like I was at Zacate Limon yesterday, yeah. And the parking spot was a little bit tight, and I was backing up. And when you park in Nicaragua, a security guard always comes and is like, yep, a little bit more, you're good. Okay, stop, you're good, And it's like, oh, that's just so convenient. In the U.S., no one ever does that. I mean, like, a nice passerby might be like, oh, dude, you got some room, go ahead. But, like, you can't bank on it. There's got to be a friendly person walking by, paying attention. But the security guards, that's like their job. Make sure you don't run into things, make it convenient. They make it a customer service thing. And so they're constantly helping you park and stuff, and it's like, and they're there. You could be like, oh, is it busy? What's a good, like, you can ask them questions. They're perfectly friendly and nice. So it's not that they're not friendly and nice in the U.S., but you don't go up and talk to security guards. But here they're totally going to engage with you and talk and stuff. Rob Stonator, if and when we move, we'll need space for the corgis and fruit trees would be nice. I mean, corgis don't take up a ton of space. Dale says, I figure after a couple of months, I'll know the neighbors well enough to trust them to say something if they see something. I mean, in general, that's going to be the case, right? Like, people want their neighborhoods to be safe, and if someone's stealing stuff, they want them caught, because everybody's at risk if someone's doing that. Get a little hydration going. And then, when it comes to parking on the streets, if you're doing street parking, often there's guys who are a little bit desperate, and they'll be out there and they just kind of watch your cars for you. And this is a little bit weird, but they watch the cars and you just tip them like 20, 30 cord when you go. And I don't know how much they actually watch your car, but they stand there and they do help direct you in and out and stuff. And it's, if your car is stolen on their watch, don't tip them, obviously. But that is a thing. It's kind of funny that it's done that way. They really are everywhere, but the tip that you're expected to give is not very large, like under $1, and people need the work. So if it makes parking a little bit more convenient and possibly it definitely makes it a little bit more safe. You are less likely to have someone, I don't know, attack you or something on the street when you're getting to your car. They're actually providing a service as far as I can tell. Randomation Studios 24X. Hey, nice to catch the live stream. I've been watching some videos because I've been looking for snacks to add to my little box I bring to work every day. A coworker asked for some from Nicaragua. Okay, well, first of all, welcome. That's awesome that you're here. So snacks from Nicaragua are a tough thing. Are they asking for brand snacks? Like, fill me in on exactly what do they do for other things, and where do you live? How do you plan to get Nicaraguan snacks so we know how to guide you on the snack situation? That's interesting. That says I'm assuming that I can find a bicycle pretty easily once I get there, considering there's so many on the streets. Yes, don't just take someone's bicycle from the street, Dale. You have to buy them. Bicycle shops are all over. You can go to places like PriceSmart and just buy them, Walmart. There's bicycle shops, people selling bicycles on Facebook or whatever, and of course you can bring them down with you. They're quite popular, but they're not like in huge abundance, but they're definitely available. I mean, everybody buys them. We'll tell you the itinerary in a few days. We're still planning. Definitely Ometepe Hot Springs, Leon Beach, San Juan del Sur, hopefully north to a few coffee farms. Managua, since we'll be flying in. All right, cool. Actually have not yet sent out the announcements for the live stream. I'm slacking. Well, partially because WhatsApp died and I forgot to open it back up. Oh, yes, I'm gonna buy. Oh, that's the bicycle. I was kidding, Dale. All right. Did WhatsApp open? It did. Let's get the word out. All right. That should get a few people watching. See if it goes up any. I'm from the U.S. She didn't really specify what she wanted, but wrote down Nicaragua bombones. So the challenge with Nicaraguan food outside Nicaragua is that there aren't like brands making Nicaraguan food. There's Nicaraguan food, but like all of our snacks here are imported from Costa Rica, El Salvador, and Honduras, mostly Honduras. And we really don't do processed food. So all of the food coming from Nicaragua is fresh, which is really good until you want to get it somewhere else. Then it's pretty hard. Branders is the one thing that you probably can find if you hunt around in the U.S. They are a Leon peanut maker, and they make some really nice peanut products, and they sponsor the new stadium. They have a big factory here in town, so that's someone to look for. But that's one of the very few actual brands coming out of Nicaragua that I can think of that you'd have a chance to potentially deal with. Genevieve, welcome, Genevieve. Good to have you here. Do they have roadside assistance if you get a flat tire? No. How do you handle that situation on a highway there? Is there a lot of mechanics and tire shops? Do you avoid long drives at night to be safe? I do not, but remember, I live here, so my situation is very different. If the question is, what do you do when you live here, or what do you do when you're on vacation, two very different things. If you're here on vacation, my general advice, and I know this doesn't apply to everyone, I'm not trying to say it does, but most of the time, don't drive. Get a driver. This is all handled. They have their own roadside assistance of whatever sort. Keep in mind the country is very small, so if you live here, you know people. You pretty much always have the option of contacting someone you know, or someone you know can contact someone that they know. So that's kind of how things tend to work. There isn't like a AAA kind of thing that you can use to have like general assistance all over. I've never seen a record. They must exist, but I've never seen one. So if I was driving and I got a flat tire, I mean, in that situation, I'd probably change my own tire. I say that. I probably wouldn't. I would call someone. I'm not generally a change of my own tire kind of guy. Like, I'm not handy. I have some skills. Those aren't them. I can change a tire in a pinch. But I did have some problems not too long ago where I got stuck in the middle of the night in the darkness, and I'm like, oh, the car wouldn't start in the middle of the road, and everything was dead. Luckily, some locals ran out and helped me push start it. They're like, oh, we'll help you, and I'm like, all right, because I can't see anything, and the car could go off the road if I'm pushing, like, because it was pitch darkness. Like, I was using my phone to see the road. It was so bad. Things happen. Very rarely are you stranded in Nicaragua. If you're coming from like the US or Canada, you're used to wide open spaces that don't exist here. They could, but you'd really be somewhere weird. The places you would actually drive, generally there's going to be people around and mechanics. And so nearly always in Nicaragua, someone can come get you because you're never that far. So that's often what we do. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's kind of like if you're driving around a little village and you said, well, what do you do at night if your tire goes? Why don't you just get out and walk somewhere? Really? Everything's that close? Well, you're in the village. It's kind of how Nicaragua feels. Like, everything is pretty close. And there's, cell service everywhere. And, basically. So, no, I don't avoid long drives at night for that reason. I do like to not drive at night because visibility is poor. Lots of reasons to not want to drive at night. I don't avoid it. I drive at night all the time. I just don't like it as much, and not a big deal. I have not had to deal with a flat yet, but normally I would call someone. In many cases, I would just stay wherever I am, stay somewhere close, have someone come get me. Taxis will go anywhere. There's like public transportation stuff everywhere. Push your car to the side of the road. Should be fine. Locals will help you push it somewhere if you need to. There are tire shops and mechanics all over the place. You're not going to get one in the middle of the night. So obviously, if you're driving in the middle of the night, you only have one car. You're taking some chances, as you always do, on inconvenience. I was once driving through Rocky Top, North Carolina. Is that the right? Rocky Mount? North Carolina? Anyway. And, blew a tire and got stuck overnight. Had to get a hotel. Like, these things happen in the U.S. too. I had 24-hour assistance, but all it did was get me to a place that was closed. It's not like I could get on the road in the morning. So the roadside assistance wasn't a big deal in that case. In many cases, I don't know if I've ever had roadside assistance that actually made a big difference. You know what's weird? Is when I remember when I was a kid, we had to use AAA all the time. And now that I'm older, I'm like, why would I ever need that? Like, it never comes up. Knock on wood. Everything is relatively inexpensive here, so there's almost always a solution. Normally we call someone who's local, right? I might call I call the family if they're home and I'm not. I might call Marcella, she would know someone. I would call our handyman, he would know someone. I'd call, someone in our ecosystem would be like, oh yeah, no, we know someone, or someone would jump in a car and come get me. Because what's the farthest I could be within reason? The farthest places are, I could be at the Costa Rican border. Like, no one's going to come get me in another country. But if I was in Nicaragua near the border, that's only 4 hours. If I was up on the Honduran border, that's only 2 hours. If I was over in Matagalpa or Esteli, that's only 4 hours. But if I was in any of those places, if I was in Esteli, if I was in Matagalpa, right, any of those places, I would just get a hotel and deal with it with the local city. Just have a taxi get me if I'm in the zone. So it's only if I'm in the countryside in between places that it would ever come up at all. And in those cases, there would very likely be someone who would stop by and just help you and be like, look, we know someone, let's push it over here, let's do this thing. And you should be fine. I'm bringing my cushy seat and handlebar extension. I'm 6'4", but leaving the bike here. Bombones are lollipops. I don't even know of Nicaraguan lollipops. Is that weird? I can't think of any. Dale says, fly down and buy snacks while you see the country. That is an option. Buy a bunch of the fresh stuff, like as you get off the plane. You could get into the airport. They'll sell fresh made stuff right there. Just jump right back on the plane and you're good to go. Do cigars count as snacks? They do. They do. Random Nation Studios. Yeah, I've noticed while looking around for the past few days, it's actually cool how most of the stuff is fresh. But for my box, I have been looking at the brands that you've shown, like Diana and Yummies. Yeah, those are good, but none of them are Nicaraguan. That's the thing. It's what we eat in Nicaragua, but they're not Nicaraguan snacks. Diana is Salvadoran and Yummies is Honduran. So those make good, like, what's it like in Nicaragua examples. But if you really want to be like, it's Nicaragua Day, here's things made in Nicaragua, Brander's is literally the only one that I think must sell in the United States, and I don't even know. I'm just assuming that they do. I'm going to look on Amazon and see if I can find it. If you can, I will... those are not the things I was thinking. Planters Peanuts, yeah. Search on Brander's and lesser brands come up, unfortunately. Speaking of, I think I have a thing of nuts in here. Genevieve says, would you caution a woman from walking around at night? Is it safe for a solo woman traveler? Latin America isn't always considered the safest, and neither is all of the USA. So you're correct. A lot of Latin America I would caution against, and a lot of America I would caution against. Nicaragua, of all places, is going to be, right, let's preface this, no place is completely safe for solo women travelers. No place is completely safe for anyone, but we all know what we're talking about. Women have it less safe when doing anything. Walking around at night as a solo woman always carries some amount of risk. Of places that you might go within the Western Hemisphere, Nicaragua and probably like Argentina carry the lowest possible risk. They are likely to be lower risk than Canada or pretty much anywhere else you're going to consider. Obviously much lower risk than the United States. Nicaragua specifically takes violent crime very seriously, but not specifically more seriously than like the US in just the general violent crime. But when it comes to crimes against women, violent crime against women, nobody takes it as seriously as Nicaragua. Some places like Argentina manage to be safer by just being generally safer. They're not specifically safer for women. They're just safer in a Argentina's really freaking safe kind of way. Nicaragua's also really safe, but it very specifically has, like, if you were as a solo woman, or even not, to be assaulted on the street, if a man was assaulted, he would call the police and the police would respond. If a woman is assaulted on the street, the police will respond with an additional women's violent crime unit who has special powers to protect and prosecute, and their ability to capture someone is much higher. Like, they just have more latitude to protect you and to make it scary to have hurt you. Nicaragua takes women's safety to a degree I know of nowhere else that does. They rank up there with women's rights with places like Denmark and Norway and Sweden, but doesn't have some of the weird, creepy stuff that happens in the Nordic countries. So in many ways, it's a leading place for that. So as a female traveler looking at Latin America, for sure, Nicaragua has got to be at the absolute top of your list. That doesn't mean I would say, hey, you should walk around at night alone. It's awful that ever you have to warn someone about that, but that's just sad reality of humanity. But I know women who walk around often drunk in places now, especially places like Leon are very, very safe. Places like Managua, it's going to be less safe. But if you're in Managua in like Los Robles, you can totally walk around alone at night, drinking, partying. Like you don't have to worry about it at all. But in general, walking around like random Managua, you'd want to be a bit more cautious. Walking around San Juan del Sur, you'd want to be a bit more cautious. Granada, you're mostly okay in the downtown area. They've done a ton. There was a stretch that until recently we'd be like, ooh, even though it looks like it's part of the tourist area, it's dark. They totally changed that in the last 2 years, and now it's brightly lit, beautiful parks, people everywhere. So Granada has really, in the tourist areas downtown, eliminated that. As you get out of that, it does start to get a little bit worse. But you should, of all places, feel, if you're going to feel confident anywhere, this is where you should feel confident. And if you're looking for the safest option within the country, Leon prides itself on being the safest city in the safest country in northern Latin America, and possibly the safest city of anywhere in all of Latin America, and one of the safest in all of the Americas. Like, it is a safe city. Notice while looking around, would you caution walking around at night? Do the chicken buses run at night? No. They do run in the dark. They don't run at night. Could you flag down one of those if you're stuck in the country with car trouble? Yeah, so you can totally flag one down. That's not a problem. And you can flag down, like, this isn't the U.S. You can hitchhike, right? Like, that's totally safe, and people do all the time. Not like they used to, but they really do all the time. And those are people will pick you up if you're stranded. That's real. So yeah, there's the chicken buses, there's the Uka buses. If they've let some, they're often full. They can be tough. Chicken buses, I think, run until like 8 or 9 in many cases. There can always be a bus coming by for some reason, so always keep an eye out for them. But people coming down the road, like, there's light traffic 24/7 all over the country because there aren't that many roads, right? If you're driving on a dirt path in the middle of nowhere, okay. Normal people don't do that. If you're like going somewhere in the country, someone is going to pick you up if that's what you need. That is, and we have no dangerous animals, right? You're not going to be hunted by a bear. You're not going to be hunted by a bunch of poisonous snakes. You're not going to be, you're not going to be walking along and like some animal going to grab you, right? Oh my gosh, that vicious sloth chased me down the road. Right? What are you afraid of from the wild? We don't have scary wild creatures here. Like, that's funny. It's something I would not have expected moving from the United States, because I grew up where the outside was scary. And I lived in Romania, as we talked about. Like, we had to lock our doors at night. And you'd be like, why? Like, I thought there was no crime. They're like, yeah, there's no crime by humans. And you're like, what do you mean? It's like the bear tried to get into your house. And you're like, what is that? They're like, no, it's a real thing. Like, seriously, lock your doors. And you're like, dear Lord. Okay. But I grew up in a part of New York where I took the trash out. I ran into a bear, right? I grew up in Western New York, not like up in the mountains. I grew up in, not that far from the Canadian border, near Toronto, near Niagara Falls. That's where I'm from. And yeah, bear in our yard, that was a thing. I remember looking out the school bus as a kid, seeing a bear running along with the school bus. And I've been followed by owls hiking late at night. And here, no, your biggest danger is tripping and falling over uneven pavement and falling into a ditch. That's the real fear. Have a flashlight. That's the biggest thing. Is make sure you have a flashlight that lasts a long time and is good and bright. That's by far the most important thing. And obviously your cell phone, right, with some way to charge it. Have you or your wife danced reggaeton together yet? Have we danced it today? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, all the time. I've heard you say they are always playing it loudly. Yeah, no, we go dancing. We kind of go through phases. Sometimes we'll go dancing a lot, and then sometimes we won't for a while. And then quite often we go dancing without each other as well. There's a lot of times that I'm like, look, I'm old and tired. I really want, and this is what I'm going to do tonight, right? As soon as the live stream is done, most of you know this, but anyone who's on my live stream regularly pretty much knows it's going to come to the end of the night, and I'm going to be texting my kids, and I'm like, fire up the computer. We're playing video games for the next 3 hours, because my day ahead of the live stream is my busiest day of the week, and I go crazy. And then as soon as it's done, I'm heading over to the game room, which is just right there. And it's this room, then there's a bathroom right there, and then our game room. And it's just a big TV and a big computer, and we have a couch, and my kids and I just sit in there and play video games together, mostly every night, like 2 to 3 hours every night. That's what I do. So a lot of nights I'll be like, I don't want to go out and deal with people. I'm tired, and I need time with my kids. You go out, because when she has the energy to go out, she needs to go. And often she's just going out with friends, and I'm like, I want to see people, but I'm busy. Like, life is busy. So I'll go play with the kids, and she'll go out. And she'll go out with, like, Marcella, who's probably watching the show. Hey, Marcella. They'll go out dancing. Here in Leon, they'll go to 23 Bar. And I like going to 23 Bar, too. But, it's warm. It's loud. I have a good time, but they go more often than I do. But sometimes I go out. Sometimes I, go places with other people, and just we go, depends where we are, what we're doing. But reggaeton is a pretty common thing to go out dancing, and we also do salsa dancing. Tomorrow we are going to the Simple Beach Lodge, live music. So generally not dancing, but not that long ago, we went, and so did Marcella, and so did Ida, who was on the video with Larry at the baseball stadium. That's who that was. We all went to the Simple to go reggaeton dancing, because there's reggaeton every Tuesday, all night at the Simple. Oh, Janet's leaving. Wow, I wish I could stay, but I need to leave for a class again. Be back later. Bye, Janet. Glad you're here. So yeah, it's a pretty regular thing for us to go dancing, at least one type or another, but generally reggaeton, because that's the thing. Great tip, Dale. Whoa, that's awesome. I'm pretty sure that's about women's safety. E. Garcia, I tried hitchhiking once between Managua and Leon. It was an adventure when I was a teenager. Yeah, I'm sure that's an adventure. It's really not that far. If you think about it, it's the full drive is under 2 hours. It depends where you're actually getting it. If I was hitchhiking, like, in Managua, I'd be like... But if I was out of Managua, once I'm in, like, Ciudad Sandino, I think I'd be pretty comfortable hitchhiking from there. If I was at Cuesta El Plomo, that's just hard to get someone to pull over without getting hit. Like, it would be safe from a people perspective, dangerous from a traffic perspective. I guess if you're at Los Brasiles, west of Barrio Cuba, you could potentially hitchhike there before Plomo, or anywhere from Ciudad Sandino on. As long as you have a flashlight and good visibility that people don't hit you, then you could get picked up along there and feel really confident riding in. If you speak Spanish, it's really easy. If you don't speak Spanish, it's a little bit awkward, because it's like, why are you hitchhiking? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. But all you have to do is say, like, Leon. And the nice thing about a place so small like Nicaragua, if you're on the west side of Managua and you're heading out, like, those cars are going to Leon. They can't be like, we're not going to Leon. Of course you're going to Leon, right? What else is out here? If you're not going to Leon, you're going towards Leon. Take me as far as you can. But yeah, hitchhiking, definitely a safe thing here. And especially, people think like, oh, hitchhiking is so dangerous. There are not people driving around hoping to find hitchhikers to, like, murder them. Do you know how much effort that would take? That is so ridiculous. If you wanted to murder people, you would just drive around at night and not pay really close attention, and you would just run over random people all the time. Like, if that's what you wanted to do, there's way less likely to get caught ways than bothering to pick up. It would take you a month of driving around to find a hitchhiker to try to murder. And it's dangerous. They might murder you, right? Like, oh, I pulled a knife on this hitchhiker. Oh, wait, I was driving. I forgot. And they were paying closer attention, and they shivved me. It's just not an effective way to abduct someone. But if you just want to run them over, you can just do so and just be like, oh, sorry, they crossed without looking. And people will be like, yeah, they do that. I just grabbed the microphone instead of my drink. How much of this 3% alcohol drink have I had? Well, about 2/3. Which means I'm 2% alcohol. Dale says, referring back to the question about air conditioning vans, are the UCA buses air conditioned? No. Nor do you want them to be, honestly. It's 17 people in a small van that has to stop regularly, so it would never get cold. The air conditioning would never make a difference, and you'd be super unhappy. But because they keep the windows open, one, it doesn't smell like sweat because it's not a bunch of people in like sardines. It doesn't feel like that. It's fresh air whipping by you at really good, it's changing out the air every few seconds in that thing. Honestly, and unless you're going to Chinandega because it's just so much hotter, Going around Nicaragua in the UCA buses, it's completely comfortable, at least for me. So I'm a person, I'm a little bit different than most. I cool down from air movement far more than other people. So as long as I have good wind going on, I can take temperatures much warmer than most people, which is not what you would guess. But if I can't get air movement, if I'm in a spot with stagnant air and it's like especially humid, even if it's 65 degrees, I will start to sweat. And so I'm really affected by air movement. I'm really affected by humidity, but I'm not really affected by heat, which is not normal, but there are, physics easy to explain. And I have a really low body temperature, which is part of it. And at least for me, when I'm on those buses, even on the hottest days, as long as they're moving, if they get stuck in traffic and you're just like, oh, this is hot. But as soon as they start going, they're moving at a good 90 kilometers an hour all the time. And sometimes 130. That's a lot of wind because it's all these windows open. And I try to sit towards the window if I can. I don't make a big deal about it. And you just kind of lean towards the window. You're getting a lot of wind. Like, you're comfy. It's not a big deal, at least for me. So, yeah, I think it's way better having fresh air on the UCA buses than having air conditioning, like by orders of magnitude. It would be better. And just like I had guessed, I just went and checked the numbers on subscribers for the day, and it's right back to the peak. Are they the same people and they just got recounted because of weird database things? Or did a bunch of people leave and a bunch of people join? Heaven only knows. But now I don't feel so depressed. I will pretend it is the same people who came back. And they're like, we didn't actually leave. What are you talking about? Yes, but we do need to get new members in our subscriptions. We don't really need any more, but it would be fantastic if anybody's interested. If you haven't heard us talk about it, we have the new membership system, and we have 10 members, of which we have a few on right now. Say hi, everybody. If you see people like Dale or Robstinator who are in green and have a little star next to them, it means that they're channel members, and it's a subscription to help support the channel. We're going to be doing a secret private specialty group that people can talk to each other, and actually this week was going to be the perfect time because I had to ban someone this week, and I was like, I wish we had the super secret group set up so I could go and have a conversation before I banned them and be like, what do you guys think? Here's why I think we need to ban them. Here's what I think is going on, and have like a reasonable, good conversation about it. Because I really hate banning people in a vacuum. The reality is I need to ban people a lot more aggressively. Like, I'm way too much like, no, everybody should have a voice. No, they really shouldn't, unfortunately. And it's not so much that they say things that are so terrible, it's that they so often are trying to be manipulative or trying to cause a problem. And so it's... like, sometimes I'm like, I know this person's going to be a problem. And sometimes Janet's like sending me messages. Oh, no, watch out for this person. I'm like, I know. But because of the type of topics we have, quite often it kind of encourages once in a while some bad behavior. And sometimes we have to be a little bit like, okay, we have rules for these reasons. This is what. And sometimes it's like, oh, that's over the line. Please don't talk about that. And people are like, oh, cool. And sometimes it's like people like obviously trying to like bait conversations or sneak things in, like forcing an argument to try to be able to advertise a point. And it's like, okay, that's not cool, right? Like, that's just not something that really, like, it's just toxic, right? There's no upside to keeping them in the community. They're only there to cause problems. They're not there for honest stuff. Dale says, so curious who. I never remember people's names. Like, honestly, like, I really hate that I cannot remember who's who by name. It is tough, but especially people who don't post that much, and it's just like, this. But it was, they had posted something and were basically threatening me. And Gooch jumped on and was like defending me. And I'm like, well, that's awesome, but I hate that he has to do that. And I saw it on a computer behind me, right? So I generally have a video. Oh, it's not there. I generally have a video game laptop behind me. I say that, not for playing video games, for making video games. I have an editing station. And sometimes I'm checking stuff on there. And the comment came up on there. And it was super aggressive. And it was like basically accusing me if I didn't have proof of something I couldn't possibly have proved, had nothing to do with me. If I didn't have this, it meant these things. And it was like really obnoxious and clearly dishonest. And like, that wasn't cool. And Gooch Gooch is like, what are you talking about? And defended me. And then I went to try to respond. And I couldn't find it. And I was doing searches and it wasn't coming up. And so I think YouTube banned him. I think. Because when that happens, I don't know. I checked all of my quarantines and it wasn't in there, which means they didn't. So either he deleted it himself, that's an option, or YouTube banned it. Those are the only two possibilities for me not to be able to see it. So if you post something mean enough, YouTube will not give me the discretion to look at it. But there can be a moment when they haven't caught it yet. So it came up on one computer, but I didn't keep it because I was going to respond on my desktop. And so I try not to read nasty comments before I'm ready to respond because I want a moment to stop and think. And oh my gosh, thank you, Larry. Welcome, Larry, number 11 to our membership club. Boom, 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 boom. So I want to be able to, read it, feel attacked or offended or anger or concern or whatever. I want to have, there's an emotion, right? I'm not being like, argh. But you know what I mean? Like you feel an emotion, and I want to be able to respond well with a keyboard and think it through, not read it and fester on it and then be upset emotionally, right? I don't know if you guys know, but like I bear a lot of emotional baggage when someone's upset on the channel. If I know that they're a troll and it's all fake, it's like, I don't care. But when you don't know and you just think so, then you're like, well, maybe this person's honestly confused or doesn't understand and you want to explain it, or you don't want other people to read it and think I'm not responding because he's making up these things or whatever. So I really want to address it well. Hey, Chris, while I'm talking, if you look just below, if you're on a computer, if you're on a TV, I have no idea. But if you're on awesome. Christine as well. If you're on a computer and you look at the live stream, just under the video, it should be my little circle with my orange beard on the left, and then next to it is the thing that says join, and then it should say subscribed. I assume you guys are subscribed. And then sometimes there's other buttons for different things. That join button is the membership thing. It's $4.99 a month. Technically, you get like some stickers and things, and we're still adding those. We're just at our first Larry was number 11 as far as I know. It doesn't always show it to me for a day, so there could have been someone who snuck in that I don't know. But we're going to be putting together a Nica Habla super secret membership group where all the members can talk to each other, and that's like the big thing. Obviously, the big thing is supporting the channel. It's basically a donation, so thank you very much. But we're going to have this group so that you guys can talk to me and each other directly in real time all the time on our super secret, very secure Nica Habla channel, which is more secure than anything, right? It's more secure than Telegram. It's more secure than Signal. It's really, really good. So it's a cool place to talk to each other. You can also use it for all the regular things. It's Nica Habla. It's free to the public when it's a normal channel. It's just this one group on Nica Habla is secret for the group. I'm going to be making a video, I really hope in the next 48 hours, with instructions on how to join Nica Habla. I did the one on how to use the Nica Espresso today, which is just the bus, right? Totally unrelated, but that needed to get done as well. But then you get like stickers and stuff. But in the super secret group, we can discuss things that people want. And if there's something that someone comes up with, like, oh, this would be great if we got I don't know what you get, like icons and stickers. There's some things that YouTube gives us the power to do. I'm totally down for that stuff. I'm just not very knowledgeable about it, and we'll figure it out. But that little join button on a computer, I think if you're on a phone, it's there too. I think it's only when you're on TV that there isn't an obvious join button. And that will do it. Larry says, is that $10,000 per year for a life to be a member? Lobster dinners nightly and free worldwide airline tickets. Yeah, we need like special member perk things, which maybe we can come up with in the future. That would be cool. I don't know what those would be. We'd have to figure that out. But yeah, it's just $4.99 a month. It's not meant to be a big thing. The background for Chris and Christine is YouTube gave us a bunch of pressure and offered us a bit of money to try out the system. And oh, there we go. Robsonator's got it. Oh, those are kind of cool. I didn't realize those were there. Neat. Plus, you turn green like Robsonator, and you get the little star, and then you get apparently those things as well as some other stuff. YouTube is like, for everyone who joins up, YouTube just gives me $10, and which I've never seen any of that, but in theory they do it, and they paid us $1,000 to turn it on. So, okay, like I have to turn it on. So since they did that, we're doing our best to make it meaningful, because I resisted it as long as I could. I'm like, I really don't want to do this. I'm not clear how the membership will be any value to anybody. Like, that just seems weird, but it's also kind of cool, and it's amazing how many people have already signed up. So I'm like, thank you. That's so awesome. It's such a vote of confidence, I think, that it's really, really cool. Yeah, Dale was going to ask about Nicaragua. Yeah, I'm almost ready. So curious who. Oh, that was that. Yeah, a fan or a breeze is much better than stagnant but colder air. Oh, for sure. And quite often outdoors we just use a fan. Gotcha, like the buses in Jamaica. Genevieve says, do the nightclubs have AC? Is there glamorous clubs or all small nightclubs? Off the top of my head, I can't think of any that have AC. No, I think Twani has AC. I have not been in Twani. I'm not cool enough. I'm not Twani enough to be in that one. But almost always, due to the nature of nightclubs, you're not going to have AC, but there are definitely ones. There was one here in Leon that was air conditioned. It went out of business probably because of their electric bill. But they are now one of the China stores downtown. But I have been in there when the AC was on. It's like, it does exist, and it's increasingly become a thing because the cost of electricity is dropping in the country. Like, it used to be insane. Now it's kind of normal. Like El Convento has added air conditioning at the restaurant. Barbaro has added air conditioning at the restaurant. Twins just added air conditioning at the restaurant. Desperados is talking about putting in air conditioning at the restaurant. It'll be the first one on the beach, possibly on any beach. I don't think that's actually true, but it's very rare. Even at like Valero, there's none. So it's very uncommon still to have air conditioning for anything, but it's starting to be a thing that people are like, what would be nice? Air conditioning, right? Because, it's kind of hot here. So the idea that you might not want to sweat all the time is like, that would be cool. But nightclubs obviously get a lot warmer than other places. So normally the bulk of nightclubs are going to be a lot of fans and well-managed airflow, but not air-conditioned, typically. I don't know of any in like the Los Robles area, which is the big club district. I don't know of any that are air-conditioned in there. Actually, that's not true. Embassy may have an air-conditioned portion, but it's not the dance club. It's like where you sit and watch the people dance. But like 23 Bar, the big one here, is not air-conditioned. Gecko's, the giant Cumbia Bar downtown, just added an air-conditioned patio. I've not made it out there yet. I'm really looking forward to that because it's a great place, and having air conditioning there will be fantastic. How does that play into other things? I don't know. But it's not really a club. It's a Cumbia Bar, which is club-ish. It's not like reggaeton. It's Cumbia, right? So it tends to be the 40 and over set. Who want to go with their spouse and kids, and when the band music hits, that they're up and dancing around with it. So you get a lot of people dancing, but it's not a club kind of setting. I don't know if like Candyland is air conditioned. I don't know if is it Chichen Itza might be air conditioned. The Reef is not air conditioned. They're super expensive. I'm sure people will come up with some examples in Managua. Nothing in the mountains is going to be air conditioned, but like Matagalpa has got some cool ones that are like up on a hill in the middle of downtown, so it's pretty nice weather. I've not gotten to go dancing there. I want to go do that. I think those would be pretty cool. But Wait, do the malls and bowling alleys in Managua have AC? So the bowling alley at Escape is air conditioned. The mall at so Metro Centro and the Gallerias, the two high-end malls, are not air conditioned because they're open air. Like there's no way to air condition them. They are completely open. So they have really good airflow. Like I never go there and worry about and go, oh, I needed air conditioning. It does not feel that way at all. So it's really not a big deal. But if you are at Plaza Inter, which is north near the lake, very close to Plaza Nicaragua, that is not nearly as fancy a mall as Gallerias or Metro Centro, but it is air conditioned. That really caught me off guard that was air conditioned because you would never guess it from the outside. And then you go in and you're like, this is cold. Like, what is going on? It's definitely the lower end of the three big malls. But the bowling alley, definitely air conditioned. I will have to bring like 10 portable mini fans with me when I visit. It's a warm country, like it just is. You will be warm, but because everyone's warm, it really is a different experience. But if you're going to live here, like if you visit Genevieve, the thing that I say a lot is be aware that it's going to hit you, that this is the tropics, right? And it's warm all the time, but it's an even temperature year round. So once you acclimate, you get really used to it, and it's like you start literally forgetting about it much of the time. And yeah, it's warm, but and yeah, you're gonna sweat some, but everyone's sweating some. It is completely normal, and no one thinks about it. No one's like, oh, you're sweaty? Why are you sweaty? Right? It's like, oh, everyone's sweating some, which yeah, it's not as nice as if everyone wasn't sweating some, but for me, I think it's way better because I don't sweat that much more here than I did in like New York. But in New York, I was the only person who got sweaty because we'd be in a situation where there's no air movement or whatever. And I'd be like, oh, I'm a little bit sweaty. But here, everyone's a little bit sweaty, but I'm not any more sweaty because there's more air movement. It's just warmer, so I'm about the same. So weird, I know, but I really find that it's not as significant as people think. But when we first moved here, whoa, right? When I was here in 2019 and I went to San Juan del Sur for 10 days, it was hot. Now, if I did that same trip, I might need a jacket. But not really. But it would not be warm at all. I do all kinds of things and think nothing of the heat. I was just in Managua for a couple days. Not once did I ever have to think about the heat. I could be in jeans. I could be in long sleeve shirts. I don't most of the time, partially because I don't own that many, so I don't want to be wearing them, and I don't like wearing heavy things unnecessarily. And people expect you to be like, I'm a foreigner, so me being in shorts is just normal. But quite often I will go out in jeans or whatever, and it's no problem because I get used to it. And my wife says the same thing. She goes out in pants and whatever, and here's the air-conditioned mall. I just happened to stumble upon it on the map. Once you realize that it's like in the 80s all the time, it's like, oh, that's not that hot. It's just I came from somewhere that it wasn't the 80s, and there's a shock to that, but it's really not that bad. Besides the ocean, what areas do you recommend for fishing? So I don't fish. I don't know if there's really anywhere I would fish other than the oceans. I know some people fish in some of the rivers, maybe up in the mountains, like where the rivers are coming from a bit. But I wouldn't do a lot of fishing, and definitely not in Xochitlan at all. Like that would not be good. You can fish in Lago Cocibolsa, that's Lago Nicaragua, but there isn't very much that you would want from there. I believe, you're going to have to check with someone, I believe you can go fishing at Apenas, and that area is beautiful. So if you're allowed to fish up there, because it's a man-made reservoir, but it's used heavily as a water and power source, I think you're fine going there and fishing. I think you're allowed to. And that would just be a beautiful spot. It's so lovely. and so different from most of Nicaragua. Like, you'll go there and be like, this is not what I was expecting. And I have a really good episode, in my own estimation, of Lago de Apenas that we went to a year and a half ago with Camille. And that's where we discovered the 4x4 mud racing up in the mountains. Like, that was such a cool trip, such a cool discovery up there that well, I'm going to link it here. That is Apenas. I hope. No, it's not. It did the thing where it wouldn't update the... copy link. See if I can get rid of this. There we go. Here's the real one. There we go. That is Apenas, and you can find some cool things up there to do. It's just a beautiful area, and the weather's cool. So very pleasant for spending the day fishing, for going hiking. It's just outside Jinotega, so you can go see that city, which is really cool. It's up in the mountains. So yeah, I think that's a good one. Oh, I'm from Miami. This is Genevieve. I know heat. I don't go outside until the sun starts going down. Lol. I'd probably do the same there. So yeah, a lot of people do that. If you find Miami too hot, this will be pretty warm. We are cold when we're in Miami, typically. A lot of people avoid the sun during the day. That's kind of normal. We don't siesta here like in Spain. I used to live in Spain, and the siesta thing is real. What's funny is in English, we use siesta as a verb and a noun. Like, I took a siesta, I'm going to siesta. In Spanish, there is no verb for siesta. It's only a noun. It's I'm going to sleep a little and take a siesta or whatever. But I have decided that I'm introducing siestar into the vocabulary and have conjugated it for all the verbs. And yo siesto, tu siestas, vos cestas, él va a cestar, él ceste, I'm sorry, it'd be él cesta, and cestamos, we are napping, cestieron, they napped. Like, I've got this down. It's a real word at this point, so I encourage you to use siesta as a verb. And then when Spanish speakers look at you like you're crazy, just act like they don't know their own language. Genevieve says, can you do videos of homes for rent in the uppity areas of Managua? I love your videos where you show homes and residencias. I would love to do that. I don't know how easy that is to do. It would be really cool to do that. That would be so much fun. We have to find people who want to show us their houses. To be able to do that. Like, it's a bit challenging, and like, I just don't know people who have the houses to be like, yeah, come film my place. So I really need people in Managua who are watching the show to be like, oh, we know somebody, let's talk them into showing you their house. In Leon, it's a little bit easier because I know people, but up there, it's tough. I love siestas. Way to go improving the Spanish language. I never siesta, though. Yeah, I never siesta either. I see people selling tilapia on the CA1, on the Pan American, about 1 hour north of Managua. So that is an hour north of Managua on the one. So that's coming out of, yeah, that's the road coming out of there. I think I have heard that there is tilapia in Apenas. So that would make sense. Al Perry is here. You're doing a job tonight. What's your thoughts on Tola? So I never really spent time in Tola. So what thoughts are you looking for on it is the first thing. Are you looking at a vacation, or are you looking at a place to live? Do you mean Tola proper, or do you mean the beach area that associates with Tola? For those who don't know, Tola is the kind of major-ish village that is west of Rivas, halfway between the lake and the ocean. A lot of the beaches along there, especially things like El Gigante and the famous Esmeralda region, Iguana, Rancho Santana, Popoyo all tend to be part of the Tola region. So it's the other big area like San Juan del Sur. So San Juan del Sur has its own grouping of beaches that basically are all accessed from San Juan del Sur and its roads, which is Route 16 and 72, aka the Chocolate. That includes places like Morgan's Rock at San Lorenzo, Maderas, Marsella, Nacascolo, San Juan proper, Talanguera, Hermosa, Yankee, Coco, and those, right? And then there's a gap where there really isn't a whole lot going on in Rivas. And then you get into the Tola region, which has the other ones that I mentioned. San Juan del Sur tends towards smaller individual houses, and Tola tends towards a little bit more wild with some really big, expensive, exclusive resorts. They're a bit more isolated. For me, both regions are things that I'm not too interested in. I don't tend to go to that whole region. And Tola has the new airport out there, as with the new airport several years ago that now basically does nothing, the Costa Esmeralda airport that was built for the resort that failed out there a number of years ago. But there's a number of resorts out there, Hacienda Iguana, Rancho Santana, and so forth. And then at the north end of all that is Popoyo, which is the main other beach of Rivas, which has just tons of expats, and but a little bit different vibe for sure than San Juan del Sur. So for me, all of that area is so touristy, so expat-y, so enclavey that it's got some really cool stuff for sure. And like Rancho Santana, like obviously that's amazing, but it's not the vibe I'm looking for in normal life. I don't want $400, $500 per night hotels in the middle of things. It's just, it's not who I am. Can I handle going there? Yes. Is the food good? Yes. Am I going to be like, this is luxurious? Yes. But that's not my vibe. Living in Nicaragua, it is not for Nicaraguans, and doesn't, for me, such a huge portion of why I live somewhere, why I travel somewhere, is the cultural experience. I want to be part of the culture, whether it's I'm just visiting and I would just want to learn a little bit, or I'm living somewhere and I want to acclimate and be part of it. It is, it's a very different thing that I'm looking for. That doesn't mean that you don't ever want to go someplace nice or someplace fancy or someplace even American just to, have that break. So yesterday, 2 days ago, I was at the DoubleTree in Managua, which gives you a very American experience, but it's also right in Managua. So it isn't that American. It's an American kind of vibe, but it's, it's all Nicaraguans staying there, almost all. And there's still quite a bit of Nicaragua going on, so it's kind of halfway. But we like getting away and having a little bit of that American feel for the kids from time to time, and they just enjoy the change. So that whole Tola region, I don't tend to go down to. I need to go down and spend some time, drive around, film some stuff, show some different areas, just because we don't really show it on the show very often, and it would be good to show, and there's definitely good stuff to discover and restaurants to find, and those areas have great things too, but I don't sit around going, oh, that's where I want to go this weekend. When I'm making my list of all the places I want to visit, they don't make the cut, partially because I live on the ocean, so the fact that they have coast it's like, but they have beautiful beaches. I live on a beautiful beach. I don't need to go see another one. It doesn't mean I don't like another one. I just, that's not a huge draw. It's the same ocean I have a view of, just a little ways down the beach. So that's kind of my take on Tola. Larry says, Las Colinas, Los Robles, all the homes have huge walls and gates, hard to see anything. Yeah, I've walked some of that area, but there's very little to see when I'm walking. We've got to get invites. I would love to actually get into some houses, have some people be like, we have this cool apartment, we have this cool, you know, house or estate or quinta or whatever, and go in and film the whole thing and show off, you know, lifestyles of everything, right? Normal Nicaragua, affluent Nicaragua, enclave Nicaragua, integrated Nicaragua, all those things, mountains, beaches. I would love to do that all over. We need to get invites. Like, I just don't know who to ask to have the right access to things. But that would be super fun. And I like showing just like, here's how we furnish, here's, you know, how we entertain for dinner, those kinds of things. They're interesting. It's a deeper dive into things. Oh yeah, Macul Resort built Esmeralda Airport. Carlos Pelas built Macul for $250 million. They got closed because of COVID. Was it because of COVID? I could have sworn they were already closed when I was here in 2019, but maybe not. I remember looking at it and being like, this is so cool. It was such a neat thing. And then when we, as soon as I had looked at it, it was gone. And it was like, holy cow, that was the biggest investment I've ever seen just vanish. And some people tried to tell me that it's back or something, but when you go to their website, it's like, I guess the website now says 2024, but it's always like, is this just a dead website that keeps updating itself with a date? I guess not. Larry, is it possible that it's back open again? Because they're at least posting articles on the place, and you know, but they've always kept the website going as if it was open, even long after it had closed and been closed for a long time. This is a major problem in Nicaragua, that every business leaves things looking open, so that when you go to do anything, you're like, oh, this website is looking up to date, but when you actually try to do anything, it's not. Okay, rooms at Mukul starting on, let's see, November 20th, $640 per night. November 27th, $736 per night. These seem pricey. 2-night minimum stay. So your minimum is just over $1,100 on the cheapest days. Wow, that's something. Hard to believe that. Mukul is open. It is $500 per day resort. They sell quarter share memberships. I see. It definitely looks nice from the pictures, right? Like, it always looked really cool. I don't know how much I would want to invest into a place that opened, made a big deal, and then was closed for a long time. That's an expensive place to be throwing money at that could just vanish overnight like that. It's 1,670 acres. And how do you get there? Their airport is closed. I mean, I'm sure it's amazing, right? I remember looking at it a long time ago, and it was like, oh, wow. That's, you know, if you think about $500, $600, $700, $800 per night, normally that's probably really nice. But when you're in Nicaragua and everything is, you know, the standard is 1/3 the price, right? Buying power is triple here. Those numbers are truly mind-blowing. I once stayed at Marina del Sol, and that was $450 a night years ago, and that was pretty nice. Have you or your kids, this is down to Chris Fry, have you or your kids done the volcano boarding in Leon? My wife and eldest daughter did. They won tickets one time to do that, and so went and did it and had a really nice time. They said it was pretty cool. They recommend doing it. They had a lot of fun. And my daughter hiked up the mountain, and she's very proud of having done that. What is my favorite fruit? This is Rob Senator in Nicaragua that you may not find elsewhere. I don't really know. I've had breadfruit recently. You don't typically find that elsewhere. It's hard to call that my favorite, but it was interesting. I'm not a huge fan of guava. I do like papaya, but those things aren't like super rare. We have loads of pineapple here. I'm a big pineapple fan. can't, off the top of my head, think of fruit that we don't get elsewhere that I like. Mostly the things that I like here are they're just fresher than other places. We do have bitter oranges. I've never been in a place that had those before. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that. Obviously, I really like the avocados. That's not what most people think of as a fruit. It is technically a fruit. You can have cashew apples. I haven't actually tried that yet. I've had some fruits that you only get here, but none of them are like, yes. They're all just like, okay, not my thing. Guava, I can't stand the seeds. I like the taste of guava. I love guava jam and things made with guava, but guava itself, I like guanabana in things. I don't want to just eat guanabana, but guanabana in like a smoothie, that's my favorite. Guanabana ice cream, yeah, all that stuff. I like that a lot, and I've never lived anywhere that had guanabana actually available. So I'm going to go with that, guanabana. Or, as the Muppets would put it, guanabana, bam, bam, banana, guanabana, bam, 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 guanabana, bam, bam, banana. Who's old enough to remember that routine? James says, when you're out traveling, is roadside food common? Yes, roadside food is everywhere. 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 In the city, but also in the middle of nowhere. Like it won't be a ton in the middle of nowhere, but if I'm driving from here to Managua, for example, all through Leon, there's going to be quite a bit of roadside food, like obviously. But like my path through here, all the Sutiava restaurants, like that's one of the heaviest food zones. And then you cut through the barrios, and then you go through Guadalupe. That's the other big street food zone. So just tons of street food. And then right when you get to the Uno, bunch of street food. Then you get out on the road. Not a lot of street food on like the highway. But you'll find little bits, like when you get to the Impalma Isapa, it's going to be there. If you turn and go the new road, the Carretera Nueva, north, you're going to go through La Paz Centro. In La Paz Centro, you're going to have even outside of town street food as you come in from the outside, and then all through La Paz Centro, there's going to be like little restaurants on the road and street food all the way through La Paz Centro. Then you have a little gap, and then same thing in Nagarote. Either street vendors or restaurants that sit on the road and are kind of an in-between all along. And then you're going to get out into the countryside, and there are a few places that are like half street food where they're meant for cars to pull off. They're like big street food places. La Paz Centro is a really big one. And then same thing, Mata Are, you're going to come through, there's going to be street food. And then a gap. And then Ciudad Sandino, you'll be a little bit. And then once you're in Managua, just, once you're in a city, food. If you're going out the other way, like you go through Talica and head towards Matagalpa in like the open countryside out there, obviously you go big areas with no street food, but you'll be coming along and there'll be little things here and there, especially at intersections and stuff where they're selling food. So it's not like every few feet, but it's definitely out there that there is street food and things to get all over the place, and pulperias everywhere. You need to stop and get a drink or whatever. They're all over. What we haven't had is like nice gas stations. Those are starting to pop up. So it used to be that there just was basically nothing, but now there's the Prontos and the Unos and the Super Sevens, and they're just spreading out all over the country really quickly. And so most places that you're going, you can go and you will run into these really nice gas stations, and they've got hot dogs and nachos and ramen and pizza quite often, and sandwiches and a little bit like salads or some whatever, yogurts, and then like a mini mart, as you would expect, lots of drinks, nice bathrooms, peanuts and whatever. So it's not a huge thing, but those things are widely available all over the place as well now, and often 24/7. They are changing Nicaragua. That is, it used to be driving at night between places was problematic. You couldn't get gas, you couldn't get food, you couldn't find a bathroom. Like, there was some life at night, but it would be nothing but roadside bars. And now there is this really really good infrastructure for safe, well-lit, guarded, 24/7, all the amenities that you need in one place all over the country. I'm sure there's gaps still, but like El Crucero has just got theirs. But they're common enough that if you're on a road trip, it's like every hour you're going to hit one. I realize in the States you're going to hit one every 5 minutes, and that's super comforting. But we move slowly in Nicaragua when driving, and it's nice to not have just everything built up so much. For me, at least, I really appreciate kind of where we are is a really nice spot that I can go for a little ways, and it's like, okay, I didn't need this bathroom. I'm going to go on to the next one. I know about where it is. And there's a few places that still have big gaps. The Via El Carmen has a really big gap without one. That I wish they would get fixed. But one new gas station along there, one Pronto, one Super 7, we're good. And that's going to cover another major part of highway. We need a map of them, really, so that when you're out on the roads, you know exactly where you can go. But that stuff has made eating, bathroom stops, fuel ups, when traveling around the country, so easy. And the prices here for gas are regulated. So it's one price nationwide. I'm sure there's times you're allowed to have a variation, but basically you can drive anywhere in the country and not have to worry about it. It is so simple, right? Like just some of that stuff is when I go back to like the States, it's like, oh, this is so much more work than I'm used to now. Like it's just a different game. I appreciate this quite a bit. You should offer homeowners a free 1-year membership to tour their house. Mukul is $500 a day. Oh, we already did that. Breadfruit is great. Had it all over the place in Jamaica. Yeah, here we don't get it very often. It grows like out at the Simple. It'll just fall on the road, and you're like, "What is this rotting on the road?" Ah, it's breadfruit. But the East Coast, they use it in a lot of traditional foods and stuff. So it's still considered kind of exotic here, even though it just grows wild, which is weird. Genevieve, for someone with a peanut allergy and allergy for some seafood, do I need to worry about cross-contamination in Nicaragua? Are they careful about how they handle the food? No, they're not careful about how they handle the food. Allergies are not a thing here. Like, no one's going to intentionally expose you to something, but peanuts are everywhere, right? Every inch of Nicaragua grows peanuts. It's a major product here, kind of like sugar. When you drive into Leon, like the endless green on the south side is peanut fields, and on the north is sugar fields. There is the concept of not cross-contaminating. No one's going to be aware of it. Like, this is one of the challenges here because that is a North American medical condition. The idea that people are that allergic to food really catches people by surprise, and they don't know what to do, and they don't have, like, nobody can afford to accommodate that. I'm sure, like, really high-end restaurants at, the Hilton or whatever, of course they know what they're doing and they can do that. Normal restaurants don't have the facilities not to cross-contaminate. So you can find places that don't have seafood, and you can find places that don't have peanuts, and you're going to be pretty safe just because they don't have any. A lot of places don't cook with those things. So the average asado, the average fritanga, they're never going to have seen a peanut or seafood in their kitchen. So you're going to be just fine, typically. But the regular restaurants, like as a restaurateur, I can tell you, our restaurants, we do not have the facilities to keep food apart. Now, I don't think we have peanuts in our restaurant, but we definitely have seafood. And even though we're a steakhouse, we have no way to keep the other things away from surfaces that have had seafood. It's not going to taste like seafood, right? It's perfectly fine for people who aren't allergic. But for people who are actually carrying an allergy, it can be a problem. Now I know, so that's our steakhouse, our high-end place. Our hostel, which has a family restaurant that's actually really, really well known. We're a famous Nicaraguan restaurant. We're actually a famous Nicaraguan restaurant. Like, that's a funny thing, but we serve Nicaraguan food to Nicaraguans, and we're really well known for it. I do know people who go there who have severe seafood allergies and have no problems. And, people are aware that they're there, and they try to keep things apart. And I don't work in the kitchen, so there could be some pretty decent amount of separation that I'm not aware of, but it's going to be a challenge for sure in places where they have those things. But many places will not have seafood. There really isn't that much seafood in Nicaragua, so many of the traditional restaurants won't have it at all. Bigger, fancier places in the city, you're probably going to be mostly okay. But when you get out to a lot of Nicaragua, they're just small restaurants are. There isn't the economy of scale of bigger places, and so restaurants are nearly always running on the edge of not being able to stay open, and they have very minimal kitchen staff, very minimal prep surfaces, and so they're not able to have completely separate, fryers for different things or whatever. Just no one can afford that. It would close the restaurant. And because it's so rare to have those problems here, like I've never heard of a Nicaraguan with an allergy. It would be very difficult to train staff on that. They'd be like, so how does this work? What is it we're dealing with? Like, and it's much like in Allison's journey story, right? She has a medical condition that does not exist in Nicaragua, and the doctors are like, look, we can treat a lot of things, but we can't treat things that don't exist here. You're the first case we've ever seen. We have no examples of this. We don't have the medicine for it. Any medicine we would have had would have gone bad 30 years ago, because there's literally been nobody. So those kinds of things are very big challenges anywhere that is either not just loaded with tourists or have those problems locally. So unfortunately, that is going to be a bit tough. Obviously, people with those allergies do travel here, but you definitely need to be aware that those are peanut fields everywhere. Genevieve says, oh my gosh, I tried carne asada and gallo pinto at a Nicaraguan place here in Miami. It is delicious. The fried cheese is so yum too. It is. The Nicaraguan food is amazing, and wait till you have real gallo pinto and everything actually in the country. And the cheese, okay, so the cheese, there's 64 varieties of cheese, I'm told, here in Nicaragua. My wife only likes the really mild ones that remind you of halloumi. I actually like the really pungent ones that are pretty extreme. You can end up all over the place. But I love queso frito. That is one of my favorite things. And when I'm away, I miss gallo pinto, but I really miss queso frito. That's my big thing that I just miss when I'm traveling, because nobody makes it like Nicaraguans, and I like the really strong one that other people don't like. So it's pretty extreme. But my wife loves the cheese. She just really likes the mild cheese, whereas I like I tend to be pretty happy with a pretty dramatic cheese experience. All right, what do we got? I just learned the other week that guanabana is soursop. Used to love the fresh juice in Jamaica. It is soursop, that is correct, but we just call it guanabana. Guanabana sounds good. It also apparently lowers blood pressure quite effectively. I think that's true. If you're looking for a place to get it in Leon, I recommend going to Jugoso, right on the square, and getting the, what is it? The Hurricane Guanabana, the Guanabana Tornado. It's the one thing with guanabana in its name. It is so good. I'm addicted to those smoothies. It's blueberry, pineapple, I think, a little bit of yogurt, and guanabana, and it is just the perfect balance of everything, and healthy, but a little bit sweet, but only a little bit. And, it's so good. James says, traveling around since don't seem to have maps, what GPS to use? Google Maps works for the most part. A lot of people tell me Waze is better, which makes no sense to me because that is Google Maps, but somehow Waze has better information. I don't know. But it's the GPS will work fine. Waze tends to just have better information, I'm told, but Google Maps does mostly work. But some really important roads, like Highway 169, the Managua bypass, which is one of the key routes in the country, has been here since before I lived in Nicaragua, and it's not on Google Maps yet. And really important towns and stuff are on it, so it's really weird. But yeah, Google Maps and Waze, that'll take care of you. Don says, hey Don, good to see you. Chris says, how come food allergies are not common in Nicaragua? And Rob Snyder says, probably due to being raised on better food at an early age. There's so much junk in all of American and Canadian food. So yeah, so there's been more and more studies on this, and there's some things that people know, right? America is full of processed food. and it's full of genetically modified food, things that we generally don't see here, almost never. So those are major factors. But another big one, they just found out that they've officially announced this, that basically a huge group of corrupt pediatricians, given that there was some discovery of peanut allergies. Obviously, peanut allergies exist. They're a real thing, obviously. But some kids had them, but very, very few. But there was like an uptick in reporting, not an uptick in allergies, just an uptick. This is like in the 80s or something, maybe in the 70s. There was an uptick in people reporting peanut allergies. And so because people pressured doctors to have an answer, doctors didn't do research and didn't use science, and instead gave the recommendation, well, avoid peanuts. And once one doctor said that, it spread to other doctors, and all these doctors, being more concerned with not getting in trouble and less with actually being doctors, repeated bad advice. And now we have really solid evidence that avoiding peanuts and other things in early development stages creates the allergies. So, and they were like, well, it doesn't matter. Our job was to protect these little kids from being exposed to peanuts, not to give them adult lives that were functional. And so they created a pandemic of allergies in America, peanut just being one of them, through avoidance of contact, so that they develop these allergies. And so they are worldwide seen as essentially American allergies, and Canada followed suit in a lot of cases, but not all. And so it's a very North American thing. And in Allison's journey situation, it's not an allergy. It is one of a set of intestinal issues that are not from avoiding food, but that are from the processed and GMO'd food of North America. And basically those things do not exist here. So for people, so both the foods that cause the problems don't exist here, and the problems don't exist here. What's interesting is many people have reported this, but her specific story was she lived in Canada, had this terrible issue, it was completely life-altering. She moved to Nicaragua and no longer needed medicine or anything. It just went away until she had a super stressful situation, which caused it to trigger again. And then when there was a stress that she couldn't get away from, the healthy Nicaraguan food wasn't enough to correct the exposure she had had in the U.S. or in Canada when she was younger. And so then she needed the medicine that Nicaragua doesn't have, because Nicaraguans don't have this problem. So there's a number of things, but North America, one of the specific reasons that we did not want to raise our children in North America is that you can't. It doesn't matter what you care about, it doesn't matter what you want to do. You cannot get your children healthy eating. That's not an option in North America. You can get better than some, but you can't make it good. And it is what it is. So that's a big thing, that living here can reverse a lot of those things. It's not going to reverse a peanut allergy, unfortunately, but it can for someone who has a gluten allergy. It's a gluten sensitivity. It might reverse that. There are a lot of people who in the United States can't eat bread, and they come down here and they can, and they're like, what? And I know people who moved to Europe and suddenly can eat bread, and I could not eat bread my whole life, and now I can just eat it. Now, I know people here who are Nicaraguan, grew up Nicaraguan, never went anywhere else, and can't eat bread. They still have a gluten problem. It still exists. It doesn't just magically go away. Sometimes those things still exist. But the rate of it is way lower, and people who sometimes are only so sensitive just aren't that sensitive here, because it's real gluten and not modified gluten. There are challenges, but there's also a lot of benefits. Dale says, I'm assuming that each fritanga and restaurant only has one or two types of cheese for their queso frito. Normally they only have one, and then they'll serve it either raw or fried. Do you just look around for the place that serves the type of cheese you want? Yes. Or a lot of people just eat whatever, and they're just happy with it, right? It's not that big of a thing. So we cook at home, so we go to specific cheese dealers. So we actually have, this is hilarious, we go to the Angry Cheese Lady. That's what she's known as. She's angry all the time, and it's scary to go buy cheese there, but she has the best cheese. So we shop at the Angry Cheese Lady, and that's how we get my cheese. That's how we get the stinky cheese, as Janet called it. So the whole category, my wife refers to as squeaky cheese, because when it rubs against your teeth, it squeaks and you can hear it through your head. But the stinky cheese, which she also calls Janet, so she does not call Janet stinky cheese. Janet, comma, my wife also calls the cheese stinky cheese. Hopefully that came through correctly. It's not Janet Stinky Cheese Sweeney. That would be a hilarious and unfortunate nickname. So thank goodness that's not it. She also calls it stinky cheese. I like the stinky cheese. It's pungent. It's salty. It's got loads of flavor. Like it's like an assault of flavor. But when you fry it, it's a little bit less, and it's just yum. But everyone seems to like the mild cheese, but only some of us like the really strong one. But yeah, Dale, so every restaurant, so this is a thing in Nicaragua, right? Is like every restaurant, every hotel, like if you do, you're just on vacation and you stay at different hotels and you're going around the country, and every time you're like, oh, I'm going to get the Nicaraguan breakfast, the traditional or the Nica or whatever, you just take your chances on that cheese. One time it's going to be the most mild thing and not fried, and the next time it's going to be like, whoa, there's my cheese, but it's fried. Like, you just never know. Breakfast cheese is such a wild card in your breakfast. Your eggs are going to be basically all the same. Your gallo pinto, the variations are very small. Some are a little bit dry, some are really good, but it's not like wildly different. It's just like, this cooked too long, or you didn't, I don't know. You didn't add quite enough Linzano. But the cheese is such a huge variation. What is the relationship? This is Genevieve. What's the relationship, culture, and norms like? Like cheating common like some Latin countries in general? How are relationship dynamics? What is the typical courting like there? Give us the deets. Okay, this is, let me just see if there's anything I need to answer quickly before we get into that, because we'll dig in. Dale says, yeah, the whole avoiding peanuts and animals and other allergens as kids is horrible. Oh yeah, like being around animals kids don't do. Oh yeah, that causes a lot of problems. I forget about that. About that cheese that I call stinky cheese, it is yummy if someone else cooks with it, like sopa de queso. Oh yeah, the cheese soup's very popular here, especially at certain times of year. I don't remember what season that is. James says, allergies, did try A2 milk free. Did my daughter try A2 milk? We have been trying A2 milk, but I don't know if we have a good answer about it yet. Dale says, I'm assuming Allison has one of those autoimmune diseases on the IBS to lupus spectrum. That is correct. I'm not an expert on that, but she says what it is, and it's like ulcerative colitis. It's a word that sounds like that. I am so not a medical guy and not good at remembering words, so just... and Janet says, all's understood. Oops, last class for the section. I'll be back later. Robsonator says, that's one of the big reasons to want to move. I'm a bigger guy. Gotcha. But my wife and I are on keto to lose weight and get healthy. Once in Nicaragua, it would be so much easier to be healthy without keto. Oh, just in general, just to be healthy. It is the one thing to be aware of in Nicaragua is that meats, especially red meats, are super common. So... and really good. So like your availability of a really good steak is high. And you're going to be like, oh, well, that's a really nice steak that I can afford. So, maybe just, it's high quality, right? It's not that bad. So you may be getting a lot of red meat. And there's a ton of things fried. Things are just cooked fried all the time. So if you're not careful, you're just going to end up with a lot of grease, and it's not olive oil. And it's not cooked at super low temperatures, so it's got all that bad stuff. So just watch out for those things. You do got to be careful because we fry everything here. The fritanga restaurants mean everything's fried. That's what the word means. So, yeah. And, Candy says it is ulcerative colitis. I was super close. Dale says, yep, that's on the autoimmune spectrum, ulcerative colitis. Keto would also be a lot easier to afford that. Oh, yeah, no, definitely. Definitely that's something you can afford here. All right, to Genevieve, what is relationship culture and norms like? So first thing, is cheating common? So cheating is so common here, I would call it not cheating. There's a really weird relationship here with dating, and I think a lot of it goes back to this is a very, compared to other parts of Latin America, it is a extremely pre-Columbian culture, if you will. So many cultural norms have hung on from pre-Columbian days that a lot of the European norms and European just cultural standards and religious standards didn't ever take hold here, and so it's really is its own animal. So here, what's weird is they basically have a polyamorous society basically across the board, but there's enough of a Catholic background that you're not allowed to talk about it. So they got the Catholic guilt and outward impression probably because they needed to satisfy the colonizers, but under the hood traditional polyamory has just taken root. And so essentially the way it works is it is expected that all parties, this is not one group or another, all parties are going to be cheating basically quite often. It's not 100% of the time, it's not everybody, but it's really high percentages, like to the point where people would be almost surprised if it wasn't happening, and you absolutely do not expect the other person not to be cheating, but you absolutely expect them to keep it secret and never bring it up. So it's this weird don't ask, don't tell, but everybody knows what's going on all the time. And so you will very commonly be out with people and they're out with someone who is not the person they're normally out with. And it's just this like normal thing where you're like, you're with the other person now, and no one mentions it. And but it's so incredibly public and well known. It is so bizarre that this is the thing. And so we talk about it all the time, this weird like everybody accepts that this is how it works, but no one accepts that you can talk about it. And so people get like really incensed if someone finds out. But it's that they found out that they're angry with, not that it happened. Like it's such a bizarre thing. Like just so that's I think that's different than most of Latin America, where it's seen as cheating. Here it's seen as supposed to be secret. Which is weird. So that's a big thing. In general, how are relationship dynamics? Weird. It really is its own animal. There are, of course, traditional, what we would from North America call traditional family dynamics, but not nearly as much as you would think. Like that's the exception, not the norm. Here, you're much more likely to find single moms raising kids, or just as often single or potentially not single grandparents raising kids. The parents will go out and work. It's very common. Of course, there's people who are, falling completely into the norms of North America, where they're waiting until they're 28 to 35 to have kids. They only have one or two. They stay as a regular family unit, and you would never know the difference because there is no difference. But that's not the average. And much more common is either single moms raising kids, possibly with a partner part-time or changing over time, or possibly just on their own. And also very common, really, really common, is this whole thing like a lot of girls have kids very young, and they will, so this is a multi-generational thing. A girl will have been raised by her grandparents, and her parent will be more like an older sibling. It's kind of the relationship. So her grandparents will feel like her parents, and her parents will be off working and paying the bills, and her grandparents might be staying home. Maybe they're retired, or maybe they're just working from home, or you tend to retire early here, and they raise the kids, and then those kids have kids really young, right? It's not uncommon. We have friends who have a restaurant on the beach, and their daughter had a kid at 15. No one thinks anything of it. She's raising a kid at 15. She now runs the family restaurant. She's working. The parents have gone somewhere to make more money. They had to go somewhere to take better jobs. So they're not around to help out. So an older sibling helps out and helps watch the kids. She runs a restaurant it's basically her restaurant at this point. And having a kid at 15, maybe 16, very normal. Nobody's like, oh, she had a kid really young. Doesn't feel that way. People don't react that way. And in this case, she's raising the kids on her own. And she probably has grandparents that are helping. Her parents are somewhere sending money, definitely helping, but not physically there. And it's a really common thing for girls to have kids at those ages. And then it is the grandparents who raise them, because the parents are at the prime working ages. Not the parents of the baby, the parents of the girl that just had a baby. They're at prime working ages in their mid-30s to mid-40s, because they also were probably quite young when their kids were born. This is just normal, right? And so you have this multi-generational thing where the 2 generations older are the ones raising the kids. The immediate generation older hangs out with the kids, is friends with the kids, but doesn't spend as much time as the grandparents does, and tends to go to work and do a lot to pay all the bills for all the generations, because they're the highest potential earners. And then when the child is old enough to have kids, the same thing is expected. They will have kids. Their parents who didn't raise them will now be responsible for raising their kids, and so forth. And it sounds to an American ear, to a Canadian ear, this like, what? No, that's terrible. But if you actually stop and think about it, you're like, actually, that makes a whole lot of sense. And when you're in countries like the United States and Western Europe that are going through the demographic horizon, have tipped over the demographic horizon, Nicaragua's countering that in kind of a healthy way. And why is it that it has to be your parents that raise you and not your grandparents? If every generation does this, every generation has a parent-child relationship. Every generation has someone watching out for them, and we're just prioritizing that people are working during the years when they're prime for working, and raising kids when they're more prime for raising kids and have done their working, rather than making people raise kids and handle the career at the same time. And in many ways, this actually helps protect women's rights, because in the US and Canada, Western Europe, women so often struggle with, one, just regular discrimination, but beyond that, from an actual physical non-discrimination situation, when women are working through a profession and they have kids, it is extremely difficult to have children, because you have to go through pregnancy, you have to go through childbirth, you have to have a period where you're dealing with having a new child. And then once you're past that, like, either parent can take over at that point, then it becomes a choice thing. But there's going to be time where women are impacted as childbearing in their profession. And it doesn't matter if you're a computer programmer and it's just a little bit of time away from your desk, or you're like an on-the-road salesperson and it means a year away from your professional. You're a professional athlete. Like some people are really impacted because there's no way for them to do the things that they would do while pregnant or having just had a baby. In some cases, it's very little that it impacts. Like, it does vary a bit, but especially in Nicaragua, where a lot of careers are very physical, the impact would be really large. So in the US and Canada, you have very often women who have shortened career spans because they have to take time out in the middle. And they have time out in the middle. They're not taking time off the end, at the very end, and just being like, I'm retiring early. In the very middle, at the peak of their growth and learning and opportunities, they stop and do a reset in many cases. So I come from IT. If you take a 3-year gap out of IT and you show that on a resume, at least traditionally, we would say 3 years is what it takes to reset. And when you re-enter a field after 3 years off, you're starting again. Yeah, you'll probably catch up a little bit faster, but you're like a newbie. You're like an intern, basically, not an established professional. So if I worked for 10 years in the field and took a 3-year hiatus, I'm going to start over. Many women nearly have to do that. If they're having like 2 kids and they're, kind of close to each other, you're going to have a 3-year gap. That's a career killer in most cases. Now, some people can work from home. Some people can do study on the side. Some people can work through this. But in general, it is a massive reduction in total career span and a stumbling block in the middle of career span. So women are not just impacted by being childbearing, but really impacted by the modern world's career working like ages, right? Long ago, when it was like hunter-gatherer society, these things weren't impactful in that way. But now that it's like you're doing technical work and you've got to keep up with constant changes in your industry and you've got to have a ton of education to get into the field, we've pushed the ages of things in such a way that people don't really tend to think about this because we list every little thing as really positive when none of them really are, right? Well, we don't want people having children young. That's bad. No one can tell us why it's bad. They just say it is. Then, well, we got to have all these years of college because we need more education. Really? Is college actually giving you that better education than if you just went and learned some things? Nope, we just say that. What we're really doing is keeping people out of the workforce to make our unemployment numbers look better. That's okay. People need to feel good about themselves, whatever. But the people who are impacted most by these things are women, because we're pushing all of the career building into the ages where women are forced to make a decision. Either they're going to have kids and accept a massive career impact, or they're not going to have kids, or they're going to push it off until it's really risky, and then often just decide not to anyway. So there's two problems here. One is women are unfairly disadvantaged by a whole bunch of attempts to manipulate the system that have nothing to do with women. Just we're not allowing natural market forces and natural education to do their job. We're trying to manipulate the system for political gain, and women are being hurt as a consequence of that. And also the modern lifestyle of having fewer kids, which does help reduce some of that impact on women, but exchanges it for a massive impact on the population, which, yeah, we can argue that there's plenty of people in the world, but our economies are built on growth, and now people are going into population free fall, and that's a problem. So Nicaragua actually deals with both of these things and another. Nicaragua's culture of young childbirth means that women are more likely, almost guaranteed, to have children at an age where it has the least and possibly no impact on their education or careers. Because let's face it, all that time, I've had educators tell me this stuff, right? High school, college, they're just time wasters. None of them are actually helping you get somewhere. If you take some time off in the middle, you might accelerate. You're probably not going to slow down. So you don't have this huge impact that it seems like there is. The US and Canada have really sold us on, oh, if a girl gets pregnant in high school, it'll destroy her whole life. Really? Is that really what it's going to do? Because it's going to be healthier for her. Women's bodies are most likely to be able to healthily survive childbirth at those ages. It's the least likely to have complications. It's going to have the least impact on her education. If anything, it just gives her less to do, right? It's an excuse to do nothing but deal with education. In fact, you're home, you're pregnant, you're not supposed to be doing all these other things. Why not whip through a college degree, or at least a bunch of it, while you're doing that? Like, that actually makes a lot of sense. You can pick up a hobby, learn a new career, whatever, at an age where you're able to do that. Your brain is still fungible. You have all these opportunities. But we take those opportunities away from girls because we're trying to push them to the unhealthy, dangerous point. Then we have children at a younger age, which means more time bonding with their parents, more time with their grandparents. Had my parents had me 10 years younger, 15 years younger, I would have had so much more time with my parents. And I would have had so much more time with my grandparents. And I would have had some time with my great-grandparents. I mean, I met them, but I didn't have any emotional time, any bonding time with them. I would have had so much stronger family had I been born so much earlier. Now, my parents wouldn't have been as wealthy, but a lot of other things would have offset that, right? And in the U.S., we tend to worry about this wealth at that point. Well, you got to be wealthy to have kids. And in other places, they're like, no, you got to have kids. Like, wealthy is not the priority. And so many things in Nicaragua actually fix disadvantages to girls through the way that childbirth and careers are impacted. It's easy to actually, as long as we step back from our North American mores, say, wow, this is actually helping dramatically women's rights, that they're able to be more flexible and do the right thing for themselves, and it's their own decision, rather than the state basically making it so punitive to not do something bad for yourself and your children that you really have essentially no choice. So I think it's a really interesting, deep view of something that we're taught, right? Oh yeah, no. For women's, concern, we don't want them to have so many kids. We don't want them to have kids young when it impact what? high school volleyball practice. Like, I get that that's fun, but that's not the priority. That's not the priority of education. It's not the priority of your teenage years. That's just filling time because we're trying to babysit, right? I get some physical activity is healthy, but like, these are pretty silly things. So quite often, whether it's cultural or legal, Nicaragua takes a very strong view that women need to be involved in politics, that they cannot be making laws that artificially hurt women for no reason, and they give a flexibility in the social space for families to kind of reorganize in a very different way. And so you see these grandparents raising kids, and when you stop and think about it and go, okay, every person gets a chance to be a parent. Every person gets a chance to be a grandparent. And let's face it, I know a lot of grandparents here that were only like 5 years older than my parents were when they were my parents. Because if you're having kids at say 17, right, which sounds horrible to an American ear, but it's 17 and a half, right? That's actually a very healthy number. It's what our DNA is designed for. It's what our bodies are designed for. So if you do that, well, your grandparents are only going to be 35. In the U.S., that's a normal age to be having your first kid. My best friend is in her early 30s and just starting to think about whether or not she wants to have kids, or thinking about it really seriously. We have lots of friends who are hitting their 30s. So they are going to become parents, and here it would be grandparents. So the age of the person raising the kid isn't really changing very much. But they have just a little bit more experience, and they watched their own kids get raised at an older age where they could observe and learn, and they were involved, just not the main caretakers. So they actually have more experience when they're going to raise the kids, and they do have the assistance. I think it all plays out with a lot of positives. Of course, there are negatives to it, but I think when you step back and really look at it from how many of these things are just social norms that we're fighting against, or how many of them actually might make sense when I look at it in the big picture, it might actually be a really good system in a lot of ways. And as a child, you don't have this, oh no, my parents weren't there for me. My parents were out, paying the bills, and I got to see them whenever I could, and I hung out with them, and there was someone who raised me. Every child still feels that loving family relationship. They don't give that up. None of that's lost. It's just the expectation that the person who's putting your food on the table is your grandparent instead of your parent. The person who's changing your diapers is your grandparent instead of your parent. Those are the things you tend to remember. The person helping with your homework is your grandparent instead of your parent. And, I grew up with my grandmother down the road. She helped out with things. Sometimes she helped me with homework. Sometimes she helped me with, or just babysat me. Like, I'd hang out, we'd, play card games or whatever. Well, yeah, she was only a part-time caretaker. My parents were the primary, but it's a scale. Like, if I just shifted it a little bit, what if I went to my grandmother's house most days after school instead of just once in a while? It's a really quick variation to be like, oh, actually, that's who's raising you the most, right? And lots of Americans are like, yeah, my grandparents raised me a lot. My parents were busy or whatever. They worked long hours. They had to work second shift to make ends meet. You still have that experience, but then your grandparents are quite old. And it's really a struggle for them, and they have a harder time identifying with you and keeping up with you and all those things. And here it's just much more of my grandparents raised me all the time. So I know a huge number of people who were raised by people who were not their direct parents, and not that their direct parents disappeared, don't have a good relationship or anything of the sort. They maintain those good relationships because it's not seen as shirking their duties. In general, how are relationship dynamics? What is the typical courting like there? So courting here essentially doesn't exist. This is one of the most amazing things. So this is a huge topic that Genevieve hit on. This is the fastest dating society I've ever seen. I'm going to give this example. I once talked to this girl, and I was talking to her because I saw a picture of her somewhere standing in my house. So I sent her a note. I'm like, hey, that's my house. And she's like, what? And so we just started talking. She lived really far away, so I've never met her. And but we started talking because she just had this like profile picture that was in my house from like the week before. Like, it was just before I had been there. And she was telling me about her dating situation, and she had met this guy, and this was so confusing for me because this is when I hadn't been here very long. And she's like, on like a Friday, she's like, yeah, I met this guy. He seems nice. I'm like, cool. And she's like, I don't know. I'm going to say 25. And then I really have no idea. And then the next day, she's like, oh, I'm really busy moving today. I'm like, oh, I didn't know you were moving. She's like, well, I met this guy last night. And I'm like, there's some connection here I don't have. And it was, well, we met, we had a good date, so we're moving in together. And basically married. And by Sunday, they had bought an animal together. And by like Monday, they were pregnant. Basically. Maybe it was like a week later. But that's how fast it moved. And so they went from, and so also in Nicaragua, very importantly, and some people argue this, but it's everywhere. Like, just drive around, like, talk to people. It is the norm. They use the term marriage to mean steady, right? So the normal words that other Latin American countries use to mean married in the North American sense, here they mean going steady in the Nicaraguan sense. That it's a stable relationship. You always move in together immediately, but that's an economic thing, right? You basically live with your parents until you're financially stable with a partner and can move out. So if you're single and doing well, you're going to keep living with your parents in most cases until you're doing really well. If you are dating, you're still going to live at home. You meet someone and you decide to go and like really date, you're going to immediately move in together because it's really, 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 really hard to date if you are both living with your parents. Imagine that situation as adults, like as teenagers, you understand, but like as adults where you're way past the age of being kids. And like, yeah, because it's society here, like, parents understand that their adult children who live with them are dating people because that's how life works, right? But the idea that you are then dating someone seriously and the only places you have is each other's homes. You have to remember the average income is quite low. So there are factors that affect people like, well, you can't just go get a hotel. You can't just go places cheaply. That could be a day's or couple days income to be able to do that. Like really expensive, very, very difficult. So dating tends to be this nearly immediate thing. You meet someone, you're interested, you move in together and you give it a try and you call it married in many cases. And you treat it that way. And everyone's just like, yeah, they're married. And it's like, wow, I had no idea they got married. And it's just something that people say. Now there's another term that's used for when it's married in like a church and there's like a document and all this stuff. But there's just a very broad use in Nicaragua of being married when there's been nothing formal, it's not registered anywhere, and potentially it could become transient in the future. So that's a very different thing, that the entire concept of marriage doesn't match outside countries' concepts of it just in general. So that's, as far as I know, that is a throwback to pre-Columbian times, and this is just, and it plays into the very polyamorous thing that there's just this constant movement of relationships in many, many cases. Of course, not always, but in many cases, it's just super normal. So it's interesting. But so don't be surprised if you come here and you go out, you go clubbing and you meet someone and they're like, hey, let's go somewhere from the club. There's very, very good possibility that if you go out dancing with someone and you leave with them, they may be expecting to just go to a hotel and they may be expecting you to move in with them within a few days, right? So obviously they're not like you have to, right? But that is kind of how things will often move. It's just so fast, but dating is a path to moving out and having more socioeconomic opportunities. And so it often plays out that way, that just like in the United States or Canada, you're going to, we see dating as often a path to kind of therapy. It is an opportunity for people to have an important emotional support partner. And here in Nicaragua, instead of that being a really big primary goal, it is that you have a really, really challenging economic situation if you don't have someone to share rent with and to cook food with and to do things together. And often you'll have, if you're going to have a car, you're going to share a car. Like a lot of things like that. It really is a wildly different economic picture because of that. So I have a lot of people that I've met and they're just like, yeah, we're married. And then after like a couple of years, then suddenly they're not together. And it's like, did they get divorced? And they're kind of like, that's not really a thing. Like they just aren't together anymore. And you're like, I missed something. How does and then Chris says, how does divorce work in Nicaragua as far as who keeps the house, child support, et cetera, et cetera? I don't really know the details, Chris, but it's as far as I know, it's very ecumenical in that either parent can end up with them. In huge numbers of cases, the fathers are not fighting for that. I don't think. I mean, certainly some are, no question, and they want to see their kids and stuff. But there's a much stronger expectation that a woman's family is going to raise the kids than in the U.S. where it's given. What's weird is here I feel that the courts are more even from what I've seen, that they consider what's good for the kids and consider which parents are doing what and who's really going to provide. And in the U.S., there's like it's everyone's responsibility, but it doesn't favor neutrality. So I don't really know. That's a tough one. But there's so little divorce here because of the way that relationships are. I don't know how much that actually comes up. It certainly does. I know people that have gone through it, but it's not necessarily nearly as common because there's this very transient kind of unofficial marriage that doesn't involve the courts. Robsonator says, parents there also don't typically push their kids to move out right away when they're older, it seems, at all, right? They don't push their kids. I mean, obviously someone does, but most families never push the kids to move out. You don't consider moving out until you're an adult and you are married and you are at least pregnant, if not having kids. And normally you wouldn't move out until after the kids are old enough that you don't need the ongoing grandparental support, even if you're doing okay and you're raising your own kids, right? So I have friends who are, I don't know, probably early 20s. They've been married a few years. They have 2 kids, and they live with parents, right? Now, they both have decent jobs, not great jobs, but they have decent jobs. They could definitely afford a house on their own. They have 2 kids. So if they had a house on their own, they're going to be really kind of wanting for child assistance much of the time. Now, they probably wouldn't move far from their parents. So they'd still be able to do it, but it's just way better if they live with parents directly, because then they have siblings and parents and a support ecosystem, and every village raises a child. It just makes more sense. So it's a very, very common thing for really just no expectation of kids moving out. Some will, but there's really not a push for it. And I know people who are coming up on their 40s, have multiple kids who are relatively old, still live with their parents, grandparents around the corner, and it's not weird at all. It's why would you move out if you don't need to? The idea that you need to move out to be independent isn't a thing here, and that you need your kids to leave and you don't want them around is not a thing here. Whereas, you hear in the United States all the time, people will be like, I can't wait, my kid's got to go. Like, I'm tired of having them around. We're in each other's space. I don't want to deal with them anymore. I love them, but I don't want them in my space. I, being who I am, can't imagine wanting my kids to move out. When they get older, maybe that'll change. I don't think so. We're best friends. We hang out. That's what we do. We want to be together. We want to hang out. We want to do things together. And like my relationship with my dad, right? Yeah, I moved out when I was young, but like now, if my dad could live with us, that'd be fantastic, right? Like, we have a really close relationship. We're very good friends. We like to do activities together. We talk about things. We have intellectual discussions, and we like spending time together and like spending time with the grandkids, obviously. And so my family relationship, there was definitely a time that I needed to move out when I was younger, but that was me going through, kind of growing pains. And there's always that little bit of parents being like, but they're still my kid. No, they're actually an adult. You have to transition as well. Both sides go through that. But I think I naturally fall into much more of a Nicaraguan lifestyle where it's like, I don't want my kids to leave. Why would I push my kids out? That's not a thing. But I hear so many American families, definitely not my parents, but are like, I can't wait till they're old enough and get them out of here. Then I only have to see them on weekends or, when we're vacationing or at a barbecue, and they want to see them often. I'm not saying like they don't want to have a relationship. I'm just saying there's this desire at some degree of separation. And it's funny because my wife's family completely, there's like nothing that connected this to us to each other for ending up together. But her sister, for example, has the same, like, doesn't push her kids out. They did eventually move out, the older ones. The younger ones are too young to move out. But they stayed much longer than is typical in America, and her family has the same kind of high familial bond between the generations that I think is less common, but makes more sense here. But that, yeah, like that whole mindset, not a thing here for the most part. And I think that's great. There's just this really strong general, like, familial community that goes on and makes it just a much more family friendly environment in many ways. However, there are certainly negatives to having lots of generations living under one roof. There is some drama that comes from that, obviously, but it does make for really strong communities. Don says the problem with women having children when they are young is that they drop out of school and never return and don't have opportunities to gain skill. That's the problem in North America. I don't think that happens. And I mean, certainly someone, but why would a girl drop out of school? That's a very American thing. A really good friend of mine from high school got pregnant in high school, and the school pushed her out, the church pushed her out, her parents pushed her out. The system kicked in to ensure that she lost opportunities. They made sure that it was seen as a stigma. They made sure that she wasn't welcome at the school. And now I went to school this is in the 90s, right? This is not, right, like, I know I seem really old. I'm not that old, right? This isn't like the 1960s. This was in the 90s. If you got pregnant as a teenage girl, every single mechanism, legal and social, kicked in, including familial, to ensure maximum destruction of your life. They went through real effort to cause harm and especially take away school and to push you to drop out. They would do everything they could to get you to drop out. In Nicaragua, none of that happens. One, school is not done on the same kind of schedule. If you take a year off, in no way does that cause you to it's not weird, right? People can go to high school till they're 23, right? Completely normal. It's not the standard. You're taking a long time, but it's not a stigma. There's none of that. Going to school, pregnant, having a kid, and being in school, not a stigma. Completely just, why would you drop out of school if you're pregnant, right? The system doesn't promote that happening. Those things are artificially created damage to women, both to, like, have acute damage, like this happens, so we're going to harm you, but also we're going to threaten something that may be the healthiest way for you, maybe the best life decision for you. We're going to make sure that's not a realistic option for you, so that, you know, the best schools aren't available to you, the best universities aren't available to you, and that's real, right? How do you go to university in the United States if you have a baby? But in Nicaragua, you can just do that, right? Everything is different. Don says, also the boy who got the girl pregnant runs off and the children grow up without a father in their lives. Right. Now that happens in both places, but it's less running off as much as this transitory thing. I don't know that there's certainly not the running off because you're a teenager thing here, because there isn't that stigma. There isn't this, like, oh, that was something wrong. It's like, oh, good, now we have a kid at a healthy age. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. And then it's a negative that there aren't the strong ties that fathers feel they always, so some obviously do. There's lots of fathers who are super dedicated to their kids, but there is a high chance of fathers who are going to not be involved in their kids' lives, or only when they're older or whatever, and miss that, have that growing up without a father thing. However, one of the Nicaragua things is you grow up with a grandfather, right? Because typically the grandmothers are more likely to have a stable relationship than the parents. And so lots of kids grow up with grandparents as that stable thing, and that actually solves that in a lot of ways. Not always, but it can quite a bit. Don says, based on my experiences in Nicaragua with Nicaraguan families, I disagree with most of what you were saying. Women typically do not benefit from having a kid when they are 15. I mean, you can disagree. Do you feel that they're really being disadvantaged from it, considering how much disadvantage they get in the United States? What are the factors that are impacting kids at that in that scenario, right? Because I know lots of people who've had kids in that scenario, and it has protected them from the high school problems. It has protected them from the university problems. And it's protected them from the career problems. And they have this really flat. They're competing with the boys in a much more even footing, I think. Dale says, agreed, Christine, that sales pitch that you have to have excessive money in order to live successfully is so destructive. Oh, I missed where she said that. Christine says, yes, you said it perfectly. Makes so much sense. Have kids young, retire young, grandparents help. Family is a priority in Nicaragua, not always the case in North America. Yep. And my dad's here. We tried to have you sooner. It's true. So both my parents tried to have me almost a decade, not quite, almost a decade sooner than they did. So my parents were actually on the old side. And then I had the same thing. I tried to have my first kid at roughly the same age that my parents had me. So I was kind of extending so they were trying for a long time. I didn't try to do it until the same age as they did, and ended up expanding it because it took us 3 years to be able to have a kid. So we ended up having a kid many years later than we had intended to. We just were not able to get pregnant for the first few years. And so we ended up with I assume, I don't know, Dad, if your parents were trying to have you sooner and that didn't happen either, and I'm not aware of it. But so my grandparents were roughly 30 when my dad was born. My dad was roughly 30 when I was born. And then I was like 33 when my daughter was born. Is that right? That must be right. Well, 32. And a half though. So it's gotten longer, but we all tried to do it shorter. So it's definitely one of those things with my kids. I'm like, oh, I get so much less time with them. I really wish, and now I didn't have the life opportunity to do this, but I really wish I could have had them at 25. Looking back, I mean, to some degree, like people said, if you wait to have kids till it's perfect, you're never going to have kids. And when we hit about 29, well, I was 29, my wife was like 27, we were like, whoa, we're at the perfect moment, we got to have kids. And we started immediately trying to have kids. It was probably 30, actually. I had made a career leap where it was like, holy cow, we just went from a very unstable 20s to a very stable 30s. And we were like, we got to have kids. Like, this is the moment. It's never going to get better than this. I mean, like, we could have more money, we could have more stability, but we will never be at such a mixture of, we're healthy, we're young, we have a good job. We both had good jobs. We both had careers. We both could. My wife was at a point where she could leave her career and go back if she needed to. We were at a point where she could leave her career and never had to work again if she didn't want to. We had these options that would never come up again. We're like, clearly this is the age to have kids. So in many ways, I'm glad we waited, because what if those opportunities hadn't come up and we'd only gained, a few months or something? Hopefully we're able to give our kids a lot more because of that. But there's definitely a part of me that really wishes we'd had them much younger so we would have a lot more time with them. I definitely feel all the time the passing of the years and the lack, I regret the time that my kids weren't around to spend with them. FTGF, you're making it seem like these people are living easy lives. Most of these people live in poverty. It's not as rosy as you're making it seem. I'm not making it rosy, I hope. What I'm saying is that given the poverty, this is a mechanism to lessen that, right? When I'm talking about people living multi-generational in the same home, obviously they're doing that because it's expensive to go have another house, and they're not doing it because they can't afford it. If they could, right, without having major financial impact, in some cases they can do it, but they're not going to turn down getting the house across the street. But if that was not a financial impact and they could live next door, live around the corner, they would. They would love to have their own space. That is absolutely something that they wish they could do. It is not a rosy situation where everybody's living in these beautiful air-conditioned mansions that would have 20 rooms and there's kids all over the place and it's like some beautiful, utopia. That is not the case. This is a poverty mitigation strategy that is very effective and helps mitigate real struggles that people have. But it's ones that if we were to, I think, apply these in America, right, would help with real problems that the U.S. faces as well. different problems. The U.S. is facing the demographic horizon. Nicaragua is not, partially because of this strategy. And it's partially social and not political. But, it's not because Nicaragua said, we're going to do this, have more kids. But the culture allows for more kids very easily. And the U.S. allows for people to move out early, right? I moved out at 18. I was able to get my own apartment pretty young. I was able to, there's a lot of things I was able to do relatively young that most Nicaraguans could never do. But because I could, I did. Was that the right thing? I don't know, but I could. And, I appreciate a lot of those things. I didn't, when I was 18, I moved to Michigan, but when I was 19, I moved back and I lived pretty young. My parents had a farm and I got a house in the city, which was not that far away. And my dad worked really close to where I did. So, when he was at work, he really wasn't far away. And so, that was a good time. It was easy to see my parents. But I wasn't in the village. Well, we didn't have a village, right? You grow up on a farm, you're going to move away. You have to. But I was able to live in the nearby city, and that was a great time in my life. I had really good friends and a lot of good experiences, and I worked really hard and did a lot of things to kind of bootstrap my life. And so it was very valuable, but would being in a village and having family closer and not having those expenses, would it be distracting? Would I have done as much? I don't know. Right, but there's clearly values to it. Dale says the real question isn't how much money you have and how safe but how safe and happy and loved you are. Chris says in America every other TV commercial is about medication. Is it common on Nicaraguan TV? I've never seen an ad of any sort anywhere whatsoever for medication in Nicaragua. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but in most countries, drug commercials are illegal. I don't think they're illegal here. I think they just don't exist because the profit on drugs is extremely small. And of course, if you push something like an opioid, they're going to find you, right? You push something like that, some of those really harmful things like they show in the US, that would be inviting some law to be enacted. I don't know what law that would be, but that would be, they take drug trafficking. So one of the things that Nicaragua is very sensitive about is the United States is a very pro-drug trafficking country, and they push drug trafficking on the countries of the region. Nicaragua is, of all the countries in above South America, the most anti-drug. Now they're looking at legalizing marijuana. We're hoping that that's going to happen and just reduce a bunch of problems. And it seems likely to happen. But beyond that, things like opioids and unnecessary, completely worthless medical drugs and cocaine and things like that are not just negatives. They are really, really not allowed. And they take that very, very seriously because every country in the region has become nothing but a funnel for moving drugs between South America and North America, and they do not want to be involved in that. That comes with a lot of crime, a lot of danger, a lot of ancillary collateral damage. They don't want that happening to the country here. They are not going to put Nicaraguans at risk just to sell drugs into North America. And so it's really easy to imagine that there are laws that if someone started running drug ads, that they may run afoul of some law that you're just not allowed to promote drugs here. We have pharmacies everywhere. They sell anything you need, generally very cheap, very accessible. There's not the heavy regulations on them. You need antibiotics, anything like that. You don't need to have a prescription or anything. You just tell them what you need, tell them the values, and they expect you to be paying attention and be smart about it. And of course, you can go to a doctor and get a prescription. You don't have to show that prescription to anybody. You don't have to do those things. So there's a lot of really important, I really find the behavior here in Nicaragua is good. You can get what you need. There's the entire idea of drug pushing doesn't exist. It doesn't exist from the doctors. It doesn't exist from independent businesses, just none of that. So that stuff is really nice. Rob Stonator says, I think the average viewer here understands that it's not all sunshine and rainbows for Nicaraguans. That's less of a need for money for them, though. We could learn a lot from them. Christine says, I was a teen mom. My son is 39. I'm 54. No regrets. Life worked out for us. I'm always intrigued when young parents are part of the discussion. Well, that's really cool. So 15? Wow. That's awesome and completely normal here. No one would be like, that's weird. It'd be absolutely normal. Don says, I know many families where the father has nothing to do with the kids, even though they are working and living nearby. Yeah, that's unfortunately lots and lots. I know many where it's they haven't moved away or anything. There's many that do, right? And that's unfortunate that many feel they have to leave the country or go very far away and send money back. But it is a gap in the social structure that many fathers are not as involved as they should be given the opportunities. Genevieve says, what are some things you like or miss about the USA? Probably the thing I miss the most, I mean, obviously being close to my family, but the incredible variety. So I'm vegetarian, ovo-lacto pescatarian. In the US, the amount of food options that exists for anybody, right, let alone for me, is just amazing. There's so much variety. I can go get a million different types of food really quickly. It'd be expensive, often processed, like there's negatives, but I feel like Tex-Mex, right around the corner. I feel like Indian, right around the corner. I feel like you name it, it's right around the corner. I can get anything, even in small towns, even in so that's a big thing. And pizza, if you've never lived outside the US, you may not realize no one knows how to make pizza. Even Italy doesn't make pizza as well as the US. And I know that sounds like sacrilege, but I've lived in Italy and they make really good pizza. And yes, it's better than Texas, it's better than Florida, it's better than California, it's certainly better than Chicago. But it is not upstate New York pizza. Upstate New York pizza mocks New York City for not knowing how to make pizza. They take pizza seriously. And you grow up there and you think this is just pizza. And then you go to other parts of the world and then you understand why Domino's and Pizza Hut sell pizzas. Because where I grew up, why would you ever order from them unless everything else is closed? They're not good. But then you go to Texas and we're like, oh yeah, Domino's is the best thing in our neighborhood. Because no one knows how to make pizza. I don't know why, but no one does. And you go to all over the US and you're just yeah, just fast food pizza. But when you're in New York, you don't eat at those places. The pizza at the worst local place is still phenomenal. And they're always packed. They're always busy. And they always have the right sauces. And they don't have a million toppings. They just make really high quality pizza. The degree to which I miss pizza and subs and garbage plates, because that's what they make in Western New York, and they are so good even for vegetarians. And I miss Friday night fish fries. But that we kind of replicate. More than anything, that variety and quality of the comfort foods for me, the things that I grew up with, being a Western New Yorker, that these are the foods that you could always go out and find. You're going out with your friends, these are the things you'd get. You're going out with a family Friday night, Thousand Island dressing and double baked potato and a fish fry. These are the things that, to me, are that comfort food of home. I miss those, for sure. I miss the cold, drizzly days. Here we get warm, drizzly days. Mostly it's rain. I miss drizzle. Those are big things, right? For the most part, I miss surprisingly little about the U.S. Things like Amazon delivery, honestly, there's a part of me that misses it. But overall, it's actually, I kind of like this better. I spend much less money, and I'm very intentional in what I buy. And I've got a system I'm using. What's it called? I'm using a place, Fast Track, out of Managua. I can order things on Amazon, no big deal. So I just got, I can't hold it up. I've got the Rode Streamer X here. Just ordered it from Amazon. Came really quickly. Cost me about the same as if I had bought it in the US. Wow, that's pretty fantastic. So that, it's making me spend my money better. That's been pretty good, actually. So I actually appreciate that that's a little bit harder. By and large, I miss food is the thing that I miss the most by far. And air conditioning, all the air conditioning. But all that air conditioning hurts you in a lot of ways. So while I miss it, I'm also glad I rarely have it as I sit here in my office with air conditioning and say that. Genevieve says, are men attentive to their women and the women attentive to their men, or is one more attentive to the other in general? That's a tough one to answer. I don't know. I think pretty attentive in general, but I don't know. TV account, that's your name, TV account, hey, welcome. Were the 2018 protest or potential similar future protests much of a concern in Leon? How was it for expats? So I wasn't here in 2018. I was here before that. I had gone to Europe for a while, and I did not return to Nicaragua until 2019. I was dealing with stuff in the United States in 2018. We did not think at that time, like before 2018. We left in late 2015, lived in Europe. We were still leaning very heavily towards Europe at that time, is where we thought we were going to end up. And we didn't. I came back in 2019 to Nicaragua, not because we were considering it. I came back because Alan, who's often on the live stream, I don't think he's on tonight, he was really interested in Nicaragua, and I was helping him make some decisions about where he wanted to go and different stuff. And with that trip, my best friend Rachel and I came down with Alan and helped show him around, mostly in San Juan del Sur and a little bit in Granada. And my best friend, she had never been to Nicaragua. Now, we had lived in Spain together. We had been to Africa together. Like, we've done a lot of traveling and known each other for a really long time. But she had never been to Nicaragua. So she came down and she just instantly was so in love with Nicaragua. She's like, this is my place. Like, everything just hit. It was like her weather, her vibe, her beer, her food, everything. She was just like, this is my place. Never anything like it before. And so she and I had this really amazing time exploring parts of Nicaragua that I'd spent very little time in. And going back and, like, I got to show her my old house and show her my old restaurants and haunts and go see some places. And it hadn't changed that much by then. So I was here shortly after the 2018 events. And that trip was Nicaragua's what I miss. Like, it was like, why am I looking at all these other places? Nicaragua, just not Granada. I'd lived in Granada. Granada was not the right place. And it was like, this is our country. It's just Granada's not our city. And so I went back home and I talked to my wife, and it took, like, I don't know, maybe 8 weeks of talking about it. And it was like, yeah, Nicaragua's the right place. And so it was just a little bit of discussion, a little bit of thinking about it, and I had to kind of present it. I'm like, wait, we don't have to be in Granada. Imagine the part, because we had seen a lot of Nicaragua. I'm like, imagine Matagalpa. That's where I wanted to be, right? And during that time, our company had moved in, so our company was here. So I had staff here all throughout stuff, and, like, I was very tied to Nicaragua, very aware of Nicaragua, but I wasn't here physically because I was in Europe. And so right after that trip, I was like, I'm sold. This is the place I want to be. I want to stop looking for our main home. I want to travel. I want to do a lot of stuff that we've been doing. But for my home, I just want it to be Nicaragua. And it took my wife a few more weeks because she hadn't been with me. Had she been on that trip, we may not have gone back home. Alan almost didn't go back home. He was sold, right? And he's here now, right? He moved down just a few months after us. We got caught. We waited those few weeks. We didn't make it down before COVID hit. Otherwise, we'd have moved probably just a month later or so. So I didn't get to see the events firsthand, so I have Janet's back, whoop, whoop. I have a very secondhand knowledge of it. But certainly the events hit Leon hard. I'm not saying it's the hardest. I think Managua was far worse, but Leon definitely was serious here. Right, but we also know people like my wife's best friend moved back in the middle at the height of the protest, and everyone was, not everyone. Lots of people were fleeing. A lot of people were freaking out. A lot of people were like, "Oh no," and certainly it was stressful. Right, I don't want to downplay the fact that it was stressful. People didn't know what was going to happen. Like it was a major uprising. The U.S. has invaded before. People were legitimately concerned of things like U.S. military coming over the border. That was a really big fear. And lots of other things. Like there's a lot of, it's just scary. Totally get that. So, yeah, and Janet was here, right? So it killed nightlife mostly. Oh, that was COVID. Yeah, it was all so close. Like it was one thing right after another. But I was here just in between. So I managed to squeeze in and come in between everything and see that little window when one was over and the other hadn't started. I know expats who left during that time, but I also know ones who came back during that time and are like, why are people leaving? Like, yeah, it's kind of stressful, and yeah, it's annoying, and yeah, you can't get the food you want, and yeah, there's some things that aren't that great, but it wasn't in her view that big of a deal, and people were freaking out too much, right? Should you take precautions? Should you stockpile some food? Should you not go out at night? Yeah, don't be stupid. But there was also but don't leave. Like, it's not that bad. I think, for expats, it was, so I want to give, this is for TV account, I want to give a little perspective here. As an expat, as a general expat anywhere, right? So this is Nicaragua, but it could be Bolivia, it could be Italy, it could be Nigeria. It doesn't matter. As an expat, you generally have the power to just go somewhere else, and we do. So I use the example quite often that I go to Costa Rica kind of at the drop of a hat. I don't love going to Costa Rica. It's 4 hours to the border. The border is a little bit of a pain. The part of Costa Rica you cross into is not the part you want to be in, so you got to drive on somewhere. But the food is fantastic, so it's worth the drive in a lot of cases. So, if I have a friend who's here and they're like, hey, I was thinking about going to Costa Rica for the weekend, like, whatever, let's jump in the car, road trip. Let's do this, man, right? Whatever. Let's go eat Indian food and Lebanese food in Costa Rica, because we don't get that stuff here very often. I'm down for that. Like, that's a weekend road trip for fun. When we're talking about expats, basically during the Trankies, what we're talking about is some expats were like, well, yeah, this isn't great, but it's not worth driving to Costa Rica to hang out until something happens. So given that I will go to Costa Rica because someone promises me dinner, that has to give you this is how easy and low key it is to drive out of the area. Right, like, oh, we're gonna go hang out on the hillside in San Jose. Maybe take in a museum. Maybe eat in a few exotic places. Let's go. So that's all it took for someone to leave. So when the people are like, we're leaving, it's so bad that we're leaving temporarily, they're just doing what I would do going on vacation. So I'm not saying that it wasn't scary or dramatic, but the threshold that people are often using as a guide isn't a really huge thing, if that makes sense. TV account, a reason not to live in Managua. Are you asking, is that a reason not to live in Managua, or just, should I give you a reason not to live in Managua? My biggest reason not to live in Managua is traffic, obviously. If you spend any time there. If you spend time in Managua, you will quickly go, oh yeah, nowhere else in Nicaragua has traffic like that. It's not the worst, but it's definitely the worst in Nicaragua. Edwin says hi. Hi, Scott. Hi, Edwin. I said hi, Scott. That's me. I think reasons not to live in Managua is mostly there is a slight amount more crime, but it's very slight. It's still a very safe city. It does have heavy traffic. It is more expensive than a lot of other places. I was just told that going to the movies there, it's about 3 times the cost of going to the movies in Leon. Taking a taxi costs more there, like little things. Going out to eat, the restaurants definitely cost more, but way better variety, right? So there's lots of reasons to live in Managua, but there's lots of reasons not to, right? You want better air quality, you want better water. Well, actually, the water in Managua is pretty good. Managua is on the warm side. It's one of the warmer cities. So if you want a cooler city, that's a good reason not to live there. But it's definitely cooler than Leon. Like, we love going to Managua. It's like, whoa, yeah, this is nice. Like, we're used to just enough warmer that it's like this beautiful, refreshing change of pace. So yeah, it's pretty cool. No, I don't think there's a ton of reasons not to live in Managua. It's really just the balance you're looking for. For us, it's being close to the beach. That's what sold us. And now, like, the family we have, our really close friends here in Leon are so significant, we would never leave because of that. So we found that the culture and the people here have been fantastic. But of course, if we lived in Matagalpa or Jinotega or Esteli, we'd have the same experience with wonderful people there. So, take that as you will. Edwin says, did you see they installed new Trees of Life, or Árboles de la Vida, in Jinotega, Ciudad Sandina, and Matagalpa, and even in the rotunda that goes towards Hacienda San Jacinto? When did they install those? So we just got one in Leon. I guess it was months ago. I think I saw it when I was returning from somewhere, but I don't think it was Bolivia. That would have been 9 months ago, I guess. Oh my gosh, I was in Bolivia a year ago. How is that possible? Oh my gosh, that does not seem that long ago. Okay, I guess we got them a year ago. No, I did not see that there were new ones, but I'm not surprised. I know they've been going up. Where in Jinotega? Ciudad Sandino, I feel like I've seen that one, but Matagalpa I've not seen. I have not been on the San Jacinto Hacienda. On the rotunda going towards Hacienda San Jacinto in a while. Where in Jinotega? Do you know? That'd be interesting. Later coming soon to Boaco, Huigalpa, not surprising, Chinandega, Rivas, and the Caribbean region. The Caribbean region? Bum, bum, bum. That's hard to believe. Where are those going to go? Well, I know where they're going to go, but I feel like they're going to look weird out there. But out here, I feel like it looks normal. I assume they're putting it at the main rotunda at the entrance to Chinandega. But they could put it on the way to El Viejo. But seems like it'll be on the south side. Don says, poor women have children in an attempt to gain security, and it doesn't work out. The boy runs off because they are pressured to support the kid, and they can't. That's definitely a thing. Having children for bad reasons is always bad. Frank says, so you're saying the pizza in New York is better than in Napoli? Clearly you've not been to Napoli. Yeah, I'm saying it's better. A lot better. Napoli competes with like New York City, but not with New York itself. Not at all. And I have video of me getting pizza in Napoli. Like, it's good pizza, right? Like, Italy makes good food. On average, Italy makes some of the world's best food, for sure. Mostly in the north, not in Napoli. But when it comes to pizza, no. Upstate New York crushes Napoli for sure. You may be sleeping with the fishes soon, my dude. Chris says, do you and your family grow your own food? If so, what kind? We do not, but we're planning to. We are currently just looking at having an herb garden. I've got the herbs, seeds, was able to import them from the U.S., no problem. And, I mean, they didn't say a word. And we're going to try growing a bunch of that stuff because some of those things are a little bit hard to get here. Like dill we can get, but it's not reliable. We'd like to have our own supply just so we know we're going to have the perfect fresh dill all the time. Rosemary, hard to get here. Like that stuff that I want that in my cocktail. I want that in lots of different things, right? So I love rosemary. My wife doesn't like rosemary. I want rosemary on pizza, right? One of my favorite things living in Italy is the hedgerows are made out of rosemary. Just run my hands through them and be like rosemary oil everywhere. Oh, I love it. Long term, we are building a greenhouse, and we do plan to grow some of our own food more extensively, like food, not just seasoning. But at the moment, we're not. We rent the place that we're in, so that's a little bit difficult. And to be fair, I mean, we always have had a tiny bit of our own food. When we lived in La Barria, we had limes. Now we have avocados and limes and guanabana and cashews and several things. Papaya and mangoes. We have amazing mangoes here. So we do some of that stuff, but it's not like we're growing food. We just, you tend to have food supply when you live in a place like this. And we do have a place where we're going to be intentionally growing a lot of fruit trees. But we do want to put in a greenhouse, and we do want to start moving towards growing a lot more stuff. Just life and timing and getting to all that. But, we own restaurants, so there's a big push to, if we made like really good tomatoes, well, yeah, we would eat them, but we would also provide them to our restaurants. So we have more of an incentive to do that stuff than just we'd like some healthy food, which obviously that would be great too. And I would really like to get a lot of heirloom foods. Like I hate the stuff that the U.S. does now, and some of the foods are shipped in here. Now, we can't grow our own apples. That's just not going to happen. But we can grow cucumbers and tomatoes, which of course we're getting from here already. But in theory, we could make ones like beefsteaks that are very hard to get here. So hoping we can pull some of that off, but no promises. I will do my best to document that stuff when we get to it. Actually, that would make a great show, talking about growing that stuff as well. So Janet says, I was here, we already read this, but I was here during the whole thing. It killed the nightlife mostly, but that was mostly COVID. You often mention, this is from Isha Thix, you often mention wanting to live in Matagalpa. What makes it so special? Because it's awesome. Matagalpa has a number of things for me. One is outside of Managua and possibly including Managua. Matagalpa has the feeling of being the most urbane location in the country. Because Managua has such a low-lying village thing because of the earthquake in 1972, it just doesn't have the city feeling of a large city. Even though it's 1.3 million, it doesn't feel like it. And León is a densely packed 300,000 that then goes into countryside, but because it's colonial, it doesn't feel like it. But Matagalpa has not had earthquakes and is not colonial. They build buildings. Now, they're not like high-rises all over, but they have taller buildings and denser downtowns. They feel like a city. They're also in the mountains. The weather is much cooler. It is so nice up there. It is perfect. I like the look of the landscape. I like the look of the architecture. And I know for a lot of people, it's like a super negative. Like it looks like a relatively poor city as opposed to León, which looks like a colonial museum. Having lived in places like both, I definitely prefer Matagalpa. I find that the homes make more sense. You're more likely to be able to find an apartment. Lots of different things that it just fits my view of what I want Central America to be like, mostly in Matagalpa from an architecture perspective. I just like modern Central America a lot. And being up in the mountains, I love towns that are hilly. I like being able to see things that are up and see things that are down and have views in different directions. It makes me feel so much more connected and alive. And Matagalpa is a bigger metro area than León. Smaller city, but bigger metro. 500,000 instead of 1/3 And so you feel those things, and it's really easy connections to Jinotega right next door, which I like a lot. I love the mountain drives. I honestly like the mountains more than the ocean. Here, at least, I really like the ocean in like New Brunswick. I like the ocean to be cold and rocky and harsh and melancholy. And here it's way too surfing and happy and warm. But yeah, Matagalpa just has a lot of things that work for me. And it's very out of the way. León is out of the way, but Matagalpa is more out of the way. And I kind of like that. But it's also not that far from the border if you want to go to another country. Edwin says, because in Matagalpa there are fresh temperatures, a mirador growing vertically, buildings being built, hills everywhere. Yeah, and as you get out, I just like the communities outside of downtown. It just seem neat. I like it all. Janet says, during the issues in 2018, everything was fine in the daytime. I worked every single class I had scheduled. The power and internet never went out during that time. Oh, even better than now. I see how it is. Oh, I skipped where she said 2018 was okay for me. And Luke is here. Hey, Luke, another member of our cool super secret club. He says, hola, late to the show, brought my snacks. Awesome. What do you have for snacks? We need to know. I am drinking some Chinese Rio. I'm still on my first one. I definitely need to get another. Oh, it is 10 o'clock. Everyone, has anyone reminded me yet? I haven't seen it scroll down yet. I have to really quickly make sure I do this before my wife does, because it is now midnight on Eastern time, which means where it counts, because that's where we were married. It is now our anniversary, and the time is exactly 10:04, but our anniversary is 10:04. And of course, my WhatsApp won't even open on my phone. Oh, because my battery died. Well, that sucks. Hold on. You guys can hear me. I'm going to find my wife on my WhatsApp. Happy anniversary. I love you. Since she's not on the show, I was hoping she'd be on the show and we'd like say happy anniversary on the show, but no. So I had to say that. And of course, she's not even online. She probably fell asleep. Matagalpa, fresh temperatures. No power went out. Oh no, it flipped. Don says Managua, Granada, and Messiah were affected the most by the riots. Yeah, that makes sense. It made access to the airport was tough. Roadblocks were a bit scary. Police were nervous. For sure, police were nervous. Many restaurants were closed down. Oh yeah, that stuff definitely, like restaurants being closed. I actually bought a restaurant that closed from 2018, and it never managed to reopen, so we managed to get it. Edwin says, but in a day in December at 10 p.m. with cold front in it, temperatures decreasing to 8 Celsius. Wait, what? Is that about Matagalpa? Also Carazo. I think Edwin is saying that Carasso had it tough too. They definitely had it tough in Carasso, and that stretch through like Crucero. There's a lot of memorials up there for the police who fell. Janet says you can grow vine spinach really easily, but watch out, it grows like a weed. Yeah, watch out, spinach. I eat it like a weed. I don't know what that means, but I do like spinach. Janet says we have limon bombs from our neighbor's house. At our old place, it was mango bombs. Those are much worse. They are. Oh my gosh, when the mangoes fall from the trees, they get you. Janet says you need to make a refrigerated reverse greenhouse to grow apples. Yeah, that's the apples, even lemons. Like they don't grow here. It's too hot. Escape says, hello, Scott, quick question. And first of all, welcome to the live stream. I will graduate soon and become a nurse practitioner. How can I work as a volunteer if I decide to stay for 6 months to a year? So as a volunteer, you shouldn't have any problems as long as you're really a volunteer and don't want to get paid. I'm going to guess. So obviously, I am not a medical expert. I do not work in the field anywhere, let alone here. But I would think that your best thing to do is go to a private hospital. Of course, you're welcome to go to the public ones, but I don't know how easy that will be because they will have, they're public, right? They have politics. When I say, like, literally, they have politics to deal with. They have people they have to ask and get approvals. But if you go to a private one like Vivian Pellis or a Moxa, they don't have, like, all these layers that they have to get approval from. You just need someone to be like, I'll take on, a volunteer, and we'll work with someone. And so that's a real possibility. Vivian Pellis is very high-end and super visible. I would say Amaxa is my guess, would be a much more likely place that it would work out. I'm sure they're short on things. I'm sure they'd like some new expertise. They have really good facilities, but not Vivian Pellis really good. Amaxa has a location here in Leon and a second location up in Chinandega. So that would at least be a place to start. So that would be really cool. Christine says, does Matagalpa have gated communities? It absolutely does. They have some of the nicest, richest communities in the country. They have some really, really impressive stuff. And poor neighborhoods too. But yeah, I mean, I can't think of any place that doesn't have gated communities. Out in the countryside, sure, but once you have anything we would consider a city, it's going to have gated communities. They're very popular. Residencias are extremely normal because it's entry-level Nicaraguan middle class want gated communities, right? It's here in like Leon, the barrios are really popular because of the colonial city. So we have fewer gated communities, but the more modern cities, they have a lot. Luke says, Matagalpa exhausted Google Maps and pinned 30 plus restaurants and cafes for my first 90-day stay there next spring. Made note of the hospitals, doctors, and the government offices. I'm sure you pinned it. I'm going to see if I can find it here. I got a couple places in Matagalpa that I really like for restaurants. I'm always surprised when you're on Google Maps, Matagalpa shows up with like not a big city, even though it's the second biggest metro area in the country. Like, okay. Where is... there's the bridge. It's got to be... There it is. Restaurant La Vida e Bella is a really cute Italian restaurant on a little side street. Oh, Makoto is new. I don't know that place. And I really like going. See if I can locate this. There is. Shoot, there's an area in Matagalpa that's like the red light district, and it's got some really good restaurants and bars and clubs in that area, like the Woods Lounge. There it is. The area around Woods Lounge is amazing. So, nice. The Woods opened up a new place called Retro and Vintage. I gotta check that out. Artesanos Bar, Cervezas Cafe, In-N-Out Grill, Casino Royale, Blue Cactus Bar, Rock Bar, Matagalpa. All of those, like right in a spot, is really, really cool. That is a neat area. Just hang out at night and you can get good food, do all kinds of stuff. I like that a lot. Chris says, happy anniversary. Thank you. Christine, there's no residentials in Matagalpa. What? There's definitely residentials in Matagalpa. I can think of some that I went and looked at. And one of my employees lives in one, so I know that he's got one. Where did I go? Hold on. I recently went exploring, and yeah, on Nicaragua 264. I know I saw some gated communities up there that were really impressive. I don't know all the details because I was there in the dark, but they're definitely out there. Escape says, thank you. This is Davidson, by the way. Oh, cool. Hey, Davidson. Jose says, hi there. Hey, Jose. My dad says, have a happy anniversary. Hugs to the family. Good night. And he's out of here. Like my wife, who apparently fell asleep hours ago. She has not checked her phone since 8:51. When she said she was not doing the live stream, she meant it. Luke says, you like the Harry Potter place in Matagalpa? I'm staying 1 block from La Vida. Oh, perfect. You know, I've never been to the Harry Potter place. It was, I missed it the last time I was there, and everybody loves it. It gets rave reviews. So apparently highly recommended. It's supposed to have like really good food and everything. So that's really cool. And Dale says, happy anniversary as well. All right, guys, I need to refill this and take a really quick bathroom break. I'm going to be back for our final hour. So if everybody can hang out just a little bit, we are currently riding high. 37 people on right now. That's pretty fantastic for this time of night. And total 328 views so far. Average duration is pretty high. It is all excellent. Thanks everybody for being here. We're just going to be gone for a minute. I'm going to be as fast as I can. I'm going to find a good picture to pop up. What is that one? No, that's technical difficulties. That's not what we want. We're just going to put on the owls. How's that? Number 3 for the night. Yes, there it is. Buy an owl a coffee. All right, guys. I'll see you in just a few minutes. We lost so many people. Why'd everybody drop? I was just gone for a second. Oh, come on. So I need my wife to be on the show so that we don't have these breaks, so we can stagger when we leave, because people use it as an excuse to disappear. My wife was not actually asleep. She's just really into her video game. So she's playing House Flipper and was not looking at her phone. No one had any questions or comments that whole time I was gone. That's like your opportunity to jump in and do things. The internet is fickle. It is. It is. First drink is down. Now we're moving on to, wait, let's read it. Lactobacillus vodka. Anyone know what lactobacillus is? Janet is here, but in the kitchen. All right, here goes nothing. Surprisingly good. ADHD squirrel moment. Yeah, my wife. Lactobacillus. It's a bacteria. But what? What? Well, how is this a flavor? I'm guessing that this has to be a typo? I mean, it is the food fermenting lactic acid bacteria. It's used as starter cultures in wine, yogurt, cheese, sauerkraut, pickles, beer, cider, kimchi, cocoa, kefir, and other fermented foods, but as its own flavor? I don't... What? It's just the taste of bacteria. But it kind of tastes good. I'm liking it, but I'm kind of creeped out as to what this is. Yeah. I believe you mentioned, this is Chris, about going to Venezuela tourism or work. I'll be there in November. I was able to get my visa before the embassy in Panama City, Panama closed. Oh, nice. Luckily we have an embassy here, so in theory we can get one. It's used in brewing, I know. I think it's used for making sours. Yeah, like, I mean, that all makes sense, but it's not a flavor on its own. It's the start of flavors, right? I don't think brewers used to use the flavor. What country in South America should I visit first? Well, what do you want to do there, TJ? Yeah, it's not a yeast. I'm just very confused. Very, very confused. It's all very strange. I mean, seriously, look at that. Can you read it? I think you can. Lactobacillus vodka. It has to be a translation error. So, obviously, popular in South America is to go to, like, Argentina. This is a good time to go. All of South America is so nice. Peru is really cool. And don't go to Ecuador. The power's out. I am taking pictures. Like, I can't find the words. Is it under my thumb? There it is. Hold on, I'm going to spill this all over the place. You're watching it happen here live, folks. But I'm going to bring up Google Translate and see if it can translate the other stuff. Right, why would I translate this? Okay. Camera. All right, here we go. Oh my gosh, why is there so many buttons you got to press for everything? I can't even figure out what language it is. Like it's clearly Mandarin. Don't leave, this is good content. Chinese. Okay, so this part at the top, which on this one says Rio Light, translates to Rio Tipsy. And okay, there's the flavor bit. Okay, that's hilarious. Oh, take pictures and become Instagram famous is what you want to do. Then go to someplace crazy. Go to Venezuela. That's definitely the one to go to for that. That's why I want to go. Okay, the thing in the yellow dot says liquor. Lactic acid bacteria vodka flavor. It says the same thing. They're not kidding. It's just the taste of lactic acid. Except in the one they called it bacteria and the other they just called it the acid. Okay, we're going to give up on that, but that... all very strange. And yet yummy. I have no answers for everybody. So, Chris, what are you going to be doing in Venezuela? That is super cool. It's used in brewing, I know. I think it's used for making sours. What country in South America? How hard is it to get a visa to Venezuela? As an American, I'm relatively hard. But I think you can just stop by the embassy, which of course I don't know where it is. There has to be one, right? Is there actually not one in Nicaragua? How is that possible? Oh no, there it is. There it is. What neighborhood is that? Oh, it's really close to Plaza Once. So it is right behind Vivian Palace. Apparently. Yep, there it is. I had no idea it was there. Oh, that looks like a nice street. Oh, wait. Do I know where that is? No, it's a little bit farther. Okay. Yeah, that's a really nice area, though. Okay, cool. Well, that's a neat area. Yeah, so I think you just visit it in Managua, and I think you'll have a much easier time getting a visa from here than from some other locations because it's so friendly here. But their website is not up. But definitely on my list as well. I really want to go and check that out. That's really cool. That's awesome that that Chris managed to get a visa. Oh, Chris's fiance lives there. Well, that makes sense. One of my best friends is from there, but she hasn't been back in a while. But lives in Panama City. So, did you bring the new Coca-Cola? No, I have not had the new Coca-Cola Oreo. I've not actually seen it in a store yet, Chris. I'm sure it's everywhere. Everyone's been acting like it's everywhere. I've not seen it. I'm not really big on flavored Coke in general, so I'm not like, oh, that's a thing I gotta get. And I don't like Oreos, so I like Diet Coke, just regular everyday Diet Coke, or Coke Zero, sugar-free Coke, whatever. Americans gotta pretty much go to the one in Mexico City. Oh no, my camera died. Hold on, I gotta swap the battery. I knew it was getting low, but it just shut off on me. Talk amongst yourselves while I change the battery. Of course, I can't find my spare now. Was not adequately prepared for the night. How's that? Are we back? Bum, bum, bum. This is the back of the studio, part you never get to see. Most importantly, here's my studio assistant, hard at work. My messy shelves, the other light, all the other lights. All right, let's put this back. Oh, of course, I just showed everyone around and forgot to turn the camera on, so that was completely worthless. Well, that sucked. A quick leave while he's not looking. Americans got to pretty much go to Mexico City. Everything is expiring around you. It is. Quick leave while he's not looking. Hey, Dave. Luke says, as I'm spending my first month in country in Managua, can you recount that story of your camera being stolen from the unnamed hotel? Yeah, it's actually the hotel that everyone stays at. It's the Mazante. But it wasn't like I was robbed. It was someone reached in the window and grabbed it and just took off when I wasn't looking. So it was pretty chill. I left it on a table with the window open. You know, what you gonna do? It's funny. I have not been back to the Mazante since then. Not because of that. Just I generally forget about that place. It was a nice little hotel in a funny little spot, and it's like a neighborhood that I really never go to for whatever reason. Which? Yeah, it's right by Parque Las Madres, which is funny. Yeah, I go right by there all the time, but I never go right by there. You know what I mean? Luke, aren't you staying at the Mazante? Wasn't trying to drop name bombs. I mean, they didn't do anything wrong. I left my window open. It was totally on me. I'm lucky I didn't have a lot of other things stolen. I just noticed that there's a McDonald's in Belo Horizonte. I had no idea that was there. Why would I go there? No reason. Just interesting. You know, there's so much in eastern Managua that I almost never see. Like, it really is amazing how little we tend to go over there. I think most expats never go over there. There's actually quite a bit to do. And I just realized I had no idea. There's actually a barrio named Cuba Libre. Now that sounds like my kind of place. It's funny that there's another barrio that's just regular Cuba. So like one is just about the country, but the other one's about the freedom of the country. Like we're serious and far opposite sides of the city. There's so many barrios. They have to have so many names for all of them. Barrios Naciones Unidas, the United Nations barrio. Only the cookies are available for now. Oh, I'm waiting to drink the Oreo flavor of Coca-Cola, both with and without sugar. I tried to go to Super Express to see if they arrived, and it hadn't arrived yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, Not been looking for it, but I think I would notice it, and I've not seen it. Also, power was out around that time. Edwin must be talking about... Oh, on my test screen, the power just went out on my camera as I said that, so that threw me off. Power was out at that time? You mean in 2018? Or when the cookies weren't available? The 3-2 in Ciudad Sandino on Airbnb I found for under 700 looked incredible. Just doesn't meet goals for permanent neighborhood. Ah, right. Ciudad Sandino's nice, but yeah, I gotta see that quick. Best barrio name? I don't know if I have a best barrio name. Do you have one? Are you waiting with like an incredible barrio name you're gonna whip out here all of a sudden? I mean, Cuba Libre is a pretty good barrio name. I think it's the first time I've been actually excited about a barrio name. Selim Shibble is kind of a funny one. I'm looking around to see if there's any good barrio names that come up, but not really. I went to the Super Express this afternoon in Villa Libertad. Villa Libertad? I'm there all the time. I don't know, all the time. That's a stretch. I'm there often. I know that Super Express. I don't normally go to the Super Express, but I know Villa Libertad. I haven't been there in a few weeks. Sol de Libertad, the Son of Liberty, but like the sunshine of liberty, not the son of liberty. Like that's an awesome name of a barrio. Now I want to go there and check that one out. No, I've never been to Nicaragua. I was just curious. No, I don't have. I mean, they're all kind of weird, right? They're all like random names and random countries and trying to fill things in. You know, Walter Ferretti, German Pomares, Rene Polanco, Reparto Schick the First, Blanco Segovia, Socrates Sandino, Salomon Moreno, and then Cuba Libre. No, none of them are like super crazy that I've remember having found. But they're just kind of like lots of them. And so many are named after Cuba and Venezuela, and so those just repeat a lot. And of course, every town has the same ones. So every city has Democracia, Libertad, all that stuff. Don Timoteo says, which town in New York are you from? So I'm not actually from a town. So I'm from the countryside, in the middle of a lot of places. So someone on the channel has actually grew up within sight of my family house, of my childhood house. And we're like, what? Like we were talking in one of the, it wasn't in a live stream. We were on WhatsApp. And he was saying, and it wasn't where he grew up, I'm sorry, it's where his dad grew up. But it turned out his dad is from within sight of my parents' house, the one that I grew up in. But so I grew up in the countryside just west of Geneseo. That's normally how people think of it, in south of Rochester, east of Buffalo. Out where the pizza is actually good. Not like Napoli. They could learn a thing or two about high quality pizza. It's mostly our crust and cheese. Like they've got sauce that's pretty good, but crust and cheese, that's us. Have you been to Western New York, Don? Do you know the area? It's a nice area to be from. Western New York is really cool. Weather is brutal. Taxes are high. And it comes with a lot of American problems. But Western New York is its own animal in so many ways and has cool towns, neat culture, amazing food. It's such a foodie area. Amazing wine. I was in Italy. I was in Chianti and hanging out with a sommelier in Chianti. And they were saying you know, different wine regions and stuff, and they're asking where people are from, and I'm like, I'm from New York's Finger Lakes, and she was just like, I've always wanted to go and have wine in the Finger Lakes. And I'm like, see, no one ever believes me that it's like a world-class wine region. Awesome. What part of Niagara Falls? So I'm from the region known as the Niagara Frontier, but not from the falls proper, but that's my general region. Everyone's dads are from Western New York. No one my age. Scott, I recommend a place called Alas Buenas, or Alas Buenas, which in English is kind of funny. It's, oh, well, it's good. One of the best chicken wings out there in Nicaragua. They opened a new place in Plaza Cali. It's Cali, not Cali. Ciudad Sandino. Yeah, but Edwin, I don't eat chicken. I'll have to take Tafari. He is the chicken wing guy. Oh, Alas Buenas. Good wings. Yeah, I get it. I've only recently learned the nickname Alas for Alitas. Where did they open in Cali? Which thing are they next to? Because the last I knew, Alta Marea was the latest thing opening, and that hadn't quite opened yet. Edwin says, I watched it on TikTok video made by Vil Cordoba. Yeah. If Marcella's watching, she could run out with a camera and go look right now. She's like right there. Trying to look at the map so I can see if they've put it on the map yet. Where is Cuesta? So there's the Plaza Cali. There's the Happy Ice Cream Place, El Shante. Oh, there's a little Caesars in there now. Ugh. Valentino's Bakery in that plaza is awesome. Oh, Marea Alta is on there, but they got the wrong location. It's actually up front, right across from the AM/PM. They haven't made it on the map yet. Recent post about voting with residency. Just casted my last ballot as a U.S. resident. Not concerned with national, but Florida has some amendments we're supporting for the family staying here. Don says, my dad lived near maybe 1/8 of a mile from the falls. Oh, right, in the city. He actually watched people go over the falls in barrels when he was a kid. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Niagara people. Oh, I'm sure, Edwin. Like I'm in Cali relatively often, and I haven't seen it yet. So, but I really want to try Marea Alta because I haven't been to the one on Jean Paul Genis yet, and it looks really good. And I've been to some other seafood places that are disappointing. I miss not a lot, right? Like it's not like I miss, but I miss American style seafood restaurants, and Alta Marea and a few others kind of go in that direction. This is not a healthy thing for me, but there's a certain style of American, what we call a fisherman's basket, that I just really like, where it's like shrimp. I'm sure they're not going to do exactly this, but shrimp, scallops, some fish, fries, hush puppies in a big, like it's a huge plate, and it's just loaded with, a whole bunch of all of them, and you get cocktail sauce. No one does that here, and tartar sauce and ketchup, and you just dunk everything, and it's delish. It's kind of like a Variados, but for just one person and all seafood. And I've not had one in quite a while. We did discover somewhere that had really good shrimp recently. Where was I? Rojo Lobster. Yeah, I did. So I'm from Western New York. We did not have to go to Rojo Lobster to get that. That kind of stuff was everywhere. You could get it at a lot of diners and definitely a lot of family restaurants growing up. What do locals say about American politics and culture? Mostly very little. It's west of the plaza. Really? Oh, yeah, okay. Say 30 feet. Wait. 100 meters to the west. Primo. Is it over next to Primo Pizza? Which I heard went downhill. It was really good when it opened. And there's that Hora Ruzo or whatever coffee shop. They're never open. If anyone ever makes it in there, I'm going to be really jealous. It looks nice, but I've never once been there that it's open. It's really weird. There's the Plaza Pradera, the Cangreja house. That place looks weird. I've been into the Macau Food Plaza. They have nothing that I want to eat in there. That's been very sad. You'll have to learn about miles, feet, and yards and distances from point A to point B. No, I know that, but 30 feet is not 100 meters at all. 30 feet is 10 meters. 100 meters is 1,000 feet. A little bit more. As long as you just say meters, then I'll be clear. When you add feet, then there's two different measurements, and I don't know which one is the one you mean. 30 feet would be way too close. That would be immediately across the street. So it's got to be the 100 meters. But 100 meters should put it before Primo Pizza. Unless it's up in that plaza above it near Horno Mágico, but I don't know what the heck that is. The Sandino Liquor Store. Okay, wait. Yeah, interesting. Oh, sorry, got it wrong in that. And actually, so if you're looking there, Edwin, at Primo Pizza, if you look directly across the street from Primo Pizza, there is a plaza directly across the street. It's got another pizza place called Full Pizza Praderas de Sandino. Right, 100 meters is more than 330 feet. That plaza with Full Pizza Praderas, because that housing development right there is Praderas de Sandino. That's where I hang out when I'm in Ciudad Sandino. That plaza is where these shirts are made. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the exact spot these shirts are made. Bum, bum, bum. At Zen Creations. Anywho, what was I going to say? The shrimp, I had some so I had shrimp at Desperados recently. That was really surprisingly good, which is funny for me to say. But no, I had it somewhere else that I was also really happy with the shrimp. And I was like, oh, this shrimp is really good. But I can't remember where I went. It's someplace new, I think. And now my brain is just leaving me hanging out to dry. I don't know what it is. You guys are really quiet now. Let's get some conversation going. Get some questions. Brent is here. Yeah, just off work and glad I'm catching the live chat. Hey, Brent, how's it going? It's gotten quiet, so hopefully you've got some topics and stuff to bring up because we're kind of listless. But I think you missed. I'm drinking bacteria-flavored vodka. Yep, that's really what it says. From China. Thank you, China Mall. We also got let's see if I can tell you what we got. We got a new cat litter thing. Janet says, remember that guy from yesterday I told you about? He didn't make it to Colorado? What does that mean, Janet? Brent booked my flight to Managua November 10th to the 20th. Very stoked. Awesome. Congratulations. Wait, Janet, I got to know what's going on now. Did he make it out of Managua? TJ says, I went to Catarina last weekend. Not bad. Oh, I like Catarina. If you're in the area, you got to go to Paseo del Tren. It is my favorite restaurant in the area. So good. Interesting drink. It's actually really good. This is what's crazy. It's bacteria-flavored vodka, and it's delicious. No one knows where he is? Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. But he did make it out of the country, right? Like, they know he's not here, right? They gave him plane ticket and put him in a cab. Wait, in Managua? In Leon? Somewhere in the U.S.? We were talking about this just before the live stream started. I was telling Paul about it, and he's like, yeah, I know that guy. Did you try the knockoff Starbucks cheese latte? I did not. I could not bring myself to drink a cheese latte. That was, we really don't know. My gosh. Oh, this is the story of the night. That is hilarious, sort of. In Managua. I can't believe that border control hasn't, like, checked the flight or whatever. They must know. Somebody must know. That's... Oh, yeah, you wanted me to tell Paul. He's asleep now. He knows the first part of the story, but he doesn't know that we lost him. Can you have him? Oh, yeah, I can. Edwin says, unfortunately, I don't drink alcohol and just 19 years old, but it's better for my health. Oh, Edwin, who is only 19 years old, doesn't drink alcohol, but it's better for your health. That is very sad. How do you grow up in Nicaragua and not drink alcohol? Is that even legal? Like, they're connecting airports. There are connecting airports. Yeah, but if he leaves Managua, then he goes through a checkpoint. He can't come back. Like, people would know. I do not drive a car. I drive as little as possible. And sometimes I drink so that I don't have to drive. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't drive. I've been drinking. That's unfortunate. If you never drink, you're always stuck being the designated driver. Well, we know Edwin doesn't drink. He's got to drive us now. But they didn't help the family. Know if he got on the plane. So weird. Here, I'll tell him right now. Oh, I see. I see what's going on. All right. He could have gotten out of the taxi at the airport and walked away. Right, no one physically put him on the plane. My gosh. Why? Which customs is generally more lenient with excess electronics, MGA or Piñas Blancas? Definitely Piñas Blancas. In 2021, Piñas Blancas was pretty easy, multiple work and personal devices. Yeah, Piñas Blancas is almost always... I went through there just recently with many hundreds of dollars of Argentinian cookies, all individually wrapped in metal. Let me tell you, the X-ray girl's eyes. And then she looks at me and she goes, "Galletas?" And I'm like, yes. And she started laughing. And she's like, obviously you're going to be inspected. But, and then my wife was like, "Oh no." I'm like, it's fine. Like, she was like worried. I'm like, they're checking them. So it turns out though that even at Piñas Blancas, they have to inspect every single cookie that comes through. You're not allowed to bring expired food into Nicaragua. I had no idea. They had to look at every single cookie. So we just stood there as they pulled every cookie out of the luggage. We had a large piece of luggage that we took just for cookies, completely packed with cookies. Every single cookie was taken out. Check the date. Sometimes they'd be like, we'd be like, it says, October 30th. They'd be like, okay. And you get the next one. It was so hilarious. I'm like, I'm so sorry. And some British guy comes over to me and he looks at it and he goes, "You win customs food of the day." It was so funny. But yeah, in general, Piñas Blancas I think is going to be more lenient. But I've had good experiences at both. The last time I came through at the airport and had to deal with stuff, they were thinking about giving me a hassle, and then my wife is like, "He's a YouTuber." And they're like, "Okay, he's fine." It was very funny. I don't know, Luke, how much we can tell you. Like, I'll let Janet divulge as much as she feels she should. But needless to say, someone needed to be on a plane today, and apparently was not. Did you give them some cookies at least? Would that be a bribe? We did not give them cookies. We did not have spare cookies. That's not 100% true. Some of the cookies were already theirs. They just didn't know it, but not at the airport. But they were actually for some people that were there. Did you give them some cookies at least? It probably would be a bribe, but I think they would overlook that. They'd be like, "Did you take a bribe?" "It was cookies." Yeah, we weren't really worried because some of the people getting cookies were in the other room, so we could have been like, "It's their cookies." So it was, I think I'll split my hostel time between Poco a Poco and Leyendas just to check them both out. Cool. Leyendas is really close to me. That's where Jillian stayed. And a few other people. My second monitor has yet to arrive. It's been a month. Oh, that sucks. Do you know anything about it? Like, do they have shipping information? I mean, a month is not the end of the world. I assume you went with Maritime and that it'll take longer. But that's a long time. I'm about to order stuff again. Who did you ship with? I asked you that before. I just can't remember. My Envios Fast Track went well. And I had to overpay because I didn't have change for something. And they totally sent me a note and are like, "Oh, you have a $3 credit on your account for next time." I'm like, nice. I thought they were just going to keep it. So here's the story. Janet says, "There's a guy who's been in Leon for a few years. I had tried to help him a bit over 3 years ago because he wanted to leave. But then he decided to stay, so he moved out to another house. More to come." It said 3 or 4 weeks. Oh, well, I mean, you're kind of not super out there yet. I need to ship down a Rode microphone. So that's my next thing to test. But I'm going to do Maritime. Last time I did a flight because it was my first time with him. I wanted to get it quickly. Janet says, "We had no contact with him during that time, but evidently his mental condition deteriorated, and he has been one of those people that people post about on Facebook. But not like the naked guy. We try not to post about him anywhere. Except here, we discuss it. My kids are appalled about the whole situation." I walked past him in the park the other day. That was not the best. I talked to his son in the States, and he said his dad was arriving in Colorado today, but he wasn't there. So basically, he was sent to the flight here and never got off the flight in... It would be really awful if they were waiting for their dad, and instead it was the naked guy, and he was just expecting them to take him. That would have been the piece de resistance on that story, but that is unfortunately not how it went. So he was supposed to get on the plane. No one actually made sure that he got on the plane in Managua, so no one can prove that he actually left the country. And so we don't know if he crossed into the United States. And since there were connecting flights, we don't know if he's lost at an in-between airport, if he just didn't go, or what's happened. He's a slender, gray-haired American guy in his 70s. He is a flight risk, as in not getting on a booked flight. He's a non-flight risk. It's funny because it's true. Janet, that's hysterical, Scott. No, he's a stay risk. Yeah, that's what they actually call things in the United States. If you're One of my good friends was not able to get a visa to visit the United States because she was a stay risk because she had so many ties and abilities to be able to stay in the U.S. that they're like, you could just not leave. And she's like, yeah, but, I want to. And they're like, nope, you might not. Yeah, he needs to be back with his family for sure. That is very unfortunate. So he's probably, do we know where his other connecting flight was? Because, obviously there's a decent chance he just didn't get on the plane here, but he was at the airport. If he was wandering around Managua, it seems like someone would quickly be aware, probably. Because he'd be at the airport. He would have had to find his way away from the airport, which is out there in the middle of nowhere. So you would hope that that would make it less likely for something to go wrong. But if he's got a connecting flight, it is so easy not to make a connecting flight. Even if you're a savvy traveler, it is really, really easy to not end up where you need to go because one thing's a little bit late, they move something to a different thing, they don't make announcements. His son is going to contact his aunt tomorrow because she bought the ticket. Okay. Oh. Yep. They should have just stuck a luggage tag on him or an Apple AirTag, then they could track him. And he probably doesn't have he probably isn't in another country because that would require border crossings. You could be, but that's really hard. But in Houston, that would make sense, which is like another country, but is easy to deal with. And of course, you wouldn't be able to contact anyone because Houston has no working anything. You can't use credit cards. You can't. It's just a mess. It is the fifth world. If the U.S. is backwards and the third world makes fun of it, Houston is what America makes fun of. It's rough, especially the airport. So there is, few places more archaic to fly through and try to deal with things. So if he's stuck there, that's where you end up in limbo. Seems like you would think American border control would be able to help pretty quickly with a missing person to say, well, they're in the country or not in the country. But I don't know how easily it is for kids to, be like, my dad, unless he's declared disabled or something. They may not have a lot to work with. If he wasn't such a hassle around town, it would seem more tragic, but it seems mostly just more quirky than anything. It's probably something dumb that he's just wandering around somewhere looking for someplace. There was probably gambling in one of the airports and he went to go there. Oh, hey, we were commenting earlier about or I was commenting. None of you cared. I was commenting about the subscriber count, and the subscriber count is up. So it's actually increased. So feeling better now that we've been doing the live stream. It's only up 2 more, but it's been a pretty, this might be my record day, actually. It's funny that I'm feeling the loss of subscribers on my record growth day. Waiting for the late night stats to come through, but I think it's actually a really good one. I know they have them because on my students in Brazil, because one of my students in Brazil works in the drug finding area at their airport. Maybe in another country, Houston. I told them to ask the airline for the flight passenger manifest. Yeah, I know they have them. Yep, they definitely do. First impression of Houston, my taxi driver was a literal Nazi, bragging his was the only white face we'd see driving a cab. Strange and confusing town. It really is. Janet says, yeah, he has delusions. There's a lot of casinos in Managua. That is true. And we have one of them on here. If you're still around, we might have someone for you to send a picture to that we could get him spotted there. TJ says, I definitely decided to buy a TV and have it shipped. Oh, a TV in the U.S. or in Nicaragua and have it shipped around Nicaragua. Need to ask my kids what video game we're playing tonight. I don't know what we're playing. We're in the middle of a whole bunch of things. What did everybody have for dinner? I had vegetarian meatloaf in the U.S. TVs here. The TVs here are overpriced. That is such a large item to ship. Is it really saving a lot? And will it arrive in one piece? That's my biggest question. Working out video game plans with my kids. They're like, wait, we're playing something today? I'm like, yeah, we're playing something today. Come on. TJ would be unhappy if I didn't play a video game today. He'd be like, what are you doing? I don't think I got to tell you guys. I have been gone for days, so I've had no time to work on anything since then. But several days ago, I sat down and finally learned enough of Unity. I made my own version of Flappy Bird. So, yay me. That is the first game I've made in a very long time. Gallo Pinto de Chorizo for dinner with tostadas queso. Nice. Interesting. Speaking of video games, did you mention you had a Steam Deck? I have two. I mean, one is like the family one. It's really my kids, and that's a first gen. And my wife has her own private one that's a second gen. How does it hold up in the heat? No problem at all. None of them have reported anything. Now, of course, they often play in air conditioning. They don't take it out in like really hot conditions very often, because who wants to play video games when you're like dripping with sweat and stuff? Our video game room is air conditioned, and we rarely use it in the video game room because we've got like a big game rig. So we have two Steam Decks and one Nintendo Switch. Hate the Switch. And we have an older but really good big video gaming PC, and then we have a little micro one that's good for like, older games or simpler games, but it's really small and portable, and we also use that for our media stuff. And and then we have a couple older laptops. Like we have a 2015 laptop that my kids still have a bunch of games on. They don't want to give it up because it's just easier to play some of the old games on there. But so we have a lot of different things for playing games because we really are a gamer family. My kids want to make video games as their career when they're older, and so that's it's a big thing for us. So we've got a lot of different things, but yeah, the Steam Decks are just amazing. If you've never used one, I mean, if you have any interest, if you're like on the fence about a Steam Deck, no, get it. Like, it is such an impressive device. The screen is great, the controls are great, the way the whole thing works is great, the support is great. It's just a marvelous portable device. So well done. I plan on getting one. I'm waiting for a third gen, which of course have not been announced yet. They're years away, but I'm not going to, we've got two already. I can use my kids' one when they want. They don't call them first and second gen. It's called the OLED. That's what my wife has, is the OLED. But I plan on just waiting for another one to come out, I guess, wait, if they come out once a year, is there likely to be one next year? Well, that would be nice. I'm looking for the release dates. Looks like, I think my wife's is newer than I realized, and that we must have gotten them right as they released for the main one. Yeah, released in North America in February 2022. So we must have gotten it at Christmas 2022. That didn't seem possible. I thought they had it before then, but only by a little bit. Maybe somehow they got it earlier in the year? Maybe. And then my wife has the OLED, which released, she got it for Christmas last year. So it's just coming up on a year old. I'm definitely waiting. I doubt there's going to be one this year, but maybe there'll be one next year, and then I will try to get one because they're just fantastic. I love the way they look, the way they hold, and I like that type of gaming, and I use Steam for everything. So speaking of video games that you mentioned, yeah, because you can pay no taxes, it's true, TJ, like that's, when you pay no taxes and the shipping is about the same, as long as it survives, and you got the first wave. Your monitor says received in the Bodega Santa Maria. Oh, so a few hours ago. You're good to go. Leaving an old M1 Mac Mini, running in the States with family for a hard site IP. Old M1 Mac Mini. Thanks, Luke. That's what I'm on right now. That's what's on my desk. It's my old M1 Mac Mini. This is my M2 MacBook. The M1 holds up pretty well. But planning to get an M4 iPad if I make it to the States ever, which seems harder and harder every time I look at the schedule. It's like, when are we going to make it? The Spirit's not flying anymore. My gosh. It just gets harder and harder. Trade-in value is only $250. It's better than most desktops. Yeah, don't trade that in. No, so I'm lucky. Any old computers I have either go to my kids or into the company. So I've got a development team here in Leon, so someone could end up with if my kids don't want it, it'll go there if I don't have a spot for it. But I use a lot of stuff, so it's hard to imagine me giving up the M1 for a while, but I might. My Mac was so old. Wait, I got $350 for the iPhone 13 Pro. My Mac was so old, the operating system expired about 6 years ago. I've been using Tailscale. I don't know Tailscale. Oh, VPN. I see. Oh, it's just a packaging of WireGuard. That's cool. I have not seen that one before. But I've worked with WireGuard, for sure. Now I'm wishing there was a new Steam Deck for me to get. No, I don't need one. Stop it, Scott. Yes, but I use the exit node. Oh, there's apparently a wave of, I'm just reading, this is how out of touch I am. There's a wave of similar portable devices, much like the Steam Deck, from other companies that have launched since then. Weird. Like, why bother? Nothing's going to be as good as the Steam Deck. Definitely doesn't have as good of processors and stuff. But the ROG Ally from Asus, they kind of look cool, but they don't look Steam Deck cool. They're more expensive. They don't have custom processors. Like, don't have the testing. Don't have the blah, blah, blah. Are chiropractors common in Nicaragua? Not common, but they exist. they're around. Luke says the new iPhone 16 Pro is nice. Switch to T-Mobile, free Netflix and Apple TV. I'll pick up my eSIM for Tigo upon arrival. By the way, new iPhone only allow 8 eSIMs? Did they turn it down? The old one, they told me it was more than 32. On mine, the 13. Yeah, I'm planning, Luke, to get an iPhone 16 and an iPad when I'm back in the States. Those are my big things. My phone is a 13, so it's getting pretty old here, and it's a mini. Well, I like the mini, but battery's starting to take a beating, and the camera's starting to show its age. So it'd be nice to get that updated. I hope to be able to do that on this one. Per T-Mobile, tech support and store. Oh, I think T-Mobile just makes that stuff up, but who knows? How many eSIMs on iPhone 16? You'd think that would be a really simple thing that would just be listed. Here's something that says the device can store 8 or more. Yeah, okay, but or more? That's a very, very weird. I tried to use a VPN to watch Thursday Night Football, and it was blacklisted. We use City TV here, and it works pretty well. I don't think we need a VPN for it. So, what you need, how to set up. I mean, you don't need very often more than 8. But Apple told me it was over 32. He said it was so many you could never use that many. Yep. There appears to be no information anywhere. If you search on it, you get just nothing. Oh, here, according to PC Mag, in a support document, Apple confirms the iPhone 14 can support up to 8. Yeah, I was told the 13 went to over 32 by Apple support. Well, that kind of sucks. 8, I could actually see, because, like, I use 2 now. I'd like a Costa Rican one. I'd like a Guatemalan one. Kind of like a Bolivian one. Maybe an Argentinian one. You know, you can end up with a few without too much. What if you wanted like Olafly? Like, pretty quickly you got quite a few. So I installed, I tried to use a VPN, so I installed Tailscale on my server and used the exit node. Oh, I got it. Dave, from Apple site specs, dual eSIMs, 2 active eSIMs, stores 8 or more eSIMs. iPhone 16. Yeah, or more. What the hell does or more mean? It's like they don't know. Well, we tested 8. No one tried 9. Right, but that's what we're asking. Can it do 9? They're kind of missing the point. Oh, Apple. And like, who would know? No one but Apple. There's no other person to know. You would think they would know. When they wrote the code and said, here's the limit. And why would there be a limit like that? Like, if someone said, oh yeah, no, it tops out at like 32,000 because it like runs out of memory. You're like, oh, okay, I get that. Like, at some point, there's got to be like a limit. But 8? Not 8 million? What's going on? It's too much for the CPU. It's too much for the RAM. Like, what component is causing this to top out? It's very strange. You need more Uber global travelers to test 9+ sims. Or more. Sounds like they pay us more. Or more. All very sus. I'm almost through my bacteria-flavored vodka. So what's everybody doing tonight after this? So anyway, no one was excited that I made Flappy Bird on Unity. Like, I was expecting some kind of like, whoop, whoop. I got nothing. It was my first time working with Unity. I'm learning it so I can help teach my daughter. Is it growing on me? No, I liked it originally. Like, this is quite good. I'm gonna get more of these. This is better than the lychee one. Lol, working. Yeah. Sorry, Janet. I am going to make a sandwich out of cold, even though we had it just a few hours ago, but it was before the live stream, so it's been a little bit. Cold meatloaf. What we do is just take some bread, some butter, and then meatloaf. It's so good. Janet's excited for me. Thank you. Bacterial growth. Yeah, it was my first. Oh, where did I buy that drink? Janet, at China Mall. Let's all go to China Mall. Ba-dum, ba-dum. I need to get them to sponsor these episodes. That would be amazing. Brought to you by China Mall. Everything you ever wanted to buy and a ton of stuff you didn't know existed. I watched someone make Flappy Birds with AI. That takes all the fun out of it. The bacteria makes it healthier. That's right. Probiotic. It doesn't actually say that. It could be really unhealthy. This could be like, you know, the thing that kills me. This is what causes the zombie apocalypse. They didn't think anyone was going to actually buy this because, I mean, the name should kind of ward you off. I mean, you look at it and you're like, oh, bacteria vodka flavor. And yeah, I picked it up and bought it. And here we are. And but I wonder how many people don't buy it because they're like, I was hoping for blueberry and it's bacteria. And the secret code, Rio Tipsy. Yes, DJ, there's 2 China malls, but this is the real one, the mall one, not the one at Onse, the one that's standalone out on the Suburbana. Probiotic, the drink of bros. Probiotic. I may have had too much bacteria. I've only had 2 drinks, and they're very 2% and 3%. Like, it's just sad. It's more of a placebo. Why am I out of focus? There I am. The Fuji got confused. Confugied. It got confugied. Yeah, I don't... Oh, I'm watching myself on the recorded live stream, and I'm not moving, but it's not stalled. I'm just not moving. Anybody notice that our live... We didn't have to do any of those, like, going to still shots tonight to handle the video. We've been rock solid. We didn't lose power. We did not lose internet. We didn't have a slowdown. We had nothing like that. It's been smooth sailing all night. I'm getting funnier. Well, that's nice. That's the bacteria talking. Confugied. I'm here all week, folks. Here all week. Yeah, no, the China Mall was cool. It was definitely fun. TJ, you got to go check out the China Mall. 3 floors of what the heck is this stuff? They have so much Christmas stuff, including that Santa Claus. Did I post that picture? It's a Santa Claus, like, it's kind of like a snow globe, but it's a big box, like this big. And you turn it upside down, and then you turn it right way up. And it's just like a picture frame. And then the snow falls, so it's like a snow globe, but picture frame, very two-dimensional. But it says on the bottom in English, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you. And then in really big Russian, it says Merry Christmas. In Russian. You're like, why? Why is it in English and say I miss you and Merry Christmas in Russian? Like, what is this? But they had tons and tons of fake plants and things like that. Like if you want to decorate, do house stuff with fake plants, they had a really good selection of that. I'm thinking about doing kind of a grass wall behind me here. That might be kind of neat. But I like this blue light. I think this is working well. It kind of gives me a color separation because I've got the more neutral color up here, and I'm able to light up. I'm able to light up my little apple guy using this. But we're gonna crank him up a little bit. There hasn't been enough comments on his glow, so we're gonna fix that a little bit. Is that better? Is he popping? And then we'll make sure he's not being lit by that. Yeah, that works. A little bit better there. Flat like Santa trapped in the Phantom Zone. Exactly. That is what it's like. And yeah, they had some weird stuff. They had a lot of good pet stuff, you know, just leashes, all those kind of things. Water, like really, really good. Oh wait, this is supposed to be just a little bit back, and then there we go. Now he's got a little bit of glow. It gives him like rosy cheeks. I had it on a darker one earlier, and it was like he really popped then, but he's a little bit. He still needs a little bit more. All right, hold on. That's better. That's better. They had, what did they have? I mean, just a lot of stuff. Just all kinds of general purpose stuff. Edwin is taking off. Good night. Take care. See you another Thursday stream. Edwin, have a good night. Thanks for being here. We're not going to be on for much longer. It's definitely getting quiet. Some people are starting to drop, and I need to go do my Duolingo because I did not manage to do it ahead of time. It was a very busy day. And I got to go video game with my kids, and I got to make a sandwich, so we're not going to be too much longer. But if anybody has anything, let's get those topics out there. But we'll be kind of on the wrap-up trail here pretty soon. We have been on over 5 hours, so it's not a short week. That's kind of my gauge. Over 5, solid. Over 6, long. 8 is our record. Try not to go under 4. So we're in good shape. We got 381 views so far. Not records by any stretch, but we've done well. I sent you a log of the power here. Oh, you have a log of the power. It's fun. They had, what did they have? I mean, I like the closed captioning of me rambling. Utility power failed, transferred, backup mode. Oh yeah, that's a lot of drops. We've been really solid today. We've had nothing. What's your Duolingo username, if you don't mind sharing? Oh yeah, I'll pop that up. Of course, I have to know my username. Now you're asking a lot of me. Hold on, I've got a... Oh, well, it is just Scott Allen Miller, so that is it. I also have one of these QR code things, but that'll never work that way. I'll try to find a way to put that up. Right now, I'll go post that on the community, and then you can scan that. But it is Scott Allen Miller, so go ahead and give me an ad. This is your opportunity. Everybody add me. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Add me on Duolingo. There we go. It is on the community. See name. Hey, I need to find that. You need to find what, Janet? I wish I had another bacteria flavored drink. I do have other Rio flavors, but they are more normal and in glass, so I didn't try those out. Oh, my kids have not decided what we're gaming tonight, though. We've been playing Telltale Games, Walking Dead, waiting for my wife to join us on that. We're playing Life is Strange. My kids are not super thrilled with that. They were all excited to play, and then we got into it, and they're like, this is boring. We are playing... Oh, I forgot. I think it's you on Duolingo. It's me where on Duolingo. Anyway, I'm Scott Allen Miller. Add me on Duolingo. Life is Strange and Resident Evil 1. Oh my gosh, that's painful. But we're getting through it. We're over halfway. I hear they get better. They better get better. You decide to give Duolingo another chance? They're good. They do a good job. It's not perfect, but it's good. Oh, trying to find me there. Oh, Janet, yeah, I wasn't there for a really long time. They had a glitch and they lost me for years. And I've put in a thing to support and said, I don't have, all my social stuff disappeared. And they never responded, but they fixed it at some point. So I was like, oh, well, now it works all of a sudden. And so I got my kids back on. We do our family thing, and now I've got all these friend things. Because my wife and my kids kept talking about, yeah, we do all these friend challenges. I'm like, none of this is on my Duolingo. What are you talking about? But they do them. I was stuck in Duolimbo. Oh my gosh, that's good. And they were doing all these points things that I didn't have, and all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, what? Why is it like this? And yeah, I don't know. But wait, did I do my Duolingo? Now I feel like I might have. No, I don't think I did. That must have been yesterday. I could have sworn it was today. No, it must have been last night. That makes sense. Yeah, it was last night. I still needed to do it. But I'm just watching myself adjust the light on the thing. Oh, Janet found me. Awesome. Oh, there's TJ. There's Joshua. Did your Duolingo get lost in translation? That's what it felt like. It was really weird that they never responded. They just fixed it and were like, hopefully he figures it out. And I had no idea. I'm like, wait, what's this? Oh, that's Joshua. Cool. Janet still hasn't popped up on mine, but maybe I already followed Janet and she just didn't follow me. Janet says, I was mad at them for changing it a lot, so I stopped for a while, but I'm doing it again. I wasn't upset, but it definitely wasn't fun that I had finished Spanish, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, you're like 5% through Spanish. You're like, well, I finished this. I want to learn more, so that was good, but I had completed both Italian and Spanish, and then one day it was like I barely had started doing it, and I'm like, now it's so big. Like, I'm nowhere close to getting through Spanish, and I've been doing, my streak is, you guys can see it now. Oh, come on. What is my streak? 1,649 days. And I've had multiple really incredible streaks like that. I've been doing this for a really long time, and I'm nowhere close to getting through Spanish, which I'm also struggling to speak Spanish. So, okay, I get that. Fair point, but it's a lot. They did change it a bit. So I didn't like all the changes. There's very few of the changes I actually like. Hopefully they make me learn better. I don't really care whether I like it or not, but I really want to learn. So hopefully that's what's going on. Yeah, Spanish is long. But you can learn an awful lot on the Spanish course, so it's good. I grabbed Babbel Plus Lifetime on Amazon Prime Day promo, $250. I don't have a comparison nor anyone local to practice. Almost daily practice. Yeah, I've tried Babbel before, and it was okay, but I never really stuck with it. I've tried a few different things, and I do like variety because, you do just Duolingo, and it's like, okay, there's a little bit much of this one thing, but it's then I find if I have too many things, I end up doing nothing. My streak was huge, but when I was teaching 10 classes a day, I missed just over 2 days, and they erased my streak, so I was mad about that too. Yeah, I really hate that there's no time allowance. So for example, if I'm having a travel day, like when I traveled to Argentina, my gosh, I lost first of all, I'm on planes all freaking day. And at no point did I have internet, at no point did I have power, at no point could I use my phone. And I lost 4 hours in the time zone change. So the Duolingo is like you only have 20 hours and all of it you're on a plane, and there's no getting it done during the same night. And I hate that the rollover is at midnight. That's in the middle of me working almost every day. The live stream is always going at the time that Duolingo wraps up. So I have single events all the time that start in the middle of the afternoon and go until after Duolingo is done. And I can't do it's at such a time that it's really hard to do it. I don't think you can, TJ, because it has to have internet to let it do the thing. So I think it checks the date with them. I'm not 100% sure. I've not actually tried that, but I don't know that date and time on your phone will actually fix anything. I know it does for the New York Times crossword puzzle, but I don't think it does with Duolingo. But really, I think there should be a couple things. You should be able to set it to a time that's during your night so that you do it before going to bed rather than because a lot of people do as long as they do it today, but it's not do it today. It's do it during an arbitrary period. The only reason I don't like it better on the computer, I found that my computer crashes all the time. Not the computer, just Duolingo in the browser crashes quite often for me and doesn't work. And a bunch of the things that I enjoy and make it easier aren't available on that. Sometimes I do it there, but I find that the phone, they seem to have the phone working better. They definitely don't have it the same. And so often on the browser, I have it get stuck, and I'll get almost to the end of the lesson, and it just doesn't progress. And it's like waiting for the next lesson, and it just hangs there forever. And you're like, no, I finished this lesson, and then it doesn't count it as anything. And if you're racing at the end of the night, then you're extra pissed because now you missed the day because Duolingo didn't register your progress. And you're like, are you kidding me? So yeah, it's fine. But the midnight thing drives me crazy because both me and the kids, it's right in the middle of our busy part of the evening. So we're constantly stopping and interrupting things to try to get it done. And then you could do it before you go to bed, but then you're super tired. And so it's not like, oh, my last minute thing. It's like my first minute thing. I'm going to do it while I'm falling asleep. That's not good. It's at the worst time. If it did it at 4 a.m., 8 a.m., noon, all of those would be better than midnight. That's it really is engineered to be really close to the most annoying possible time for me. And there's no flexibility on it. Just received the latest Time Kettle Translator earbuds. Looking forward to trying out. Well, that's interesting. Rodrigo just started following me. But it doesn't give me follow back stuff. The best thing about Duolingo is that it reduces friction even if it isn't an efficient method. So it's doing anything to demotivate you, it's a problem. Right, exactly. And the midnight thing is a big demotivator. Most of the things are motivational, so I don't have a problem with almost anything. The the taking away the social stuff that my family had, like if they just took the social away, said we're not doing this, I'd be like, okay, but they only took it away from me, and I was like, that was super demotivational. And I was like, and taking away the streaks over really stupid things, I find very demotivational. And my daughter stopped using it because of that. The streak made her stop doing it. Eventually, we got her back into it. Now she's on like 800 days, but she was at like 200 or 300 days, really into it. And it was one of those like we're traveling things, and she never got a chance to do it because she doesn't have internet. Like she has to be somewhere with Wi-Fi, and so she's asleep in the car. You get somewhere, like it was not her fault that she missed it, and she tried to do it while still in that day, and it didn't count it, and it just took her streak away, and that was like she was just done, right? And mine was similar. I was at, I don't know, 600, 700, 800 days, and it took it away arbitrarily. And there was one like that it was, I did not miss it. Like it didn't register. Something went wrong, and it took away the days. And I was like, oh my gosh, like why? Like it makes you of. You're right. If you do anything to stop, if you create that friction in a thing that you're only doing because it doesn't have friction, it's like, well, I'm not going to invest anything in this. It makes you hate the things like the streaks because you know that they make you feel addicted, and you know that they're capricious. And then it's like, so you don't want there to be a streak so you don't have that pain later. So now they've made it much better, and they've improved a lot of that. But the midnight thing, man, that drives me crazy because it's like I almost always want to be doing it as I cross midnight, and I don't know when it's going to take it. And it's like sometimes I'm waiting for it, and it's like I did it on this day, but it registered on the next day because it had a problem. And I'm like, it's just way too touchy. So yeah, that's my negative, but I use it. It's been good. I use it for a lot of languages. Both of my kids and my wife are on huge streaks, and we all watch each other, and it's been good. And now that my social stuff is back, that's a lot easier. It still hasn't shown Janet following me. Yeah, nothing yet. Well, anyway, all right, guys. On that note, I think it's time to wrap up. We're coming up on 11:40. I got a little bit left to do. To do my Duolingo, got to get the video gaming done. I am a little bit munchy. It's been awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. We are just minutes away from hitting 400 views, but it'll hit that in not too long when people start watching it. Well, it takes about 3 hours for it to post. If you have not watched the day's video, which none of you have because it posted 2 minutes before this did. Be sure to go check that out. Joshua says, I've been using for around 600 days, and I'm shocked how much Spanish I've managed to learn. Oh, it's good. Like, I've noticed huge improvements, and some of it I know is from Duolingo. Some of it I know is from other things, but I know some of it's from Duolingo. There's so much like reading comprehension and stuff that I didn't have before, and now I'm just flying through things. And it's weird. When I was like way earlier, I found it much harder. Like it was like, what are they asking? This is so hard. And now I'm flying through lessons that are supposed to be much more advanced. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's because I'm getting the language, and now it's about learning more vocabulary or more syntax rather than challenging me to get the basics. And it's like there's a leap at some point. And it's like, now it's I can really move. It says you're on my list, so maybe you did send me one earlier I didn't see. I think so. Try looking for me in your friends list. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I don't know how any of these things work. Following. What does your name come up as, Janet? Oh, one of my old employees passed away this week. I haven't heard from what. He hasn't worked with us for a number of years, but no, Janet, you're not on. I can't find you on my list. I have non-purple hair and glasses. Will serve gray white. That doesn't help a whole lot. No, I don't see you anywhere. Are you sure it's me you're following? Maybe it just hasn't updated yet. I don't feel like those numbers have moved in a really long time. I only have 65 followers. It's not like I have a lot. Yeah, it amazes me how many people have Duolingo and have had it for forever and are like at 400 points. And I'm like, 400 points? What? All right, guys. Let's call it a night. Luke says, adio until we type again. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for coming and joining.